Okay, I think we might be good to go.
Okay, is it 6:30? It is, okay. I would like to call to order the Malibu City Council regular meeting of August 24th, 2020. This meeting is being held by teleconference due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And we appreciate everyone's patience as we navigate this Zoom meeting process. Council members and city staff are participating from remote locations, and all votes will be taken by roll call. Members of the public can participate in the meeting or watch it by going to malibucity.org/virtual meeting. At this screen, you can click on the tab to either just watch the meeting or sign up to speak on a particular item. You will only be able to speak during the meeting if you follow the instructions at malibucity.org/virtual meeting. Once the item is called, no further speaker signups will be allowed. So please make sure you visit malibucity.org/virtual meeting early to sign up to speak and download the Zoom application. The city clerk will call on those who have signed up to speak when the item is called. So you must be present in the Zoom meeting to be recognized. Council members, if you have comments to make during this meeting, please raise your hand and I'll call on you in turn so we can make our discussion clear for the record and for the public. Can I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Fair.
Here.
Councilmember Mullen.
Here.
Councilmember Wagner. Councilmember Wagner is raising his hand to indicate that he is here. Mayor Pro Tem Peak.
Here.
Mayor Pearson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. We are going to reinstitute doing the Pledge of Allegiance here. I don't recommend, and I have a roll call. I don't recommend we all engage in that, as it seems to be impossible to harmonize. So I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we're going to, thank you. We're going to move on to the approval of the agenda.
I move to approve the agenda.
A couple of, I hear another voice speaking from somewhere.
I believe Alex just had to mute himself. You should be good now.
Okay, okay. I want to continue items 3B7 and 3B8. Those two items.
Those are being continued to a date uncertain, Mayor, while staff does some more research on them.
Yes. Okay, so 3B7 and 3B8. If I could get a motion with that.
I move to approve the agenda continuing item 3B7 and 3B8.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Can I have roll call on that, please?
Councilmember Mullen.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peak.
Aye.
Councilmember Fair.
Aye.
Councilmember Wagner. Councilmember Wagner, can you maybe raise your hand? Councilmember Wagner's indicating a vote yay with a thumbs up. And Mayor Pearson?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, can I have a report on the posting of the agenda?
The agenda for this meeting was properly posted on September 4th, 2020.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving forward, we're going to do 2A, written and oral communications from the public. If I could ask the public, please, if you're speaking on an item on the agenda, would you please wait to speak then? We have a lot of speakers signed up at item 4A in particular. So if your issues on 4A, we'll get there as quick as we can. And with that, can we have the speakers on 2A items not on the agenda?
Yes, we have 11 speakers. I'm going to read their names in order and then call them one by one to speak. They are Lori Cantor, Lynn Norton, Bruce Silverstein, Lance Simmons, Nicole McGinley, Lonnie Gordon, Hamish Patterson, Scott Jacobs, Scott Dietrich, Craig Hill, and Scott Tallal. So the first speaker is Lori Cantor.
Great. Lori, are you there?
It looks like Lori isn't in the meeting right now, so we can try to come back to her at the end.
Yeah, great. Let's circle back, see if we can find her in a little bit. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Lynn Norton.
Okay, Lynn.
Hi.
Hi.
My only comment here was just to ask you to move the short-term rentals first, because I think it's going to be a very long night. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Lynn. And I meant to mention that it just, I don't want to hold staff till the end of the night on some of these items, and so that they can be effective tomorrow too. So we're going to stick with this, but I appreciate your comment. Next public speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Bruce Silverstein.
Okay. Bruce. Bruce, are you there?
Yes, hello. It wouldn't allow me to unmute.
Okay.
So good evening, everybody. I could quickly address two things. Hopefully I'll have time for the second one. The first is 2 weeks ago, I asked the city council to consider and possibly take some action with respect to the exclusion of Aaliyah Alakanen from the ballot. And the city attorney at that time said it would be improper for the city attorney and for council to get involved in a ballot dispute. I did some research after that, and the Malibu Times reported that a little over a decade ago, the city actually did get involved in support of a candidate in a ballot dispute. And not only that, the city attorney, the same city attorney that we have now, on her own appealed a decision that a sitting member of city council couldn't sit for re-election. And when she was criticized for that, she said, I don't need city council's permission. I just do what I think is right. So that's number one. Number two, I understand there's been a lot of misinformation, some of it emanating from city council, about the status of the lot that's below the city hall that SCE has destroyed. I took an appeal of that to the Coastal Commission. And I understand it's been said two things. One, that there's nothing that the appeal can produce that city council wasn't going to do anyway. And that's absolutely untrue, because it is the contention in the appeal that that was a wetland. And the city has taken the position it wasn't a wetland. In fact, that's why the city allowed the property to be destroyed. And the appeal is to get that property properly remediated, not the way the city would be doing it. The second thing is, it's been said even at the city council meetings by some city council members that the city's hands are tied, that no remediation of any sort can occur. And that's why it's been sitting like that for the past year. There's no order of the Coastal Commission. There's no law. There's nothing that prevents the concrete from being ripped up as it was required to be. The only difference between what's being sought from the appeal and what you all were going to do is whether a wetland has to be reinstalled. But that property could be remediated, should have been remediated a year ago. I don't understand why it hasn't happened, why the city's not enforcing it. And I certainly don't understand why members of city council are stating from the dais that the city is not allowed to go forward because of my appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Our next speaker is Lance Simmons.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I want to speak this evening not as the Vice Chair of the Public Works Commission, but simply as a Malibu citizen. The traffic congestion that has now become an almost daily problem in Malibu, and that is certainly magnified considerably on weekends, begs us to consider temporary remedies for the sake of safety and sanity on the part of those of us who live here. Of course, these are difficult times, punctuated by the coronavirus and smoke-filled air due to the devastating effects of climate change and the fires that are blazing across the Western United States, and call out for some redress. It has come to my attention in talking with many of our citizens that at the very least, we ought to be able to come up with temporary remedies to ease the congestion. 2 weeks ago, we opened up the chili cook-off site for much needed recreation. All of a sudden, we had a drive-in movie theater right here in Malibu. Kudos to those officials, citizens, and organizations that all contributed to making it a nice deviation from our self-imposed restrictions and an enjoyable evening. Some folks that I've talked to have raised the idea that maybe we could, on a temporary basis, open up the same property for weekend parking in order to relieve the congestion and increase the safety on PCH. Just as importantly, though, another benefit of the proposal would be to offer residents who wish to carry out their errands on weekends, such as attending the farmers market or merely giving local businesses the critical business they need to stay in business. This proposal is currently being agendized for future consideration by the Public Works Commission, and I ask the City Council consider this temporary emergency proposition for the good of the residents of Malibu. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lance. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Nicole McGinley.
Okay.
Nicole, are you there?
Yes,
Okay, we can hear you, Nicole.
great. Thank you for being so supportive of the speaker's last meeting. The residents sent a loud and clear message to update our telecom ordinance, and they were encouraged by the city's response. Mayor Pearson, you've been so responsive. I know I've been relentless, but I've never felt so crunched for time. So please bear with me. When Dr. Kramer stated, we're going to see hundreds and frankly more than hundreds in Malibu over the next couple years, then he concluded 5G is coming, and along with it are going to be a lot more cell sites. This drove my point toward urgency home. We must enact an emergency ordinance now. Thank you, Skylar, for requesting future consultation from Scott McCullough and looking into what can be done within the letter of the law, rather than surrendering to the our hands are tied scenario. Karen, I wish Scott had been given the opportunity to answer your thoughtful questions, because you did not receive complete and accurate answers, even though those answers were readily available. I tried to introduce Mr. McCullough as an expert through the proper channels using email before the meeting as advised by city staff, but evidently that didn't work in this Zoom format. Jefferson, it was my greatest joy to tell my girls about your equal passion in protecting our pollinators. And Rick, we look forward to hearing your thoughts as you've gotten up to speed, and of course would love an opportunity to present with you. Christy, I was thrilled as a result of all of this that you were going to meet with Scott. Residents privately invested resources, excuse me, in hiring Scott for his expertise. He gave you a robust, updated ordinance ready to review, emergency measures for right now, and an offer to meet with you all to expedite this process because we're so far behind. I'm so confused as to why, despite his attempts to connect and with the clear support of council members, why hasn't this meeting happened? It's been 3 weeks without a single meeting or update. That's half the time of some of these shot clocks. I'm trying to be optimistic from what you all said, but I'm worried that it will be too late if this proceeds of government time. Is there something to update us with tonight? It may only be 3 weeks since the last meeting, but it's been 3 years since the city entered into a contract with telecom law firm specifically to update our outdated unprotecting ordinance. Because of this, I ask the city enact an ordinance immediately. Number 2, that the ordinance revision be an ongoing agenda item. And number 3, that a representative of our community attend all meetings. With these steps, pending applications, or excuse me, without these steps.
Nicole, your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you, Nicole. Next speaker.
Our next speaker would be Lonnie Gordon, but I don't see her present in the meeting right now, so we can try to circle back to her at the end as well.
Okay, great. Who's next?
That would be Hamish Patterson.
Hello?
We can hear you, Hamish.
Okay. Thanks for reinstating the Pledge of Allegiance. That's super important to do. A couple of things. Last city council meeting, Christy Hogan said roughly that When Malibu sneezes, the country or the world hears. And I would like you guys to use that pulpit that you have to broadcast a message. First of all, I hope that this body will condemn Black Lives Matter activists who stood outside the at the hospital as 2 Los Angeles sheriff deputies were fighting for their lives in the emergency room. The Black Lives Matter organization is a Marxist organization that's hijacked the civil rights movement, and they need to be called out as the reprehensible villains they are. Secondly, I take great issue with the post by our mayor on 9/11, using 9/11 to broadcast a message that was factually incorrect. And look, if you want to use the COVID thing, that's fine, but at least use the proper facts. You can go to the CDC website and you can get them for yourself. There has not been 180,000 deaths from COVID. There's been 10,000 directly attributed to COVID. That's according to the CDC. 96% of those other deaths are attributed to comorbidities, meaning they had at least 2 or more additional conditions that led to their death. So when you hold all of us hostage here in this society, let's get down to the facts, because everybody likes to be all scienced out, dude. 137,000 of those deaths were 65 years and older. Of that 137,000, 54,000 were 85 years and above. The average life expectancy in the United States of America is 78 years old. Of the 174,000, this is the September 9th numbers, by the way. Nursing homes attributed to 40,000 of those deaths. Hospices attributed 5,000 of those deaths. Oh, and this is my favorite number you can get from that. 5,700 of the deaths came from injury, poisoning, or adverse events, meaning they died of stupidity and they tested positive for COVID. So if you're going to hold us all hostage, let's at least dispel the fear that you're promoting. When you say 180,000 people died of COVID, you're either deliberately misrepresenting the numbers because you haven't done your due diligence as a public servant to look into these numbers, or you're complicit in holding us hostage. Now, that's fine, but let's look at one of the real problems, which is 100% controllable, which is opiate death. 69,000 people died last year of opiate deaths. That is a pharmaceutically made or imported drug killing our citizens. So let's at least use the science and be legitimate when we put these numbers out there. That's according to the CDC. I advise everyone to go look for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Hamish. Who do we have next?
Our next speaker is Scott Jacobs.
I just unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Scott.
Hello there all. One thing I firstly wanted to say is I hope to live past 78, just so you all know I'm kind of wanting to go a little further than that. I'm here. I don't know if there was an agenda for what I'm about to bring forward, so I just figured this is my first Zoom meeting, so I did it here, not knowing if speed humps and all that kind of jazz was actually on the agenda. So I just wanted to state the need that I feel in every resident on Birdview, as well as the surrounding and abutting streets. Birdview has become literally the Autobahn. Every resident that I went to and petitioned were 100% for it. In fact, there's quite a few that are actually scared to go get their mail because the rate of speed is so alarming. So I hope we can find some common ground on that and get the approval that it needs and move forward on that. The other thing I wanted to say with that is, I know that there's the asphalt speed humps, but every time I do my morning run through the Point Doom Station lot and or Zuma, those humps or bumps that are removable because they take them out during the triathlon, I was just wondering if that was a viable option or a thought, and less expensive so they could be expedited quicker. And that's really what I had to offer tonight for the speed humps on Birdview. Hopefully you guys can get that done for us. I think that's it for me.
Thank you very much, Scott. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Scott Dietrich.
I'm trying Okay, now I'm unmuted. You can hear me, I assume.
Yes, we can, Scott.
Thank you, Mayor Pearson and Council. I come before you with a heavy heart. As Hamish said, there's 2 LASD deputies in intensive care fighting for their lives after an attempted assassination. And even worse, the BLM protesters are blocking the entrance and exits to that hospital, chanting death to pigs and other such nonsense. But it's a wake-up call for us, guys. We know that our budget is really going to suffer next year. Maybe Riva can tell us the exact numbers she projects, but Santa Monica laid off 500 people from their staff. And it's going to hit us. We haven't had the TOT. We haven't had the sales tax. We don't know when this virus is going to end, or we'll get a vaccine. I hope we get one. But I think this is actually a really good time for us to revisit the budget from top to bottom and say, okay, what is the main thing we have to do? And the main thing we have to do is public safety. And for Malibu, I think there's 3 things that face us. Obviously, fires on an annual basis, but we keep putting our head in the sand, more or less. We have the Coast Highway and the horde of visitors that have come in. Yes, at the Business Roundtable, Riva said that we had 15 deputies that the supervisor assigned to us over Labor Day, and that was great. But that happens every weekend over the summer. It's not an isolated event. We have 15 million visitors come, and we're overwhelmed. And then last, of course, is the homeless issue, and I know we're dealing with that. So what I'm suggesting is we take a look at this budget and go, okay, we're going to be hurting. We have to pay for those new parcels that fortunately we bought, totally in support of that. We have big obligations coming, but we've got to refocus the city's efforts on public safety. And let's start with fires and not allowing things to just grow uncontrollably for 30 years until we have another explosion. Because if there is a fire similar to 93 in eastern Malibu and we lose 300 some houses, our budget's going to be wiped out. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Who's next?
Our next speaker is Craig Hill.
Okay.
Hello?
Yep.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening, everyone. I hope you're doing well. 5 quick items, none of them are COVID. The county's pilot program to get generators in Big Rock is mostly on track. It should have been done already, but at least we have no Santa Anas for the coming week at least. So fingers crossed. And thank you to Manager Feldman for having acknowledged that without the pumps, the city would face some post-fire liability, but she pressed the matter with the county, handing off the potential liability onto them where it belongs. So good. Meanwhile, with the legislative session over, a few suggestions. In the past 5 years, roughly 500,000 California homeowners have lost fire insurance. Commissioner Lara backed a bill that would have required insurers to cover homeowners who've taken certain steps to harden their homes, but it didn't get past committee. Also, Richard Bloom sponsored a bill that would have earmarked funding for fire hardening, but it too failed. So maybe put together a delegation to meet with those guys and Henry Stern soon to figure out what can be passed so our lobbyists can hit the ground running in the next session. Please be proactive about pushing the state government forward. Malibu should be in the vanguard of fire-related legislation. Next, the last day of session, the state assembly passed a bill that would have required single-family neighborhoods to allow duplexes and more. But the vote was right before the deadline, not long enough for the Senate to vote on a minor amendment. Otherwise, it would have passed. The League of Cities has lobbied against density bills in the past, but didn't challenge this one. So the writing's on the wall. Maybe we can get our lobbyist in there at the right time to exempt cities like Malibu that have only one main traffic artery, so are functionally unable to double their housing density. At the last meeting, you heard an appeal on Cuthbert. I hadn't followed it at the commission level, so was reading the staff report to council with fresh eyes, as you were. I readily understood staff's view, but the report didn't clearly represent the commission's rationale. It said how they voted, but not much about why. And you had no one there other than staff to explain it to you. Now, the way it's supposed to work, the commission makes quasi-judicial decisions, which have the legal weight of establishing a presumption, which, if you want to overturn it, you need substantial evidence. Instead, too often the staff writes up the report as though they're the authors of the decision, treating the commission findings as mere recommendations. We'll see that again tonight with the STRs. The staff report all but states that they know better than what the commission decided. That's wrong as a matter of law, policy, and even ethics. They're your commissioners. Please ensure that their decisions are afforded the proper weight. Finally, last month, we saw clear evidence that mountain lions are inbreeding, demonstrating the need for the wildlife overpass at Liberty Canyon. That's been a multi-agency effort from local to fed with nonprofits in the mix, yet Malibu is not involved, despite our cats being among the biggest beneficiaries. Of course, the city doesn't have finances for it, but we could be raising awareness, posting the funding request in the weekly email update with the website, savelacougars.org. Those cats are projected to be extinct within 50 years if we don't show them some more love. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig.
Our next speaker is Scott Chalal.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Scott.
Hey, proving positive that there's nothing wrong with having 3 Scotts on your public comment list. On behalf of the Malibu Film Society, I just wanted to thank Malibu Foundation and especially city staff, Reva, Johanna, Bonnie, Chris, and Jesse, for all of their help in making our August 28th drive-in movie night such a huge success. We had at least 180 vehicles with an estimated 500 guests watching from the COVID-safe comfort of their own cars. We had 8 local restaurants selling box dinners prior to the show off-site, so it was a win-win for both our business community and the residents. The event's been such a hit that a lot of people have been asking us when we can do it again, and we have one big challenge. If Malibu Foundation had not promised to cover our shortfall, and had we not received so many generous donations, we actually would have lost money on the event. Doing another show is going to cost us around $7,500, just over 70% of which is going to go towards film licensing, equipment rentals, labor, and insurance. Admission fees should just about cover that. For the rest, we have no choice but to turn to the city. As a 501c3 nonprofit, Malibu Film Society simply cannot absorb additional costs such as the $1,281 in permit and rental fees, nor can we pay the $900 required for dust mitigation, an expense which turned out to be a complete waste of money because there was no dust generated by on-site traffic before the water truck showed up. Those 2 expenses alone amount to 28% of our combined cost to do another show. Bottom line is that in the absence of sizable donations, we can only break even if the city signs on as a sponsor, rebating those fees and waiving the water truck requirement. Now, we realize the city's facing a major budget crunch, but this proposal should be pretty close to revenue neutral. Without the rebates and waiver, we can't afford to do the show, so there's 0 revenue for the city. City sponsorship, on the other hand, also results in 0 revenue with a waiver and fee rebate. But in that scenario, the community and our local restaurants all stand to benefit. Ideally, we'd like to do it for Halloween, but there's no time to take it to the Arts Commission first, so we're coming to you. And we hope that you'll be able to add this item to your agenda for the next meeting. For now, we're willing to get our permit application on file. And it's important to note, the county health department has prohibited Halloween parties. They've walked back from prohibiting and are now just strongly discouraging trick-or-treating. And they are strongly encouraging drive-in movies as one of the few things they do recommend as a COVID-safe way to celebrate the holiday. We hope you'll agree, and we hope you'll help us provide another great event for Malibu.
Thank you very much, Scott.
Now we would like to circle back to the people that we missed earlier. That's Lori Cantor and Lonnie Gordon. But it appears we still don't have Lori in the meeting, so our next speaker will be Lonnie Gordon.
Okay, great.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Lonnie.
Good. Good evening, council and staff. I'm speaking for MalibuForSafeTech.org. Nicole and I participated on August 24th when many Malibu residents and professionals in this field presented facts to you regarding this time-sensitive cell site issue. You were provided a new ordinance written by a noted telecommunications attorney to help expedite updating the current ordinance and to help save the city and staff time and expense. The council members and city attorney appeared to be supportive of this at the time. However, there is an FCC shot clock that dictates when these sites should be installed, and there are 60 or more sites pending now. Time is of the essence, and this process needs to be expedited. Therefore, we ask that 1, the city schedule a study session as soon as possible with the experts who spoke at the council meeting to gather essential information and expedite this issue. Communication with these experts must be established to move ahead quickly. So far, there appears to be no communication established, and the help we've offered has not been utilized. Number 2, that Malibu protect its residents from the harmful effects of the now existing, the newly installed, or pending cell replacements or modification sites. And 3, that the city shall not renew the contract with the current telecom consultant, but will put this contract out to bid with other expert telecom attorneys. Pursuant to Malibu's municipal code regarding competitive bidding exceptions, the city did not solicit a request for proposal for services. We'll be happy to supply you with a list of qualified objective experts. There are many available. Considering Malibu still does not have an ordinance to address the 5G small cell installations, the current consultant clearly failed to produce what he was hired for. The city desired to contract out for services in 2017 and 18 for 1, preparation of a revised city wireless telecommunication facility ordinance for adoption, and 2, the creation of an implementation program and for staff training. The consultant warranted to the city that it had the qualifications, experience, and facilities to perform properly and timely the services under this agreement and proposed to do the same. 1, to prepare a revised city WCF ordinance, and 2, the creation of an implementation program with a public outreach component. A community meeting was to be held to solicit comment prior to developing an administrative draft of the ordinance and publishing said comments on the city's website. The funding for this agreement was $53,700. Further, your consultant's statements in the hearing on the 24th left no doubt that his approach would not provide the protections the city and its residents are interested in achieving. I thank you for your time and consideration of this most important issue, and I hope you will take our statements seriously and do the right thing for Malibu.
Thank you, Lonnie.
Lori Cantor is still not present in the meeting, so that concludes public comment for items not on the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. Move forward. City manager update.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everybody. I hope everyone remains well. I wanted to give a few updates tonight. I'm going to start with our update on COVID-19. There's currently 101 confirmed cases in the city of Malibu, and our death toll stands at 3 people. In the county of Los Angeles, there's 253,985 confirmed cases with just over 6,200 deaths in the county. And right now, the current hospitalization rate in LA County is 793 people with a testing positivity rate throughout the county of 3.4%. So the trends that we are seeing are going down, which is very good news. The County of Los Angeles remains in the purple tier, which are the tiers established by the governor's office. And we need to stay in one tier before we move to the next one, hoping we can get into the red tier soon so that we can start some more reopening. And we remain in contact with the public health department on all of this. The latest numbers for our rebuild statistics, we have 251 single family homes that have been approved through the planning department. We've issued a total of 137 building permits, and we have about 70 to 80 other projects that are in the queue between the planning department approval and the building permit actual issuance, going back and forth with corrections and whatnot. So there's still, you know, a handful, 30 to 40 properties that have been approved by planning but haven't actually come into the city to pull their building permits and start with that process. But we, if you're listening and you're one of those properties, we are ready to help you. You know, our goal is to try and get as many projects approved and building as quickly as possible. And just last week, we were able to complete our 8th home in Malibu Park. So that was good news there. We are working as part of the Emergency Preparedness Month of September on all things preparedness related. We have established evacuation zones in the city of Los Angeles. City of Malibu. You can look up where your evacuation zone is by going to malibucity.org/fire safety. There are 4 zones that start at the number 11. The reason we started at the number 11 is because Topanga goes 1 through 10, and the county fire department asked us not to repeat zone numbers that are being used in Topanga. We also wanted to take this moment to remind you that if you think your voter registration might be out of date, or you need to change your address for your voter registration, you need to do that by October 19th. So please take a moment to visit the county's website at lavote.net. I did want to touch on a few things that some of the speakers did mention. One, on the Big Rock generator backup system. I did speak with the County Water District 29 today, and just so that everybody will recall, there are 3 pump stations in the Big Rock neighborhood that the county has committed to staging temporary generators through this fire season. Of course, nothing is as easy as it would ever seem. There is 1 temporary generator that has been installed. They need to work with neighboring properties to be able to install these generators. 1, they are working with the city on. There's some retaining wall issues, but we are moving forward in assisting the installation of that second one. And on the third one, the county is having trouble getting permission from the neighboring property owner to install that. So this information came to me this afternoon, and what I am planning on doing is working both with the water district and the neighborhood to see what we can do to get that 3rd generator, which is kind of the missing piece of the puzzle there, to have resiliency in the neighborhood through this fire season. So just want everybody to know that it is up top of mind for me to make sure that we have this solved as fire season is underway now. We also have the Civic Center Way Improvement Project. You may have noticed some activity going on in the island property. That will be where the contractor is staging for this project. So they're in the process of mobilizing that, and we expect them in the next week to 10 days to start the project. They'll be closing off a portion of Civic Center Way from Vista Pacifica to 23901 Civic Center Way, which is where the condominiums are located. And we'll be making sure that there is an emergency access way through this area for first responders. And if we have a red flag day, they will not be working, and that access way will be open to first responders for any emergencies. Our permanent skate park design, we were able to hold a virtual meeting to show the community some plans of the permanent skate park. It looks amazing. I really encourage people to go on our websites, malibucity.org/skatepark, and you could look at some of these conceptual plans, and it just really makes it all come to life and be really real once you see that. So we're looking for feedback. You can do that on the conceptual designs through October 23rd on the city's website. I also wanted to touch on some of the numbers of visitors that we've had recently in Malibu. I keep saying Los Angeles today, I apologize. in the city this past summer, you know, we have seen higher numbers than we ever have. And just today I got the tally from the lifeguards for the month of August. And in August alone, at just the county beaches, they counted 1.7 million visitors. And I went back and looked at the last couple of years. Last year, we had 1.2 million visitors at county beaches in August, and the prior year, 1.4. So much, much higher numbers. Obviously, that doesn't take into account visitors going to beaches where there aren't county lifeguards, or state beaches or other recreational areas in the city. And we were fortunate to work with Supervisor Sheila Kuehl, who provided additional funding for the Labor Day weekend and the 2 weekends prior to that, when we had such hot weather. And our beach team typically ends at Labor Day, but we are tapping into some additional county funding at the station to provide additional resources, because we know that people are still anxious to get out to the beaches. So we also, from the city side, provided crews, which we normally don't provide on weekends, to do trash pickup, and they did trash pickup for the 2 weekends before Labor Day and the Labor Day 3-day weekend. We had 3 crews running all 3 days, doing trash pickup everywhere that they could find trash. And I know that there was a lot of it, and I appreciate everybody's patience and those who also helped do trash pickup in their own neighborhoods. And just a few things that are coming up on as part of the Emergency Preparedness Month. On Thursday, September 17th at 6 o'clock, there'll be a virtual earthquake preparedness and home hazards course. September 22nd at 6 o'clock, community fire season briefing with our Assistant Fire Chief, Andrew Smith. And on Thursday, September 24th at 6 o'clock, a home ignition zone seminar, and you can RSVP for any of those on our website. And then one last event that we'll be holding on Saturday, September 26th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. We're going to be doing some staff outreach throughout the community on fire season. And our fire safety staff is going to be teaming up with our CERT team and our arson watch volunteers and our volunteers on patrol to go through neighborhoods and check in with people, obviously doing this under the safety of the COVID regulations, but we just wanted to show a presence in our community and make sure people are thinking about getting prepared for fire season. And so that concludes my comments, unless the council had anything else they wanted me to. Oh, I'm sorry, I had one more, I apologize. On the speed humps on Point Doom, that is out for bid right now, and that bid closes on September 29th. So we were hoping to bring a construction contract to the council in October and move forward as quickly as possible to get that project done. And for those who are interested in the 5G issue, there will be an item on the next city council meeting, which is Tuesday, September 29th, so that we can continue that discussion. And I appreciate everyone's patience as we move those items forward. So that concludes my remarks, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for City Manager? Karen?
Oh, just one question. Thank you. The bid we're waiting on for Point Doom speed humps, does that include Birdview?
So that bid is for Doom Drive and Fernhill, which were the 2 streets that had gone through the public process with the Public Works and Public Works Commission, and then went through the City Council. I know that there's a request in for some additional streets. We did not include funding for anything other than those first 2 streets in the city's budget. So what I would anticipate is those can be brought forward to the City Council in January as part of the mid-year budget amendments to see if there's funding available for it at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Question, Karen? Anyone else have a question? All right, City Council comments. Karen, would you like to go?
Sure. Well, Reba covered a lot of the things I was going to comment on or ask about. And I wanted to thank Scott Jacobs for bringing Birdview to our attention again. I've walked there myself, and I agree with you. It's gotten pretty scary. Yeah, Scott Dietrich, thank you for bringing attention to public safety again. I hope that issue with the third generator gets resolved with the adjacent property owner up Big Rock. I do want to say if the city can do anything to further that negotiation or whatever that problem is, I want us to do that. That's about it with the public comments of things we haven't covered. Just kind of the usual round of Zoom meetings on my end, the League of Cities, LA County Division Board of Directors meeting. We had a homeless working group meeting last week. We had a school district separation ad hoc committee meeting. I was happy to be able to be present at the 8th certificate of occupancy given to the family in Malibu Park. It's a longtime family friend of ours. And we are getting, as I'm sure everybody is, a lot of county and state briefings on COVID and on the wildfire situation. You know, the air quality is terrible. I'm not sure what that's doing. I'm sure it's exacerbating people with any kind of respiratory issues. And I hope it's not going to send the COVID numbers up higher. I'm concerned that I've seen places, South Korea, their numbers went back down, they're going back up again. And nobody wants to see that, but we have to acknowledge it's a possibility. And I'm just going to end by making note that today is the 6-month anniversary of the city's declaration of emergency due to COVID. So this has been a long haul. And I know everybody would like to put this behind us. So for myself, I can just stay the course and keep wearing a mask and limiting contact and doing everything hygiene related to not get it and do my part. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Jefferson, would you like to make some comments?
Thank you, Mikey. Appreciate it. Briefly, I would just like to thank the Malibu Democratic Club for putting on the forum yesterday. We heard from most of the speakers. Sorry, Rick, you missed it. You were probably out doing fire duty. It was well attended and well run. I hope we have more of these events in the future. I think Malibu Board of Realtors is going to sponsor one next week. I encourage everybody to follow these since we do not have meet and greets and we can't really have groups gathering to select our future staff here for your city council. But it was well run and a lot of well-worded comments were made by the candidates. Thank you, candidates, for that. To two speakers, Bruce Silverstein. Also remember that the SCE lot and conversion on the Bell property included a corner down near the ESHA and the wetlands that was immediately brought back into the fence zone after they discovered that they were indeed violating the wetlands. And that should be part of the issue to bring that back to what it was prior to them converting the Bell lot to concrete. So it's a big eyesore for a lot of us, and it certainly is an environmental blight. I appreciate your effort on the behalf of the city and the homeowners in the general area and following up on that with your efforts. To the speaker on the big cats in the mountains, thank you for your oversight. I've been supporting that overpass since 2008 or 2009. We had a great deal of city input back in the early 2000s when this thing came up and we started exploring it. And I really hope that the city will get behind some kind of support. Maybe the mayor could write a support letter again to rejuvenate that energy in the overpass there for the benefit of the big cats in the Santa Monica Mountains. I think that would be something the council could do, just another letter of support. Scott, I'm sure Scott Talal, one of 3 Scotts. We will work on that. I did do a drive-by at that movie. I've seen it a couple of times. I know one of the actors in it. And I would certainly support whatever efforts the city can do to do another one of those events. Everybody had a good time there and it was well operated. Thank you, Mikey.
All right, thanks, Jefferson. Rick?
Thank you, Mayor Pearson. I also would, there's nothing like taking away Halloween from the kids. It'd be nice if we could replace it with a little drive-in movie, but I wouldn't show the movie Halloween if they're going to show it. I see the city manager raising her hand.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of information on that, so I don't want to get deeply into it. But when the applicant first applied for that as a use, the county was allowing that type of drive-in movie activity. They, in the middle of the process, after the applicant had already applied to have a temporary use permit at the chili cook-off site, the county changed their regulations, and they were only, so you hear them talking about drive-in movies, they're actually right now only allowing actual drive-in movie facilities that they have in other communities. But they allowed, because they had said yes, they allowed that to proceed. So we'll check with the county tomorrow to find out what their stance is on this right now. But I just want to remind the council that we can only do it if it's something that the county is allowing. We also, as you know, are only allowed 6 temporary use permits on that property a year. So as we start to use them up, that we might want to be mindful of that. So certainly a lot of things to think about. But again, I will make sure we look into that and have an answer if it's something that we can bring forward for council to consider waiving of those fees. We will absolutely do that within the regulations.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And thanks, Scott, for, first of all, doing the drive-in, which I totally missed out on, but I'm thinking about the kids on Halloween. I think that's really important. Most of the comments have been covered by other people, so I won't repeat everything, and certainly the speakers. But once again, Hamish, I agree with a lot of the things you say. And I know it's really frustrating about all the information about the COVID thing. And I think we're getting there's a lot of holes in our knowledge, and it's difficult. But I really agree with you about the deputies. And I think that episode, that's what you get when you go on record as elected officials, which is happening all over, and don't support your law enforcement. And you get a lot of rules that impede the ability of law enforcement to deal with criminals, and you let them out of jail early and all of that. And I don't know all the details on this episode, but I believe from what I've heard that the female deputy, after getting shot in the face, managed to do emergency action using a tourniquet and save the life of her partner while also calling in. So I think if we're ever going to send a letter to our LA County Sheriff's Department deputies, this is the time to do it. And so that's what I would like to do. And maybe I can find out more details about this and have the mayor consider, and the whole council consider, some sort of letter of appreciation for those law enforcement members who every day put their lives on the line. And unfortunately, there are a bunch of elected officials throughout the country that are making their lives more difficult. And I'm glad that we're not part of that. And I think that I would like to have the council consider that, and they'll put something together. I'll find some, all the facts and figures, because I don't have command of all the facts. But I think that Hamish makes a really good point. And, there's some very bad things that are happening in our country. And I'm never the one who likes to use the name of our city to deal with national issues. And that's not what I'm talking about. These are our deputies and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. They do a fabulous job. And there are a few times when we need to say, something, that's a noteworthy action. And we don't like people who not only do violence on our deputies, but then seem to celebrate what happened to them at the hospital. So I think that's worth considering. I'd like all my council members to consider that. And what I will do is I'll just work on a letter and I'll bring it back. And Hamish, I appreciate you bringing that to our attention. I think that's really an important issue that you did, and all the other stuff I think is very important. Keep up the good work, and I appreciate that. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Rick. Skylar?
Thank you, Mikey. I definitely would second Rick's thoughts in regards to the sheriff's deputies. I think most of the stuff has been covered. I would just ask Reva in regards to the film stuff that was mentioned by Scott Talal, if there's a way to kind of nudge the county and say, look, we don't have a drive-in movie theater in our community, or probably one within a very far distance. This may be a good alternative for Halloween. And I just appreciate the work of all of our staff, again, working remotely very diligently, and all of the first responders that work on a daily basis in our community, and all of the law enforcement that put their lives on the line in a daily day. And unfortunately, those two officers became the target of a senseless act. And I think it actually does represent a larger issue of what's going on in our society locally. So I think it's important to note that. One thing came up, a resident contacted me about not necessarily a homeless person, but somebody that had broken into a residence that they have in the Coral Beach area using some sophisticated lock breaking equipment and stuff like that. And the homeowner actually returned to the house at one point, and the person was there, and the person fled and jumped off their balcony and left. But it was just a bit alarming, and I just want to encourage people to be mindful of that. Be mindful of all of our neighborhoods out here. If you see something that doesn't look right or something else like that, don't hesitate to report it. And thank you, Mikey.
All right, thank you, Skylar. The top note I had to talk about was those sheriffs being shot. It's horrible, absolutely horrible. I agree that the city should send a letter. I don't know what our financial situation is, but I know a couple of people have added to the reward. I'd be willing to talk about that. I think when society starts to break down like that, and we have a lot of issues going on all sides of the political spectrum and all sides of the human spectrum, very divisive country right now. It's painful. And that was a very, very painful thing to hear and to see. And I reached out immediately to our local captain, our lieutenant, to express my concern and prayers for those officers. So I agree that I believe we should definitely write a letter. And if there's anything more we should do, I'd entertain anything at this point. It shook me up, makes me sad. It makes me sad that we're here. I mentioned the divisiveness already. It's nationwide, it's in our state, it's in our city. And I think it's too bad. I don't think we're all so far apart. We may see the world in different ways, but that's okay. That shouldn't be a reason to go after each other. It shouldn't be a reason to just tear each other apart. I just don't believe in it. And I hope as a city, we can take the high road through all of our differences. And I think this issue with the sheriff was a really good reminder that we should treat each other with respect and kindness, even through our differences. So found that incident shocking. Moving on, I want to ask, maybe Reva, you might turn it over to Bonnie to talk about where we're at with coastal and the pesticide ban. I know it went to coastal. I know coastal's backed up. I know there was some conversation, and if there's anything you can share. Oh, you're deleted. I mean, you're not deleted. You're muted. Just be great, because I know a lot of us are very concerned with this, and would just love to hear the latest.
Bonnie just got on, and she'll be happy to give you an update.
Yes. Good evening, everybody. So at the Coastal Commission meeting last week, the Coastal Commission staff requested that the commission grant a 1-year extension for the staff to process and bring forward to them their recommendations on our pesticide prohibition amendment. This is not unusual. If the Coastal Commission staff wants to fine tune something, they will frequently request an extension if they don't have enough time to do it within the statutory timeframe that they normally work in, which I think is something like 90 days for LCP amendments. So that the commission did grant the extension. We, city staff, have been in contact with Coastal Commission staff fairly recently, like within the last 3 to 4 weeks, about that amendment. And they have expressed that they do intend to move it forward in a tighter time frame than 1 year, and they will be working with us on the changes to the language that they feel like needs to happen in order to be able to recommend that it be certified by the Coastal Commission. And the benefit of that is that once, as you probably recall, when the Coastal Commission makes suggested modifications to language, once it comes back to the city council, it's pretty much a take it or leave it deal. There's not an opportunity at that stage to further make tweaks on the city's end. It then would have to start all over again. So it's a good opportunity to be able to try to fine tune this in a way that we think that the city can live with, so that the Coastal Commission will make suggested modifications that the council will find palatable. So hope that helps you understand where we're at in the process. I don't have an exact timeline, but it is on their radar, and they know it's very important to the city, and they've expressed that it's very important to them also.
Will we have a chance to understand some of that language so we can comment on it as a city before it comes to us?
This generally happens at a staff level. We can look at ways to do that so that we don't, they don't come back with something that the city wouldn't be able to live with. But typically it's between the staffs that are coordinating.
Thank you very much for being on top of that. I appreciate it. And I guess the good news is that AB 1788 passed, somewhat of a surprise, I think, at the last minute. Wasn't for sure. And that bans second generation rodenticides. And actually, do we know if the governor signed it yet? I have no idea.
I haven't seen anything, obviously, with the wildfire situation in Northern California right now. I don't believe he was probably even in Sacramento today, but I will double check on that. At this point, I believe it's sitting on his, in the queue for him to sign.
All right, and thanks to Poison Free Malibu for all your work on that. Really appreciate it. I got a look on a scoping meeting of the new school plan. Wow, I had no idea the extent of the changes at the high school that they're proposing. I guess it's like a typical remodel. Once you start one place, you realize the whole place needs it. So they're looking to completely redo the high school and middle school, top to bottom. There was a couple issues that neighbors had, but looked like there might be some ways to move around that. So that was, if you haven't seen it, it's really, wow. As a person who went to Juan Cabrillo and Malibu Middle School, or Malibu Park Junior High as it's called then, it is quite a change. Also wanted to say a thank you to Blake Connor. I understand we have lost him as a VOP because he's in the academy now. And this guy has been just so stellar as a VOP for a while, for so long. And just huge thanks to him, and wishing him good luck on his journey. And a loss for us, but a gain for everybody else. And I keep commenting on this, my social media, etc., on fire and fire prep. We're in nervous time now. I know the city's doing a ton of webinars. We're putting out a ton of information. We got a lot of stuff online, but I'm just hoping everyone at home is being prepared now. And if hopefully you have a go bag ready to go. Hopefully you have a family plan. Hopefully you know what you're going to do with your pets, how they're going to fare during this, where they're going to be. Hope you have food for a couple of weeks at home for you and your pets. Hopefully you've checked on your neighborhood for people that might need help. This is a historic fire season and it's scary. And so I just hope everyone's taking some personal responsibility on their end, because each of us can do that. And I'll keep pushing hard with the city on the city end and the county end and the state end. I also saw the early concepts on the skate park. Wow, really impressive if you haven't seen them. Absolutely, it looked amazing, just these concepts. Really, really stunning. Thank you to Jesse for all the work he's putting here. And I heard comments that the skate park was gonna be a victim of a financial situation. That is not necessarily true at all. There's set aside money for that. And we have a generous benefactor as well. We may, if we need to raise some money, a lot of residents have assured us that we can probably pull that off too. So as far as I'm concerned, the skate park is a full speed ahead, and really hats off to everyone involved, a lot of citizens, a lot of the kids and our staff on that. Really impressive. The drive-in movie was so much fun. We had the best time. We brought 3 vehicles of our little neighborhood, and we ate, we watched the movie, which is one of my favorites, not my wife's, but you know what, she actually kind of liked it this time. And it was so much fun, Scott. We really, really enjoyed it. I was so glad to see it, that happened. I hope it can happen again. So thanks for checking on that, Reva. That would be like a shot to the gut if that doesn't happen. I think it's a fantastic idea for Halloween. I love it. I'll do everything I can to support it. And lastly, though it was already mentioned, traffic over Labor Day weekend was, as far as I can tell, and spending a lot of time with the sheriffs and talking to them, the most crowded weekend in the history of Malibu. And I think COVID has brought out the historic crowds that we have ever seen for whatever reason, these heat waves and people dying to get out. It is unbelievable. It is overwhelming. And even despite all of our efforts with help from the county and spending city money on trash pickup, trash was everywhere. It was just unbelievable. So I just want to acknowledge this overwhelming situation. And I appreciate everybody trying to help other agencies. Overwhelming at some of these pocket beaches. It continues to baffle me that if you have a house on the coast and you want to invite 1,000 people over, you have to have a permit and a good plan. But you don't at one of these small parking lots up there, and it really has an impact, and it's deadly, and it's overwhelming. And very notable when I know some of these agencies are trying to step up, but it's completely overrun in my opinion. And I wish there was a better plan. I also appreciate the comment on the overpass too. I agree. However, we can support that. I love the letter idea. I have a plan to meet with Henry Stern here very soon to go over a bunch of issues. So I think that's a perfect thing we can work on with Henry. And so great thought there. And I think everything else on all the speakers was covered. Thank you to all the speakers, Nicole, Lonnie, speaking on trash, Hamish, Scott, both Scotts, 3 Scotts. That's a trifecta of Scotts, Lynn, Bruce, and I think I got it wrong. If I missed anyone, I apologize. Appreciate it. And with that, let us move forward, because I know we have a lot of people waiting. Consent calendar. Do we have any counselors that wish to pull an item on the consent calendar? Skylar. Oh, you're there.
Reba, I know there was a couple emails that came to our public, I think Rob, about some of the items on consent, and I just was going to ask if you could address those.
So 3B7 and 3B8, we continued at the beginning of the meeting when we approved the agenda, so those won't be heard tonight, and we'll address the comments that were provided and bring those back at a later time.
Okay. So,
but I believe there are some items pulled by the public, Mayor.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I just thought I'd check with the city councilors first.
Okay, so that was my question, but I just wanted to sort of ask that doesn't apply to anything else that's outside the scope of what he specifically listed in his email.
Not that I'm aware of. And again, just to be careful and make sure that everything is as it should be. We're just going to continue those to a later date.
Okay, thank you, Reba.
Okay, no one else wants to pull on? Okay, Jeff.
I didn't know what items that community members had pulled up to 3B11 or 3B12.
Yes, the items pulled by the public are 3A1, 3B11, and 3B12.
3A1, 3B11, and 3B12.
Correct.
Okay, can I get a motion on the consent calendar?
I'll make the motion to approve the consent calendar, pulling the 3 items that the public has to do for public speaking.
Okay, can I get a second? Okay.
Second.
All right, Rick said it. You. So we have a motion on the consent item pulling 3A1, 3B11, and 3B12. Can we have roll call on that?
Councilmember Wagner,
Yes.
Councilmember Mullen,
Yes.
Councilmember Farrer,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peak,
Yes.
Mayor Pearson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Can we have a report on 3A1? There you are, Bonnie.
Sorry. I apologize. So item 3A1 is the second reading of the ordinance number 469 to put in place some additional overnight parking restrictions in the Point Dume area and Corral Beach area. I don't know if you wanted a further staff report at this point or just want to hear what the public comments are.
Yeah, I think let's go to, we know the items, I think, so let's go to the public comment. If we need to dig back into it, we will. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay. Who do we have that wants to speak? Oh, Trevor, yes?
Never mind, we're good.
Okay.
We just have one public speaker on this item. It's Mark Maniscalco.
Okay. Mark?
Yes, so just real briefly what I wanted to bring up on this, and I think it's a great idea. There's obviously homeless and RVs all over PCH, but as soon as you put restrictions in there, they're just going to go to Malibu Road or they're going to go to Zuma Beach Road. And if you look behind Ralph's, there's already this evening, there was already 7 RVs or type trucks, vans, those types of things where people are sleeping in. And if you go smell the area around there, you'll see that it's being used as a septic tank. And that's only going to get worse when you take them off of PCH. So they're at the end of Malibu Road on the PCH side. So I think that if you do put this into effect, it is great, but we should also consider the other oceanfront roads in Malibu, which would be Malibu Road and Zuma Beach Road. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Mark. No more speakers, correct?
That was our final speaker.
Okay, comments or a motion, counselors? Skylar?
So first a comment, Mark, I appreciate very much so for you bringing the concern. I think that the council is well aware of sort of the concerns related to this citywide. In particular, in regards to the about Malibu Road, I think that in that area, we may see a lot of resistance from residents if we were to not allow overnight parking on both sides of the street or one side of the street, because some residents do use that parking regularly. And I think that sort of the other areas that we've targeted or in this item don't necessarily face the same constraints as that area. But I do welcome, any commentary or push from other residents that want to see some parking restrictions or parking changed in any area of the city. And I think the council can definitely have a discussion about that at the time if, with that, something like that agendized. But other than that, I'd make a motion to approve this.
More comments or a second, Jefferson?
I saw the counselor ready to speak. Can I listen to him first?
I was just going to clarify the motion. This would be a motion to adopt ordinance number 469, an ordinance of the city of Malibu determining the project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act and amending section 10.19020 of chapter 10.19 overnight parking of the Malibu Municipal Code to create staggered overnight parking restrictions between 12 a.m. and 2 a.m. and between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. daily in the Corral Beach and Zuma Beach areas of Pacific Coast Highway. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you, Trevor.
Jefferson, did you have a second or just a comment?
I was going to second the motion.
My comment would be that, yeah, this is obviously got to be part of a bigger program, which we are working on. We are going to get to public meetings on how we deal with this. Yes, we got COVID stalled. We realized that this could go on, so we're going to try and unstall here on a lot of issues. Because yeah, this is the situation that we need to discuss and deal with as a city. Absolutely agree with you, Mark. 100%. So, okay, see anyone else want to speak before we vote? Okay, can we have roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Peak,
Yes.
Councilmember Wagner,
Yes.
Councilmember Farrer,
Yes.
Councilmember Mullen,
Yep.
Mayor Pearson,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay. Now we're at 3B11. Can we have a report?
Yes, of course, Council will be happy to give a brief staff report. I don't have a whole lot to add other than what is in the written staff report. The city has an adopted investment policy that states if we're to make any investments that exceed the 5-year mark, the city council needs to be the body that approves that. And we inadvertently did not bring something for approval to the council after it was invested in CD in December. So this is a housekeeping item that we wanted to just bring forward and make sure that we have it on record that the council approved this investment. And I'll just remind the council that we have been in a transitional period with our city treasurer. In January, the Administration and Finance Subcommittee discussed changing the potential payment that is made to the city treasurer. And then we issued a request for proposal that the council approved for city treasurer. Unfortunately, we did not get any responses to the initial release of that proposal RFP. And so the date of that has been extended to September 9th. So, we are actively and hopefully we'll have a new treasurer on board. But in the meantime, this was pointed out by our accountant as we prepare for our annual audit. And so the item before you tonight would be to approve the period of 8 years for this investment. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. And we have speakers.
Yes, we have 2 speakers on this item. They are Bruce Silverstein and Ryan Embry. Bruce will be our first speaker.
Great.
Hey, good evening again. So this is not a housekeeping matter, as the city manager says. It's a substantive matter. It's a decision for city council. Why not use $250,000? I'm sorry, let me start up beginning. $250,000 for 8 years with the Celtic Bank with an effective interest rate of 1.8%. It was, as acknowledged, improperly approved without city council approval, and now approval is being sought. Why not use the $250,000 to pay down the debt service for the funds borrowed to purchase the vacant properties, which carries an annual interest rate of 5%? You're going to get 1.8% over 8 years. You're paying 5% over 5 years. Alternatively, use the funds to repay the state for the funds that were foolishly borrowed with the hitch that we have to turn the Triangle lot into a parking lot and maybe others. We don't need or want more parking lots. Parking lots simply provide more room for more transient visitors. They don't free up space for residents. Parking lots beget more transient visitors. It's like drugs. The secret to freeing up parking for locals is to restrict parking and require parking permits, like in Santa Monica. In fact, you could do that. It was just mentioned on Malibu Road as well. No parking at night unless you have a sticker because you live there. Moreover, there's plenty of privately owned parking lots that visitors can pay to park at. We could even charge a tax. Getting back to the CD, how did the city manage to find the Celtic Bank, which I understand to be a Utah bank? Is it even permissible to place money in an out-of-state bank? Couldn't you find a national bank, a larger California chartered bank? What about a local credit union if you want to go small? And lastly, Halloween, if it makes sense to just do what you want to do and then ask for permission later, or if the only thing that's holding up doing something for Halloween is the county, why don't you do it and ask for permission later? Seems to be okay when the staff steps out of line. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ryan Embry.
Yeah, sorry, I hit unmute 4 times and it wasn't working.
Well, we got you, Ryan. We hear you.
I agree with Bruce. Something's very wrong here, and this may not be the only one. This may be the tip of an iceberg. This is, unfortunately, the staff report it's a one-pager. It's not even signed. I've asked you before to have the city, the staff person authorizing big transactions to sign their name to the report. And it's not happened. And first of all, where's the city treasurer's signature on this? We have a city treasurer, and according to the contract that was reviewed at the A&F meeting in January, that the city treasurer services continue through 2021. So it's not like we don't have a city treasurer. And if we do, this should not be the meeting you hear about that. The plain English of the report is this is not an approval. This is ratification seeking after the fact condoning of a violation of your own policies and state law. I'm sorry to have to say it exactly how it is. You should not approve this item tonight. You need to investigate further and get a thorough staff report before you make any decision or action. You do not want to cover up a problem. The cover up is worse than the problem. Is this the foot in the door for a bunch of other CDs that are spread out across the country and other out-of-state banks? The investment policy of the city previous to this, I have not seen last investment policy, but you need to have adopted investment policy for each year. And I did not get access to the one in effect in 2019, not even sure when this transaction occurred. The big question is, who is the investment officer for this city who authorized the transaction of $250,000? And quite frankly, I'm sorry I have to ask you, who is the city treasurer? And why are they not reporting this to you instead of the staff people who may have committed the error? This is absolutely incorrect. You can't sugarcoat this. I think it's a red flag for other violations that exist. Now, the city has other interest obligations which make this a negative investment, as was brought up, I think, by Bruce. If you're paying 5% interest on one hand and running out trying to invest 1.8% return for 8 years, money has power in this economy, and that is one of the investment requirements, and liquidity is the other big one named in the state law. You don't tie up your money for 8 years when you have an opportunity perhaps to purchase some vacant land or retire some other debt or do something for which that money holds more power. So this is a big mistake, and I'd like to know the name of the city treasurer.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. And is that it with our public speakers?
That concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, we're back at the council here. Comments, motion?
Yeah, Reva, could you answer any of those questions? Bruce said, he said borrows money from the state so we get a parking lot. Could you explain the lineage of that transportation related funds?
Sure, I'd be happy to. First, the name of our city treasurer is Pete Littman, and as was explained to the city council back when the RFP was authorized, we are in the process of seeking a treasurer that will have more ability to manage. I mean, it's a very small contract that we currently have, and those hours that the treasurer is available are very minimal. And once the city received the SCE settlement, we realized that we did need additional hours. And so that is what we are seeking. Again, we've been having trouble finding someone. So, you know, I am always the first to be of extreme concern about the city's finances. I want to assure the council that there is no cover up going on here. We could have not brought this this forward to you, and it would have come forward as a finding in our annual audit. And I didn't want that to happen, that this was a way of remedying it. So I want to assure you that the city's monies are in good hands and are carefully thought of. The answer to the question about how we purchased the island property, that was purchased as authorized by the city council with funds from Los Angeles County Metro, was Measure R dollars that are transportation related. And the ultimate use of that property, which is about 1.1 acres, will be a park and ride facility during transportation hours, and then can be used for other parking uses on weekends and after hours. You know, I know the hope by the council was that that would help would alleviate some of the parking problems in the Civic Center and adjacent areas. So that would be the long-term use of that property. And we did receive about $3.5 million in grant funds from the county, not from the state, for that parcel.
And not a loan, a grant.
No, it's not a loan in terms of paying down debt service. You know, there aren't any call opportunities. That is something that I do keep a close eye on. And if we do have the opportunity to refinance any of our bonded indebtedness, that would be something absolutely would jump on. We were fortunate to have refinanced the debt that we had out for both Legacy Park and City Hall when we purchased the Trancas Field property. And then when we purchased the vacant properties in 2018, we again were able to get very favorable interest rates. So there's no opportunity to refinance that debt at this time. But certainly I always stand open to any suggestions that the council has on anything else that you would like us to do.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. And Mr. Lippman, he is having some medical issues, and what's his status of him?
That's correct. I'm not at liberty to discuss anything other than that he is not well, and we are in the process of trying to find a new treasurer.
Okay, thanks very much, Reva. I appreciate you clarifying some of those things that were brought up. And Ryan, I hear you on the liquidity issue, and as we move forward and get a new professional, then that is something we'll keep in mind, and that's actually a good.
I'm sorry, I wanted to add one other thing, that the city council does receive reports, treasury reports at the quarterly financial reports that we provide to council. So it's the last page, and it shows all the funds that we have in LAIF, the local agency investment fund, whatever we're holding in our local checking account, and whatever investments such as CDs that we have, and the term, and those are reported to council on a quarterly basis as required by law.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Skylar?
Thank you, Mikey. Reva, is there a specific reason as to why we select this as opposed to having it in LAIF? Was just at the recommendation of the treasurer at the time?
Yes, it was the recommendation of the treasurer who works with the trustee, and certain things become available. Obviously, this happened before the pandemic, and so you know, I think interest rates are probably worse off now. Again, when we get a new treasurer on board, it's something I would anticipate that they're going to look at all of our investments and probably make some other recommendations given the current financial forecast that we're seeing for everything, and also, you know, the outstanding liability that we have that we're holding from FEMA at this time, that we need to be mindful of our cash flow. So there's a lot of different things that taken into consideration, and you know, I'm looking forward to having someone on board who can assist with that.
Mayor, may I make a motion to approve item 3B11?
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Can I make a comment, Mike?
Yes, of course, Jefferson.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Mikey. My quick comment on this is I would have just gone right by 3B11 and not had comments. I appreciate the speakers speaking in such depth. Just want to tell everybody that's running for council, this is a perfect example of public speakers who have great value and oversight. We have to depend on them to kind of look over our backs. When you're on council, and we'll have a new council in 60 days, you divide yourselves up and your energy's up. I depend on the A&F, which is Rick and Skylar. I depend on the city manager and the city treasurer. And usually you just say, hey, they're on it. They're doing a fair job. Just shrug your shoulders and move on. So something like this, I appreciate the speakers bringing it up. I don't have enough knowledge on this, and I overlooked it on my own, and I'm sorry that I overlooked it. But I'm going to hold my vote, but wait to see what happens. Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second.
Yes. Are
Okay.
you ready for a roll call vote?
Looks that way. Let's go roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Peak,
Yes.
Councilmember Mullen,
Yes.
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Councilmember Wagner,
Abstain.
Mayor Pearson,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, now 3B12. Can we have a report there?
Good evening again, council members. The item before you in 3B12 is an agreement for the Seaview Hotel project initial study. Staff reviewed the project description and plans very closely and found that it does not fit one of the CEQA exemptions. And so what we have on the agenda tonight is an agreement for the developer reimbursement of the costs of preparing the initial study. I'm happy to go into more detail if you would like. Other than that, I'm happy to hear the public comment and respond to that at your pleasure.
Okay, thank you. Let's get to public comment. Who do we have?
We have two speakers. They're Lynn Norton and Norm Haney. Lynn Norton will be our first speaker.
Let Norm go first since it's his project.
Mayor Pearson, would you like us to reorder the speakers?
Sure, that's fine.
Then our first speaker will be Norm Haney.
So can you all hear me now?
Yes, we can, Norm.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to this item, Mayor Pearson and City Council members. As you know, I've been working on this project for a long time, and I was surprised 3 weeks ago when the City Council or the Planning Department first told me that it would require an initial study. I want to make it clear that I'm going to pay the $35,000 for the initial study tomorrow at 9 o'clock. So I don't see any way at this point to get around it. However, I certainly wish it had been brought to my attention 8 to 6 months ago, and it would be off. As it is now, there are a lot of benefits that the city would receive. They're not going to receive, some of them for a substantial longer time, and some of them they won't receive at all, such as the TOT, which is approximately $20,000 to $25,000 a week. So every week this project is delayed is a week that the certificate of occupancy is not going to be issued, and the city will simply lose out on that benefit. The other benefit, the $1 million, which was agreed to, the city would receive, only delayed. And unfortunately, the check valve was not a requirement of the city, but it was a requirement of Public Works, and that's going to be delayed. It won't be available. Hopefully, it'll be available next fire season. And but the city will not have that 4 million gallons in high pressure additional water coming to the city of Malibu because of the delay. So what I'm requesting, I don't think there's any way to get around it at this point. The city's not going to move the project forward without this initial study. And it's the beginning, because there's going to be, on top of that, a negative deck afterwards that'll be required, and there will be a delay associated with that. But what we can do is to ask the company that is getting paid for this to put it on their priority list, to get it done as quickly as possible so the project can move forward as quickly as possible. It's still going to be delayed. Unfortunately, probably not going to come before this city council. It'll be the next city council. And it may not be able to come before the city's current planning commission either, which is very painful for me in a lot of ways, because if you know, the 75% of my building is got people in it that are sensitive to COVID-19. So
Norm, your time is up.
I'd like it to be on a priority list for the city council and for the company that's doing the work. I'll pay for any overtime if they need overtime to do that, but it should be on a #1 priority list. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Norm.
Our final speaker on this item will be Lynn Norton.
Evening again, council members. So the last time that you heard about Norm's project on the agenda, the council agreed to charge him a significant price in a developer deal and at the same time to try to expedite his project. And I know that the bottom line for Norm has always been to try to get it through the council before he has to, meet with a new council and go over the whole project again. And I just wanted to ask you to make the effort to see if that can happen. And I don't know how long it takes to do an initial study, but a thought that I had is that you could put it on the PC calendar a few weeks from now and let the planning commission vote to potentially approve it subject to the initial study, so that it's moving forward and there's some hope of getting it to the city council, And, as Norm said, I had done the math myself too and figured out that for every month that this is delayed, there's $100,000 in POT tax at some point in the future because the project comes online, a month later. So anyway, I will hopefully do that. And then finally, I just wanted to point out the irony of the fact that for Norm to do overnight rentals on his property, he has to rezone his property to be visitor serving, because that's the only zone in which Malibu allows overnight rentals, and yet we're doing them in our residential neighborhoods, and supposedly we have to go to coastal to get permission to stop doing it. Anyway, I think that's ironic. I hope you would think about that. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. Okay, we're back here at the council. Rick?
Bonnie, estimated time of completion of this?
We're working with a consultant now on a timeline. Normally, an initial study would take around probably 6 to 8 months to prepare and get through the entire process of drafting it, putting it out for the circulation time and everything. In this case, Norm has submitted several of the studies already, so I think that time frame will be shorter, but there are certain things that we can't get around, like the public circulation process, the time needed for staff to review the drafts that are prepared and provide comments. And there's just some back and forth that happens that just takes time. And we've got some other projects in the pipeline that we have to work all this around. So that's the estimate I've got for you at this point.
Okay. And what about Lynn's suggestion about moving it forward through the planning process, contingent upon, like the whole thing is contingent upon this particular thing being completed. So I don't have to wait until this is done and then initiate the process and all of that.
I'm sure that would make a lot of people happy. The purpose of CEQA is to disclose to the decision makers all of the potential environmental impacts and the potential for mitigating any of them. Norm has contended all along that there are no significant impacts in this case, which should make this whole process much easier going forward. Nevertheless, we still do have to go through those motions before we put something before decision makers. So we have to do this in that particular order.
Yeah, that information has to be before the decision makers by law in order for them to make a decision on it.
Okay. Well, maybe we could ask whoever's consultant who's doing it to consider Norm's plea for expedition and willingness to pay a little more in his fee, and if that could be passed along, that'd be good.
In all honesty, part of the timeline will involve staff's availability to review what the consultant produces. So that's part of this as well. It's not just the consultant, but we can certainly let them know that they would like to have it move, that we would like to have it move quickly.
Okay, thanks.
Other comments or a motion? Jefferson? No? Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Mikey. Gee, Norm, I hope you're still watching. This is the slow grind and the slow wheel. This is a fill-in project. About 75–80% of it, I've seen the plans, is just an interior design. Septic stays the same. The size of the building stays the same. The CEQA part of this, just for people watching, is about the lower part, which is the old gas station, because there's about an extra 8,000 or 10,000 square feet being added there to the whole project. But once again, we're not having view determinations. We're not having septic issues. So I just feel sorry for Norm and the city that we can't get this TOT moving forward. I look to staff to say to staff, this is one of those priority moments, because if we're going to be in financial difficulty and we can retrieve $1 million a year extra out of a fill-in hotel, we're not the right people making this decision, and we need to move this forward. And thank you for your comments, Rick. I just feel sorry for Norm. Thank you.
I have one more comment. Does the fact that it was a gas station sort of make the environmental sort of inquiry, et cetera, a little more pressing than if it was, say, an open field? Go ahead.
We have information that has been provided for the prior project on the gas station property that we will be taking into consideration. And according to that information, I have not reviewed that myself, but according to Norm, it has been cleared by all of the appropriate environmental agencies like the regional board and such, but we'll be going back through that. So yes, but that is it's a very good question. That's part of the reason for all of this, just to make sure that all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed in terms of the project. It is a large scale project for the community. 10,000 square feet doesn't get built every day in Malibu. So that's part of the reason for going through this process.
That's a good point. And, you know, gas stations, fuels, etc. That's what all those military bases became Superfund sites, because of all the fuel issues throughout all the years. So it's not, I mean, it's almost like a potential scene from Poltergeist if you think about it. It's like, wait a minute. So let me see if I understand this correctly. In the city of Malibu, they waived sort of the investigating the environmental impacts of a hotel being on a former site of a gas station. So I can understand that. And I do feel for Norm also, and I know he's like chomping at the bit, and he's got a lot of support for this. So I hear you, Norm, but it was a gas station. So
Jefferson.
Thank you again, Mikey. Just for clarification, I've been very close to that property for a number of years. When the Soho and Nobu were rebuilt, the water quality came up with regional. Because they were concerned that there might be seepage from the prior gas station, the underneath the PCH, and all that was mitigated in the past prior to Norm even purchasing the property. So there is a long history here of the cleanup site. I know the staff will review it. Some of this was prior to cityhood. So hopefully, Norm, be patient. The wheels are slow, but hopefully we will work forward and get this done with you. Thank you, Mikey.
Yeah, I echo what was said. I mean, this is such a rare deal in Malibu that the entire city council supporting a hotel project. It's just unheard of. And we all know development in Malibu is very hard, and suddenly there's something we want and we want it quickly. And this actually, being a planning commissioner all those years, this is very quick, but it's still slow because there's a lot of steps involved in our process for a lot of reasons. So I do feel for Norm. We've talked a number of times, and yes, anyways, we can prioritize it. I think it's great, and absolutely. And looking for more comments or a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, and second on this?
I'll second.
That's
What is the
the
motion?
recommendation. Great.
Yes, the motion is staff recommendation, Jefferson.
That is correct, as Counselor stated.
Okay, and
I'll second that.
Okay, can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Wagner,
Yes.
Councilmember Mullen,
Yes.
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peak,
Aye.
Mayor Pearson,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay, everyone okay? Moving on to 4A. Okay, looks good. Let's move on to 4A, short-term rental regulations, continued from August 10th. Oof. Trevor, should I read the whole thing?
Yes.
Mayor?
Goody.
Mayor, can I request a 10-minute break before we go into this item because it's going to be a long one?
Council, or okay, we have thumbs up. All right, we're in recess for till what time is it? 8:16. How about 8:25? 9 minutes. Okay, thank you.
If everyone could turn off their screens and mute themselves. That'd be great. Thanks.
The reason you abstain? Vote no.
Jefferson, just so you know, your mic is not muted.
Yeah, where's the arrow? Is it up there?
Well, there's an arrow here. And I hit the X.
Okay. Rick and Skylar, are you there? There's Rick.
There.
Oh, Rick and Skylar. Okay. Trevor, are you back? There's Riva. Kelsey, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, just hoping our attorney's back.
Go get ahead and get started.
Okay. Item 4A, short-term rental regulations, continue from August 10th. Recommended action, reopen public hearing on short-term rental regulations, including zoning text amendment number 17-002, parentheses ordinance number 468 from August 10th, 2020, and consider the hosted ordinance number 472 and resolution number 20-51 and revised version of ZTA number 17-002, comma, the enforcement ordinance number 468 as revised. Number 2, after the city attorney reads the title, introduce on first reading ordinance number 472, amending Title 17 of the Malibu Municipal Code and adding chapter 17.55, which is the short-term rental ordinance, and amending portions of the local coastal plan, local coastal program, local implementation plan to establish provisions to regulate short-term rental of properties citywide and finding the action exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And number 3, after city attorney reads the title, introduce on first reading ordinance number 468 as revised, amending the Malibu Municipal Code Title 17 to establish provisions to regulate short-term rental of properties citywide and finding the action exempt from CEQA. Number 4, direct staff to schedule second reading and adoption of the ordinance numbers 472 and 468 as revised for the September 29th, 2020 adjourned regular city council meeting. And number 5, adopt resolution number 20-51, amending local coastal program land use plan chapter 5 to address short-term rental use in residential zones and finding the action exempt from CEQA. Can we have a presentation, please?
Good evening, Mayor Pearson and the honorable members of the Malibu City Council. The proposed short-term rental ordinances before you tonight are intended to regulate the short-term rental of residential property defined as 30 days or less and address the impacts on neighborhood character and provide a mechanism to prohibit nuisance rentals. Next slide, please. Tonight, there are 3 regulatory options for your consideration. Known simply as the hosted ordinance, the enforcement ordinance option council requested the August 10th meeting, and the August 10th ordinance. Based on council's direction at the August 10th public hearing, this presentation will focus on the hosted ordinance and the enforcement ordinance. These 2 ordinances are designed to work together to put enforcement tools in place in the short term that would be superseded by long-term hosted regulations. These ordinances are the culmination of years of legislative review on behalf of the City Council, Zeracis, and the Planning Commission, and include over 10 public meetings. Next slide, please. On December 3rd, 2019, Council adopted Resolution 1953 to initiate the Local Coastal Program Amendment and Zoning Text Amendment for the hosted ordinance. At that time, Council directed staff to incorporate aspects of the City of Santa Monica's home sharing and vacation rental ordinance that was adopted in September of 2019. A key feature of which is the requirement that a host lives in the dwelling unit that is being rented. Council also identified certain provisions for customizing the ordinance to address conditions unique to Malibu, most notably in regards to hosting requirements and multifamily short-term rentals. The council directed that the ordinance require that a host lives on site of the property during the rental, but the ordinance need not require that the host live within the rented dwelling unit. In regards to multifamily short-term rentals, the council directed that up to 2 dwelling units on a multifamily parcel could be rented on a short-term basis without a host, provided that the other units are rented on a long-term basis. A public hearing on the hosted ordinance was planned and publicly noticed in March, but it was ultimately canceled due to the spread of the coronavirus. On June 8th, in the interest of moving this item forward, Council directed staff to schedule a virtual Planning Commission public hearing to review the proposed hosted ordinance and the associated local coastal program and zoning text amendments. A Planning Commission public hearing was held on July 29th. The Planning Commission adopted Resolution 2035. The resolution and a summary of the Planning Commission's comments was provided as part of tonight's staff report. Next slide, please. City staff has worked with staff from the City of Santa Monica and Michael Lustig to integrate the key provisions of the Santa Monica Ordinance into Malibu's codes and develop these amendments. The differences between the Santa Monica and Malibu ordinances are a result of Council's direction and the inherent differences between the two cities, including their existing municipal codes and regulations. Key differences are highlighted here, and I will discuss a few of them now. One difference, as mentioned before, is the proposed Malibu ordinance requires that the host lives on site during the rental to maintain an on-site presence, but is not required to be within the rented unit itself. To reflect this difference, the ordinance uses the word hosted short-term rental rather than home share, which is the term used by Santa Monica. Another key difference is that the proposed ordinance allows the owner or designated operator to serve as the host. Council had wanted to provide some limited flexibility here and allow owners who are primary residents to designate an operator to live on site and address issues on their behalf. Both ordinances require that the short-term rental or STR permit holders be primary residents and require applicants to submit proof of primary residency. The difference here is that Malibu documentation requirements are written to match the primary residency documentation requirements previously established for the city's Woolsey Fire fee waiver program. And again, as mentioned earlier, the Malibu ordinance allows up to 2 units on a multifamily parcel to be rented without a host. Santa Monica does not allow this, but it does allow long-term renters to obtain a short-term rental permit. The Malibu ordinance does not. Only multifamily property owners can apply for permits under the proposed Malibu system. And one more difference I'd like to point out is neighborhood notification. Once an STR permit is issued, the City of Malibu will notify, at the permit holder's expense, all neighbors within 500 feet, with the contact information for the owner or designated operator so that they can directly contact the on-site host with any concerns that may arise. This is not included in the Santa Monica ordinance. Next slide, please. The hosted ordinance creates an annual STR permit system with 2 distinct permit types, one for hosted STRs and one for multifamily STRs. Owners of single-family homes or condominiums can apply for hosted STR permits. Under the terms of the hosted STR permit, the owner or designated operator must live on site during the rental, be on site during evening hours between 8 p.m. and 6 a.m., and appear immediately if issues arise during this time, and appear within 1 hour of a phone call if rental issues arise during daytime hours between 6 a.m. and 8 p.m. Multifamily property owners can apply for a permit to rent up to 2 units on the parcel, provided that the other units are rented on a long-term basis. In recognition of the fact that the multifamily STR permit does not require an on-site host, the grounds for revocation of a multifamily permit are more stringent. Multifamily permits can be revoked after receiving 2 or more citations for violation in a 12-month period. Hosted STR permits are revocable after receiving 3 or more citations, unless those citations are related to noise violations. In such cases, STR permits are revocable upon the issuance of a second noise violation citation. Next slide, please. The STR permit system includes general requirements that apply to all rentals, some of which are highlighted on the slide before you. These include the requirement that owners provide a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week contact for addressing issues. This contact information will be provided to neighbors upon permit approval and to the public upon request. All short-term rentals must have an active on-site wastewater treatment system operating permit or be in compliance with the compliance agreement. All STR permits, it also establishes requirements for all STR advertisements, which include listing the permit number in the ad, specifying the maximum occupancy of the unit, and explicitly stating that the owner or designated operator will live on site during the rental if it is required. Lastly, it specifies the grounds for denial or revocation of permits and the permit appeal process. This provision of the permit system is key to providing the city with enforcement tools and the ability to prohibit nuisance rentals. Next slide, please. The ordinance includes provisions on hosting platform liability that mirror the Santa Monica ordinance. Among other things, they prohibit platforms from completing a booking transaction for any short-term rental that is not listed on the city's approved permit registry. It also includes a safe harbor provision. Next slide, please. After the staff report of this item was published, staff identified small changes it recommends to improve consistency and add clarity to issues raised in correspondence. First, the language of the safe harbor provision of the hosted ordinance included in the staff report has been updated based on how Santa Monica and other cities actually enforce their platform liability requirements. The updated language was inadvertently omitted from the draft ordinance and is provided on the slide before you. It expands the city's ability to gain compliance from hosting platforms. This updated language was already included in the enforcement ordinance presented on August 10th. Staff recommends including this language in the hosted ordinance so that not only will the two ordinances be consistent in language, but they will also offer the city a greater ability to administer the platform liability requirements. Next slide, please. The proposed hosted and enforcement ordinances stipulated that the STR permits cannot be transferred or assigned. This provision is not necessary because the ordinance already requires permit holders to amend the permits if there are changes. Failure to amend constitutes a violation, and operation of an STR is still prohibited unless conducted in compliance with the ordinance and its requirements. Lastly, the proposed text change involves inspection. Staff recommends that these sections in the hosted and enforcement ordinances be amended to include the phrase "in compliance with federal and state law." Staff recommends that these text changes be made in the appropriate sections of each ordinance. Next slide, please. The hosted ordinance LCPA serves to memorialize the permitted short-term rental uses specified in the zoning text amendment. The details of the STR permitting regulations are not included in the LCPA to allow them to be adjusted from time to time as needed, without having to get certification by the Coastal Commission. Coastal Commission staff provided brief preliminary comments on the local coastal program amendment at the Planning Commission hearing, which was incorporated in the amendment before you tonight. Next slide, please. On June 22nd, In response to resident concerns about short-term rentals and the need for regulation to address neighborhood impacts, Council directed staff to return with an update of zoning text amendment number 17002, last considered by Council on December 3rd, 2019, to establish short-term rental regulations and provide enforcement tools in the near term, while the hosted ordinances, LCPA and ZTA, are processed. On August 10th, staff presented the quote-unquote interim ordinance with a detailed 3-tier permitting system, and Council directed staff to return with a revised enforcement ordinance, removing primary residency requirements and multifamily limitations, and instead focusing solely on providing enforcement tools. The enforcement ordinance before you tonight does not change the uses currently allowed in the city, and instead imposes regulations to address nuisance issues and impacts on neighborhoods. It is intended to provide the city with enforcement tools to cite, fine, and ultimately prohibit problematic short-term rentals, while the hosted ordinances LCPA and ZTA are processed. If adopted, the enforcement ordinance will go into effect January 15th, 2021. If the hosted ordinances LCPA and ZTA are fully adopted as proposed, it would supersede the enforcement ordinance upon certification by the Coastal Commission. Next slide, please. The enforcement ordinance would create a permit system requiring all short-term rentals in the city to register for a short-term rental permit on an annual basis. No existing short-term rentals would be grandfathered in or be exempt from this requirement. In addition, the short-term rental permit system includes general requirements that are designed to mirror the hosted ordinance to make the transition from one to the other as seamless as possible. The general permit requirements are highlighted on the slide before you. They are essentially the same as the hosted ordinance, including platform liability, grounds for revocation and denial of permits, the fine structure, and can be put into place in the next few months. Next slide, please. That concludes my presentation on the proposed hosted ordinance and revised enforcement ordinance before you tonight. There have been some questions about next steps and enforcement in particular. I will now turn over the presentation to Planning Director Bonnie Blue to address these issues.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie.
So the next steps are to process take this the city council's direction, and if the ordinances are adopted, then for the hosted ordinance, the local coastal program amendment portion would be forwarded to the Coastal Commission staff for certification. The enforcement ordinance, if adopted as presented tonight, would go into effect in January of 2021. One of the questions that was brought up at the Planning Commission meeting that I wanted to address briefly here. I know there are a lot of public speakers that we want to get to, but I wanted to mention with respect to enforcement that as soon as we know what the City Council wants to put in place, we would be prioritizing resources and mobilizing to put those resources into effect to deal with and implement the ordinance that you select or ordinances that you select. One of the steps involved in this would be to return at the mid-year with options for staffing and things like that. And at this time tonight, if you have any input that you would like to provide related to that, we would be happy to take it. I also wanted to mention that with respect to the Planning Commission recommendations, the Commission, as always, put lots of time and thought into their recommendations, and those are memorialized in the attached Planning Commission resolution. Their recommendations differed somewhat from the staff's recommendations. However, most of the Planning Commission's recommendations were incorporated into the draft ordinances that we presented here. and where there were differences between staff recommendation and planning commission recommendations, those were highlighted in the staff report. That's all I was going to add. And I'm available for any questions along with Liz and Trevor.
Okay, thank you very much, Bonnie and Elizabeth. Let's get to the public speakers.
We have 33 public speakers for this item, so I'm going to read them all out in order and then call them one by one to speak.
Okay, thank you.
The speakers are Don Tollefson, Ian Balan, Masifa Meme, Lynn Norton, Dean Wenner, Nellie Reeves, Bruce Silverstein, Betty Jane Pike, Ernie Farhat, Joe Drummond, Colin Drummond, Susan Gregory, Steve Uring, John Mazza, Scott Dietrich, Craig Hill, Joey Goodman, Andrew Gombiner, Bill Sampson, Rosemary Sampson, Pat Healy, Nicholas Hale, Michael Lustig, Mark Maniscalco, Raha Gosnell, Graham Clifford, Mario Nito, Meme Balan, Nicole Williams, Ryan Embry, Monica Bizeno, Bliss Trafton, and Andy Lyon. The first speaker is Don Tollefson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you, Don.
Yeah, I think that the main concern right now with short-term rentals is the party houses, and I'd like to see you do something about that. And it looks like that's the intention. But if you say no parties, that's not going to work. You have to have some kind of a party fee or an event fee or an occupancy fee based on 2 per bedroom. Maybe $1,000 for such a fee, and no cover charge allowed. And once you do that, you're not going to have parties, or you might have a party or 2, but you're not going to have very many parties. So my main concern is the parties, because a lot of people complain about them. I think it's a small percentage, but they complain pretty vociferously. The TOT, I'm concerned it's only 12%. I think we talked about this, about raising the TOT. Malibu is a great place to go, and I don't see why the TOT isn't as much as it could possibly be. And I'd like to know what that TOT could be raised to. And the TOT from VRBO should come directly to the city of Malibu. It shouldn't come to the short-term rental owner and then to the city of Malibu for obvious reasons. And the final thing is, I think that it's great to think that this is going to get passed tonight and everything like that, but this is my 5th meeting. So in the event that it doesn't get passed, I would really like to see you do a temporary freeze until you get this thing sorted out. And I've got about 1.5 minutes left. I'd like to ask Trevor if there's any reason why we couldn't have a temporary freeze on vacation rentals until all this gets sorted out. Is that possible? Is Trevor here? Are you there?
I'm here, but we can address it after the public comment.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. And I guess that's it then.
Thank you, Don.
Mm-hmm.
Our next speaker is Ian Balan.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to address 3 things. One has to do with the timing and the tax consequences, and then specifically the on-site requirement and the 500 feet requirement. The problem that seems to be here has to do with parties. And the way to address parties has to do with permitting, not to also restrict rentals of houses where there aren't problems with parties. For example, the house that we have a no party rule. We've never had a party. We've never had a renter who has parties. But the people who rent in our property will not be able to come to Malibu if you eliminate short-term rentals or require people on site. On-site makes sense for condominiums. It doesn't make sense for standalone homes. So for people like us, all of that tax revenue during a recession is going to go to the city of Santa Monica, which has lots and lots of hotels. The people who come for short-term rentals of standalone homes are people who come for 3 days, for 4 days, and they're paying tax, they're using local restaurants, they're using local stores. All that tax revenue is going to go to Santa Monica that has the hotel rooms because they don't have it here. And it goes to timing. I feel like this is being rushed through. What is the rush? Has the city studied how much tax revenue you're going to lose by doing this? I understand there's a problem with parties, and the problem with parties is primarily with condominiums, and your regulation absolutely addresses condominiums. But for standalone homes like ours, it really doesn't. The on-site requirement is not reasonable for homes. We live a couple of miles away from the house that we rent. We can be there within an hour. We can be there within 15 minutes. But if you require us to live there, we can't rent out the home. We bought that home because we'd like to retire there, and we can't afford to have it unless we're able to use short-term rental like Airbnb. And if we have to do that, then we're going to have to sell it. If this regulation is rammed through on the timetable that you're talking about, we're going to have to sell it. I want to know if the city council has considered how much tax revenue are you going to lose from people like us, and what is the impact on the local economy if by ramming this through you force people like us to sell the houses because we can't afford to rent them, and you know, it's only going to be, you know, the richest people who can come in and do 30-day plus rentals. The people who are coming in on these shorter rentals are bringing revenue to the city that you're getting rid of. And we're not responsible for the parties. Parties is a problem, but that's not our parties. Finally, giving neighbors contact information is a great idea, but you should not give them a veto because otherwise you're going to set neighbor against neighbor, and that's not really fair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ian.
Our next speaker is Masifa Amin, but she does not appear to be in the meeting, so we can try to circle back to her at the end.
Okay, thank you.
So our next speaker will be Lynn Norton.
Okay.
Hello again.
Hi, Lynn.
So in my view, this issue is not primarily about party houses and nuisances, although that is the tip of the iceberg. It's about having neighborhoods and where people who live there are your neighbors. And the home sharing ordinance in Santa Monica will protect that. But the main thing in the draft of this ordinance is the concept of designated operators really just takes that away, takes that protection away. And I'll give an example. So if you have an ordinance and it requires that the property owner is the person who pulls the short-term rental permit, but then allows anybody to be a designated operator, it could be a different person every week, it could be somebody who themselves is from out of town, then we have houses in our neighborhoods with no real neighbors in them. So the reason why I'm saying that is because, for example, for someone to demonstrate that a house is their primary residence, it's just a legal technicality. All they need is a driver's license and then to refrain from calling any other property their permanent residence. They don't actually need to have any presence in that home or in that neighborhood. No one's going to monitor how often a quote unquote primary residence comes home to their home. Anybody could buy a home, call it their permanent residence, their primary residence, and basically they could be doing short-term rentals 365 days a year there with a designated operator or any different designated operators, which is basically like having a hotel manager. And then they could have their significant other do that with another property. So it really doesn't solve the problem. The whole beauty of the thing that they did in Santa Monica was to make it a home sharing ordinance. And I feel like we've really strayed from that. And I hope that you will address this issue of the designated operator. I know that there was some desire to, be concerned about people who want to go on vacation, and then obviously they can't be there at that time. But that's something that people do once or twice a year. It's not something that they need to be able to do all year round, which is what basically our ordinance would allow at this point. So on one other point is, I'd like to ask each of you, any of you who supports the idea of allowing multi-family, multi-unit apartments to have short-term rentals in them and no permanent resident, to explain your rationale for that, because I feel like by doing that, we're not showing any solidarity with the people who are long-term residents who live in those complexes and who also would like to have a neighborhood with real neighbors and not have a steady stream of visitors next door. And it is also it's encouraging Malibu to lose 40 to 50% potentially of its more affordable housing stock, which is also a significant potential for school enrollment, all to allow those units to go to short-term rentals. It's not good for our city in any way. It's not good for our neighbors. And we shouldn't be doing it just because somebody told you that that's how they make money and that they want to do that. So that's my comments. And please look at my notes that I sent you too, because there's comments about the process I'm asking you to consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lynn.
Our next speaker is Dean Wenner.
Hello?
Hi, Dean. We can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your diligence on this matter and taking the time to do it right. I'm sure you're being subjected to a lot of community pressure, obviously. Thank you for your fairness and objectivity in listening and taking into account all comments relative to this issue. I did submit rather detailed comments. I hope they weren't too voluminous and you have the chance to take a look at them. I'm against both the LCPA and the ZTAs. I am in favor of helping and empowering the city to use its current enforcement tools better and to provide and implement limited and results-oriented enforcement tools against nuisance properties. Owners must be held accountable to act respectfully and cordially within the community. Revisions or additions could be made more easily to city code and not via zoning or LCPA. My objection on each is the ZTA without the LCPA is not proper action and a known deviation from protocol. It's really not an option. The ZTA LCPA draft, including a permit system, is not proper as it effectively introduces a business license for STRs. Malibu does not issue business licenses and has adopted LA County code. LA County does not require a business license for STRs. Adopting a regulatory system similar to Santa Monica is a reaction to follow a perceived legal path to a ban. It is an incorrect application of the intent and drivers for Santa Monica action. Santa Monica never allowed STRs prior to their ordinance. The action for the ordinance was driven to regain control of housing stock as owners abused the approval they were granted to build housing stock intended for long-term use, only to illegally use it for STRs. The action for ordinance was driven by the intensification of a non-conforming issue, which was illegal STRs across Santa Monica. Santa Monica ordinance grants greater private property rights to owners as STRs are now legal when they were illegal before the ordinance. None of these items are applicable in Malibu, so the basis to adopt it is misfounded at the least and an attempt to ban STRs at the worst. Restricting and limiting existing rights is not consistent with city values or plan. This action is not justified and would be punitive to lawful and respectful residents and not in the spirit of ex post facto protection intent inherent in state and federal law. And aside, all we simply need to do is the right thing. In summary, do not adopt an ordinance that reduces owner rights. Protecting owner rights is paramount. Do not implement a permit system for residential properties. It would be equivalent to issuing a business license. Focus on compliant documentation with code enforcement to enable and empower action and results as recently demonstrated. Airbnb gets it, believe it or not. We raised an issue and they dealt with it quickly. If others don't get it, we'll take action such that they will. Sound documentation for code enforcement enables it. There is no option other than to be respectful and neighborly. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean.
Our next speaker is Nellie Reeves, but she isn't present in the meeting right now, so we'll try to circle back to her at the end. So our next speaker now will be Bruce Silverstein.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yep, I can hear you, Bruce.
Great, thank you. So good evening once again. You know, when I hear STRs, I almost think they're going to say STDs because I think that's the way a lot of community members think of them. I don't understand the staff versus planning issue that staff continues to make changes to what the Planning Commission proposes. You know, we've had a discussion before about the fact that City Council sets policy, City Manager implements. It's the City Commission is the City Council's arm and the city staff is the city manager's arm. So city staff's supposed to implement the commission, not the other way around. Lynn Norton's comments were excellent, and her point about the designated operator. I mean, basically, you're creating an exception that swallows the rule. It's as it is, the Santa Monica ordinance is more flexible than you need to be, and you need to be as less flexible. But by making exceptions to that, you're just giving away the farm. It's as if you don't want to regulate the STRs. And that brings me to what I think is really going on. You don't really want to regulate the STRs, or actually the city council doesn't. It's no secret the city manager and some members of city council have no problem with short-term rentals. Substantial tax revenue they produce for the city is desired by the staff, by the city manager. Malibu is far more than a city. It's a unique and serene environment, a place of exquisite natural beauty, and the home of a community of people who wish to live in harmony with nature. It's a matter of political happenstance that the true Malibu just happens to be situated geographically in the artificial boundaries of the city of Malibu. And it's contrary to the will of the residents of the real Malibu that the city of Malibu permit the true Malibu to become a community of mini hotels with a revolving door of transient tourists. The city of Malibu's proposed solution is an ordinance that will permit short-term rentals only on property that's a principal residence of the property owner. That makes sense. And again, the designated operator doesn't. I don't know whether this is an effort to wring out further revenue before the tax tap is closed, whether public servants responsible for bringing the ordinance forward for approval are not competent, or some other reason, but it's clear that we're not getting the ordinance that's promised and which is long overdue. Lastly, and I've said before, the latest roadblock or a continuing roadblock is that the city manager and city attorney keep telling you that you need to go to coastal. You have to do this as a zoning ordinance. You can do it as a general municipal ordinance. You don't need, at least it's not clear that you have to go to coastal. The city attorney keeps repeatedly and falsely insisting, contrary to the city's best interests, that the law is clear. You keep being told by the staff that the current law is not being changed with the temporary ordinance. The current law is that short-term rentals are not zoned in residential neighborhoods. You're giving away the farm. Community spoken loudly.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Betty Jane Pike.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Honorable council members, my name is Betty Jane Pike. I am the sister of Larry Stuppy, who has spoken many times before. I am speaking in opposition to the measure as it is drafted. We are owners of 33334 PCH. It has been in the family for 72 years and regularly enjoyed by my siblings. There are 5 generations in total. We have also rented it without any incidents during this period, and it defrays our expenses. It is true that my siblings and I have inherited the property and currently have custody of it until then. And over the years, we have hiked the hills and cleaned the beaches, cared for the wildlife. We also do not want to see the character or quality of life in Malibu to be degraded. While we may not be classified formally as residents of Malibu, my family has been interested in the affairs of Malibu. We have helped protect the coast and local residents by assisting in placement of boulders to protect the bluffs from collapsing. We have given access to fire trucks to protect property during fires, and on one occasion allowed them to use our home to coordinate firefighting activities. We have supported Malibu charities, supported the fine arts. We have attended the Church at Our Lady of Malibu. We have delivered donations of food. We have also managed our property with great care and with consideration for our neighbors. We have employed a local property manager for years and are careful to whom we rent and have had no complaints. We certainly do not want the beach house to be used as a party house. My family and I believe the owner occupancy requirement is an onerous requirement designed to virtually eliminate all short-term rentals. This seems exceptionally harsh and broad. It tells the world that Malibu wants to be an exclusive enclave for the privileged few and doesn't want visitors to enjoy the natural beauty of its beaches or mountains. We would hope that the measure could be amended to make the owner occupancy requirement apply only to locations that have been cited for violating city ordinances. Absent that, we would petition to be included on the list of properties exempt from this rule. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Ernie Farhat. He is not present in the meeting right now, so we'll try to circle back to him. So we'll hear from Joe Drummond next.
Hi there.
Hi, Joe.
Honorable Mayor Pearson and City Council, we hope City Council can introduce common sense regulation with enforcement, but also reasonably accommodate Malibu homeowners who supplement their incomes for a short period of time during the holiday seasons, as opposed to many that do so full time. Having an on-site host for people who rent out their primary residence only 4 to 8 weeks per year, 1 week minimum at a time, would essentially end this type of rental in our neighborhoods, and the quiet, kind guests that come and stay with us that are just like our own family, that bother no one and should be welcomed into the community. When we go out of town, we prefer our home to be accommodated rather than empty. An on-site host requirement will also stop the much needed DOT that provides revenue for our already severely cut city budget. We fill a need in the city and also meet our own financial requirements for college and property taxes with short-term rental of our primary residence. If you are comparing Santa Monica, we in Malibu are filling an access need as there are nowhere near as many hotel rooms available or places to stay. Perhaps a separate permit can be obtained for primary residence homeowners like ourselves that do not require an on-site host, but a 24/7 emergency call response from a neighbor on the street with a key. The better option to an on-site host requirement would be to limit the number of days allowed during the year, i.e. 60 days max. As one resident put in the letter to the editor in the August 27th Malibu Times, the problem isn't when a Malibu resident wants to take in vacationers to make ends meet. The problem is with people who buy a house in Malibu that they don't use as their residence, but purely as an STR business. They are stealing a piece of our neighborhoods for their profit, putting a de facto hotel. Also, it infringes on our privacy to notice neighbors of the STR permit we hold, so that should be removed from the ordinance. The ordinance should make reasonable accommodations for two plainly different scenarios, such as part-time renters as opposed to full-time renters. We also would hope that they do not raise the already high TOT 12% tax to 15%. This is a fair chunk out of the earnings that, again, go towards our property taxes, etc. Thank you for your consideration in this matter and looking out for the little guys in Malibu.
Thank you, Joe.
And the next speaker is Colin Drummond.
Thank you. Dear Honorable Mayor Pearson and City Council, we support common sense regulation of short-term rentals to increase enforcement and accountability, but in a way that is consistent with how it's been permitted for years in Malibu. We take exception to the on-site requirement as it will lead to the following issues. Number one, it will force many Malibu homeowners who rely on rental income to sell. This is unethical at a minimum and likely illegal, given that these homeowners have made important financial decisions on a set of pre-existing circumstances, namely being able to rent out their entire homes on a short-term basis. With the pandemic in full swing and with many homeowners under the gun, this now seems even borderline heartless. Number two, it will dramatically restrict overnight visitor access to Malibu. Visitors have a handful of hotels to choose from compared to Santa Monica, so they rely on short-term rentals. Santa Monica has over 3,000 hotel rooms and has never allowed STRs. Basing new regulations on the Santa Monica laws are apples and oranges. By requiring on-site hosts, you are making Malibu seem even more NIMBY, not in my backyard, elitist enclave that it is already seen. Number three, will reduce city revenue already hit by Woolsey and COVID. The proposed regulations, with the glaring exception of the on-site host requirement, do a good job of making sure hosts, the city, and the Sheriff's Department responsibly manage short-term rentals. The on-site requirement will sharply curtail rentals and therefore city revenue through the TOT. Number four, it is a cynical misdirect from the real issue, which is enforcement. There are several common sense proposed regulations that adequately and directly address enforcement. It is incumbent on the city in partnership with the Sheriff's Department to follow through on this. Airbnb also appear to finally be stepping up to take responsibility and ensuring bad actors are dealt with systematically. Requiring on-site hosts can be likened to using a sledgehammer to kill a fly. It's so overboard that it could only be interpreted as an attempt to outright outlaw short-term rentals. In summary, please remove the on-site host requirement from the proposed STR ordinance and approve it to bring common sense regulation for the betterment of the city, of all Malibu residents and visitors. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin.
Our next speaker would be Susan Gregory, but she is not present in the meeting right now. So we'll hear from Steve Uri next and circle back to Susan at the end.
Okay.
Good evening, Council.
I hear you, Steve.
Okay. A couple things. You received an email from Lynn Norton, John Mazza, and Craig Hill, which I thought had some excellent points in them. So I hope you read those. I'm not going to, they can speak for themselves. One of the items I could not find in the ordinance is any requirement to have the permit number posted on the advertisement for the property. And I think that's a key if you're going to have somebody actually do any kind of enforcement. And my final issue deals with enforcement. Basically, the way it's set up right now, you're not going to know how you're going to enforce this thing, how many people you're going to need, how that enforcement will be conducted, how you're going to pay for it until sometime in January after the ordinance has already become effective. And that seems a little bit backward. I would think that what we want to do is the minute that ordinance is adopted, we want to have the enforcement in place to do that. One way to do that, just a suggestion, for me, I would impose a $1,000 fee for a permit for any short-term rentals. And I would give the people until December of this year to come in and get a permit for that $1,000. And if they fail to do within that $1,000, the potential could be when I get to next year's budget, that price could go up. So there could be an incentive for those people to come in and get their permits this year, save themselves some money for next year, and at the same time will enable us to start funding an enforcement effort. We know how much money we have when we get that going, and it may enable us to bring in somewhere between $200,000 and $400,000 before the end of the year. So something you can think about, a different way to solve the problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Mazza.
There you go. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, John.
Okay. Obviously, there's a lot more than 3 minutes, so I'm just going to rush through this. And I'm going to cover what the Planning Commission did. We got instructions from you to vary as little as we could from the Santa Monica ordinance and review the ordinance that was presented to us. So we did very little to change it, but we did things that were very important. And we had a 5-0 decision, which, as you know, is super rare on the Planning Commission. So I just want to go through a couple of things I put in my memo. And one is you have a ban on, you include guest houses. And if you read the code and you read your ordinance, it is impossible for you to approve including guest houses. And the reason for that is that a short-term rental is defined in your code as a dwelling, okay? And guest houses are not dwellings because a dwelling unit, per our code and per this ordinance, has to have a kitchen. And if you look under the definition of a guest house, it has no kitchen, okay? It cannot have a kitchen. And also, it cannot be rented. So you're changing the law in several ways. And one is, let's make guest houses rentable only for short-term renters. They can't be rented by month or year, just short-term. Now, why can't you just change the language? Well, it requires your short-term rental unit has to follow the codes, the municipal code and the state codes. So there is not a single guest house in Malibu that was permitted, if it's permitted as a guest house, with a kitchen, which means that every single guest house has to go through and get a CDP to put in a kitchen. And this is something that isn't going to happen. So it's important that you realize this. If you pass this the way it is, it cannot be enforced. It cannot be enforced. and it is in violation of its own ordinance. It says right in the ordinance we're passing, you want to pass tonight, that it can't be imposed. Okay, that's one thing. So you have, it's not something you can just pick out of the air, and we considered that. Now, the other thing that is really disturbing is we suggested the Council Policy 43 be eliminated for guest houses. And there's several reasons for this. Number one, it's a neighborhood problem. It's not an individual problem. So you have to rely on a individual to make a complaint. Am I out of time? And make a complaint and not the neighborhood. And the Council Policy number 43, if you read it very quickly, is the only thing the code enforcement officer can enforce on his own is public health and safety, ongoing.
John, now your time is up.
Okay, I hope you read my memo.
Thank you, John. We did.
Our next speaker is Scott Dietrich.
I am unmuted now.
I hear you.
Council once again. You know, this has been going on for many, many meetings, and you guys have put a huge amount of effort, and so has staff and Planning Commission. And I think we're getting really close to having something that's good, that'll work. There was a couple things, however, and we're trying to balance individual property rights and the impact on our schools and our neighborhoods and those who will participate. And we know that residents, tenants of short-term rentals don't participate in our civic life, though they bring money in. So first of all, I don't understand what John's saying about the guest house. I have a permitted guest house built 97 after the 93 old Topanga affair. It's a kitchen. So I'm at a loss. I don't get why he says they don't. But a couple things I think we need to change. Under multifamily, you get 2 units with nobody to supervise. Well, what if you got a duplex? I guess you can use both units. What if you have a triplex? You can use 2 out of 3. I don't think, or a quad 2 out of 4. I don't think that's right. I think there should be a further limitation, 2 or 25% of the total number of units. Secondly, as I listened to Colin and Joe and a couple of the other people, I think we need an amendment for people who do live in their house, but when they go on vacation, they rent it for short term. I wouldn't say 60 days is right, but I think we could have an amendment to that effect. Last, one of the things, and I'm not quite sure if this came from planning or staff, it said that all complaints could not be anonymous. No, I think we're on the wrong track there. I think that complaints don't need to be, you don't have to give the name out because that could cause retribution. Or they may, I don't know about anonymous complaints, but if the guy complains to our enforcement officer, the enforcement officer can keep that confidential if the person asks for it. And I think those would make, some adjustments. And other than that, I think we're really on the right track here. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Our next speaker is Craig Hill.
Okay, the issue isn't bad apples. The Carmel case gives us the legal baseline. All STRs threaten residential character. And then you have your policy 15, the general welfare of the city's residents shall always be considered as primary to any special interests. Evidently, there are more STRs than host compliance is accounting for. As their numbers pencil out, STRs are 1/13 of the housing stock, but in my neighborhood, they're 1/3 of the houses, over 4 times that reported rate. Plus, my rustic neighborhood is much less of a vacation destination than, say, Malibu Road. Only one in my neighborhood is owner occupied. So it appears that STRs may be a bigger cause of our 40% census response than host compliance data indicates. Michael Lustig recommended a different company. I don't recall which one, but I recall his argument making sense. Meanwhile, I've not heard a logical argument that the hosted ordinance must be approved by coastal, just assertions. Whereas several attorneys have made compelling arguments that it doesn't need an LCPA, that it's a quote, valid exercise of the city's police power. That's from the Hayek decision found in the Santa Monica ordinance. It doesn't need to go to coastal. But if you prefer a belt and braces approach, then pass the ordinance with a 6-month grace period and send it simultaneously to coastal for comments, if they have any, because they've only had a few very minor suggestions so far. If you were to wait for coastal, then you'd be in effect creating 2 sequential waiting periods, first for coastal, then the 6-month grace period. Further, if you would pass it now with the grace period, then you needn't bother with the interim enforcement ZTA starting in January, because that'll be winter with less outdoor partying. Otherwise, 2 different regimes in a row would cause confusion for some operators, and you can make one regime with a short grace period because the backup plan for most operators will simply be to rent long-term. Easy. Another problematic aspect of 2 regimes is that the enforcement ordinance would legitimize STRs that are currently illegal in residential zones. And 6 months later, delegitimize them. You can bet some smarty will say, hey, you agreed I have a right to my STR, so this is a taking. Next, designated operator. Doesn't make sense, but if you're going to have them, if they're going to be a quasi-resident, let's make sure they don't move around. Specify that they shall not switch their registration to more than 1 unique STR in a given year. Also, no more than 2 units per property, 1 resident, 1 guest. Otherwise, if you let each permit include 2 listings, then you're potentially tripling the parking impact. So maybe allow 2 listings per permit only if they have at least 6 to 8 off-street parking spaces. Finally, please allow anonymous complaints to be investigated. Instead of saying, but we don't do that for other violations, say, once we've done it for this, then we can begin to apply it to other cases in the future, all part of getting some code enforcement with more teeth. I agree with some idea of a short vacation amendment, not 60 days, but shorter. And also, you've so far got too many units in multifamily. That should be reduced for those under 4. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joey Goodman.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Joey.
Firstly, I want to thank you all for hearing a litany of complaints and requests for help, both personal and via email and in person. I guess I find myself in a unique position here. I hear a lot of people have a very macro view of enforcement or short-term rentals. I have a very micro or selfish one, I guess. I happen to live across the street from I believe is what Airbnb concluded was the party house in Malibu. And I believe it has been taken off of their listing. I guess I got confused when I did speak with most of you. I did think that we were going to have an enforcement provision or ordinance looked at or refined and passed that would actually address the issues that I have with the operator Madison Group. The property address is 3833 Paseo Hidalgo. And I would like to, I guess, at a later date, maybe you could explain how the problems have arisen about applying an enforcement ordinance. Because I'm briefly going to try and read some correspondence sent from my neighbor, Madison Group. Our office has been retained by Fred Faramond and Raymond Partovi, the owners of the above referenced premises. This letter will serve as a formal cease and desist letter requesting that you refrain from interfering with any tenant, prospective tenant, buyer, and or occupant at the premises. According to my clients and their real estate agents, you have over the past year consistently interfered with my client's prospective business advantage by interfering with the sale of the property and bothering their Airbnb tenants. My client has lost at least 2 recent buyers because of your actions. You repeatedly harass and intimidate anyone who comes to the property. You yell at people as they drive up to the property and tell them that this is a party house, and tell malicious lies to prevent anyone from buying the property. Recently, a potential buyer came to the property, and after 2 minutes, you came out and yelled and insulted the person. They told the owner that they would have called the police because they felt so uncomfortable, but instead they just left. Needless to say, the potential buyer said they were no longer interested in the property. You also harassed.
Joey, your time is up.
Airbnb and disparaged the owner. You called one of their Airbnb tenants a racial slur. This behavior must stop immediately. You are hereby put on notice that you must refrain from contacting any potential buyers, engage in any conversation with any resident or tenant, or disparage the owners of the property in any way. If you fail to stop this harassing behavior immediately, then we have been instructed by our client to file a restraining order and a civil action for damages. I have had 30 sheriff responses to this property. I am now supposedly being defamed by this recalcitrant owner, right? I have asked and dealt with all of your code enforcement, and all I've heard is that there is no ordinance to enforce. I appreciate that you are in that position, but I find it difficult that we cannot find some fashion to assist.
Joey, we hear you. That's what we're working on tonight.
Okay, thank you. I'm just confused by perhaps some of the wordage of it can't be done, or an on-site host is the only way to go.
Well, I'll gladly talk with you this week and we can discuss it.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate it. And thank you.
Our next speaker would be Andrew Gombiner, but he's not currently present in the meeting, so we'll try to come back to him. And now we can hear from Bill Sampson.
Mayor, before Bill starts, if there's any other speakers that aren't in the meeting, I would just move that we don't allow them to speak, because people are clearly not present, and we're going to be going back to 20 or 30 minutes at the end of this.
I saw one or two of the speakers were there after they missed their turn, so we'll see when we get to the end.
Try saying, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, Bill, go ahead.
Hello, hello?
I can hear you, Bill.
No, this is Andy Gombiner.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Sorry.
Okay.
Can I?
Hang on one second. All right, Andrew, we hear you. Sorry about that.
Okay. Good evening. In short, I urge you to adopt the enforcement ordinance and hosted ordinance number 472 as drafted by your staff. The hosted ordinance is a fair compromise that would preserve about half of the apartments in Malibu as long-term rentals, while at the same time provide much needed visitor accommodations. Meanwhile, the interim enforcement ordinance will give Malibu the tools it needs to protect the neighbors of disrespectful hosts. Christy Hogan has strongly encouraged an interim ordinance with only enforcement provisions so as not to require approval from the Coastal Commission. Her concerns are underscored by a recent Los Angeles Superior Court ruling against the city of Manhattan Beach. In 2016, the chairman of the Coastal Commission issued a statement affirming that regulations on short-term rentals should be achieved through LCPs. But in 2019, Manhattan Beach unilaterally enacted a ban with the rationale that it represented no real change, that short-term rentals had never been allowed under city code. In July 2020, Judge Chalfant rejected this argument and ruled, quote, "The city may not avoid its duty to seek commission approval of its STR ban in the coastal zone as an LCP amendment, and must refrain from enforcing these prohibitions in the coastal zone without the commission's approval," end quote. I also urge you to support staff's recommendation of 2 STRs per multifamily building, as it treats all multifamily properties and their owners equally. Applying a 40% limit does not treat multifamily buildings equally. Duplexes would not be permitted to have any STRs. 3 and 4 unit buildings would only be allowed 1, and 10 unit buildings would be allowed 4 STRs. Here's another perspective. There is a 6 unit building located at 22852 PCH that's about 5,100 square feet and consists of 8 bedrooms and 10 bathrooms. My building on Malibu Road is about 6,000 square feet and consists of 9 bedrooms and 11 bathrooms. Why should my larger building with more bedrooms and bathrooms only be allowed 1 STR and this other building be allowed 2, simply because my building is 3 units and the other is 6 units? To conclude, people who respect their neighbors should not be subjected to overregulation meant to stop the problems created by a few bad actors. The interim enforcement ordinance and the hosted ordinance before you are a thoughtful response to what has clearly been a vexing problem for the city. Please do the right thing for the future of Malibu and approve these ordinances as drafted by staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
And our next speaker will be Bill Sampson.
Am I on?
Yep, I hear you, Bill.
Thank you. Malibu will maintain its rural character by establishing programs and policies that avoid suburbanization and commercialization of its natural and cultural resources. That's a portion of the mission statement as embodied in current municipal code section 17.02.030. How does turning our residential area into a motel zone advance that cause? It does not. I have heard quite a bit about people saying, well, there aren't any parties here. I quit drinking 42 years ago. However, I do remember in evaluating wines, if you're looking at $2 Chuck or the equivalent, you look for absence of flaws. If you want to get good wine, and Malibu is good enough to have good wine, you look for presence of virtues. Our virtue is we are not commercialized on our residential areas. We are not suburbanized. I have also heard quite a bit about a designated operator. I would commend all of you council people to think about one of the 2 motels on my street. It is an Airbnb unit. It is operated by something called Avant Stay. That's AVANTSTAY. In the past, I have sent you information on that outfit. They have gotten through their angel round of financing. They're working on the next round of financing. I am sure that they would also like to go public as Airbnb. They have nothing whatsoever to do with our neighborhood. The current motel, the worst one, claims to have 5 bedrooms. It's permitted for 4. It is advertised, you can put 16 people in it. They have done that. That is not the presence of a virtue. Not one of those people pays a single dollar of ADA to our schools. Not one of these places operated as a motel contributes to our schools. None of them go to the Optimist Club. None of them join the Kiwanis Club. They might go to our churches once. However, they contribute nothing to our civic life, and we should be in the business of seeking excellence. Having motels in residential areas is the exact opposite of that. There are some discussion of enforcement. Current law does not permit motels in our residential areas. Staff and this body for over 6 years have failed completely to enforce our current law. Why do you think that this complex law will be any different? Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Our next speaker is Rosemary Sampson.
Oh, she would be on my computer, and
I'm here.
You want to go, me too?
Well, I can say at this point, this is Rosemary, and just keep Bill up there because I didn't sign into my computer. I agree with Bill. I do not believe that our 13,000 resident city can be compared to places like Santa Monica or any other places. Our stock of houses, 400 plus have been lost in the fire. We need to put residents in those houses. We need to keep residences. We need to keep our people in our residences, not guests in our residences. Guests don't attend school. They don't participate in civic duties. We are killing our city by making Airbnb prioritized over the residents, and it is really sad. We do not have affordable housing. If they buy these places up, they make them into hotels, we lose our residences. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary.
Our next speaker is Pat Healy.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Pat.
Okay, thank you. Slow Growth has the following comments. 1, allow owner to have only one short-term rental on their property, and the operator should be the owner or a family member. 2, guest houses shouldn't be allowed for short-term rentals. Please consider guest houses are needed to meet the 6th cycle of affordable housing. And also, staff recommended that guest houses be used for accessory dwelling units. So you can't have everything that staff is recommending. If guest houses are allowed, it will defeat these uses and will result in more development. Short-term rentals shouldn't be allowed to park on the street. If there isn't enough on-site parking, short-term renters should carpool or use Uber or Lyft or a similar mode of transportation. Proof of short-term rental property ownership should be annually provided to the city, and proof of their principal residence should be by providing a current property tax bill with the homeowner exemption at that address, plus one other identification. What staff recommends is too easy to get around. Limit the number of days a year a residence can be rented short-term, so it's not a year-round business. All short-term rental complaints should be investigated and citations given where appropriate. Tenants of apartment buildings and neighbors should not have to identify themselves to prevent retaliation and harassment. And thank you for listening to these comments.
Thank you, Pat.
Our next speaker is Nicholas Hale.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Nicholas.
Wonderful, thank you. Just want to propose a possible solution, maybe something that might be added to the wording. I think that some of the rules are a little impossible, considering that a lot of the homes that are single-family residences are nearly impossible to occupy at the same time rent out. What I propose is that the city requires every owner that has a permit to conduct business with their home as an STR and it cannot accommodate an on-site manager to employ a short-term rental management company. This would be at the owner's expense, not the city's. This will save the loss of over $2 million in tax revenue per year, which the city desperately needs, and puts the responsibility and expense upon the property owner. Also, with the tax revenue that the city is currently receiving, I think it is sensible to say that they can afford an employee or two that can oversee any other complaints that may come through beyond their control. And I'm curious to know why this has not been done. STR management companies make all the neighbors around their property within the 500 feet automatically aware that there is a short-term rental going on. They will be the ones to receive the complaints directly. They will further take the stress off the city. They give the neighbors their direct contact information so they can report anything easily. Furthermore, they have the direct contact information of the guests and can resolve this far more quickly than any other avenue. The STR management companies must send a representative out to the property at any hour to resolve a problem of a party or otherwise, even if it means calling the authorities. Malibu is not Santa Monica, and we need rules and regulations that are more customized to Malibu. Malibu is a vacation destination, and it always will be, and we do not have any resorts here. I employ the City Council to consider the requirement of short-term rental owners that cannot accommodate an on-site manager to have the use or must have the use of a short-term rental management company as a solution instead of killing capitalism, decreasing the city's tax revenue, and stepping on the basic rights of property owners. I have mentioned this in the past before, and not one City Council member has brought it to point of discussion after I have spoken. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas.
Our next speaker is Michael Lustig.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Michael.
There we go. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. First, on a technical level, Craig Hill, you studied, you know it, you got it cold. He's exactly right what he was saying. And those comments, I second them all. This issue has never been about nuisances, ever. That's what they want us to talk about. They want us to fight about nuisances. But the thing that it's about is, had Airbnb come to the city in 2008 and said, hey, we're gonna deplete 10 to 15% of your total housing inventory, and we're gonna turn it into commercial businesses and residential. Every single one of you would have said no. But what they said was, hey, we're just here, trying to make ends meet, trying to keep people in their houses. And it was a lie. It was more than a lie, it was bullshit. And so we came and we learned and we fought and we learned and we learned and we passed an accepted an ordinance in December. And that's what we need. It's the right thing. It needs a few tweaks. We do not need an interim ordinance because it won't work. And at the last hearing, Riva told us that she's not going to hire any enforcement people, dedicated enforcement people. And right there, that tells me that if you vote for the enforcement ordinance, then you're gullible. So it's one thing. Let's finish the Santa Monica version. Let's pass it. Let's set an implementation date and let's go to Coastal Commission simultaneously. That's the route. And again, what Craig said was, we hear assertions. Show us the written language in the law that says that Coastal Commission has the right to, delay us until 2023. So that's all I got to say. Stick to the thing that you decided on in December. Let's do it. Let's get it done. Host on site is what solves all the problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael.
Our next speaker is Mark Moniscalco.
Okay, everybody. First, I want to thank all the city council members that take the time to talk to me directly on the phone. As you all know, I have a multi-family building on Malibu Road, and I use one unit as my primary residence, one unit rented out to local Malibu business owner, and my two other units are used as short-term rentals. I have 0 code violations on record, 0 complaints from any of my neighbors. I'm an owner-operator and have strict guidelines for who rents my property. I have 8 parking spots on property and assign them to each guest, and properly monitor the amount of guests in each unit. This model works and is exactly how one of the drafts of the ordinance is written in front of you. This model has 0 impact on the community. My long-term renter of 3 years also sent in testimony that she has no issues with the hybrid building with short-term rentals, and she gets a lot of perks because of it. Freshly painted building, an apartment, maid service, new laundry machine, new cooking appliances, new security dates, and most importantly, reduced rent. The Planning Commission did try to change the amount of units that can be rented in a multi-family building down to 40%, which would only give me 1 unit. This is unfair and not necessary. I have never displaced anyone, and an owner-operator like myself can easily manage 2 units and have no burden on the community. No owner-operator or somebody with a manager is going to let their short-term rentals get out of control if it is their own building that they call home to. I have a homemade welcome guide in all of my units for my guests. I have menus for all the local Malibu restaurants. Ask the Malibu local restaurant owners where the majority of the revenue comes from. It's the short-term rental crowd. Most of the Uber Eats and Postmate orders originate from first-time customers, according to local Malibu restaurants. Who do you think those people are? It is not a good time to make it even more difficult for those businesses to survive. During the Malibu fires 2 years ago, short-term rentals were a great advantage to the city. There were hundreds of displaced Malibu residents that needed temporary housing while they were waiting for their power to be turned back on or waiting for their home to be fumigated. Malibu's current hotel stock was not even close to being enough to support those displaced citizens. Short-term rentals also provide very much needed housing for Pepperdine parents who come to visit their kids at school or for graduation. I understand that there are a few bad hosts out there. I've definitely seen them. I see how owners that live far away have no care for the community or who they rent to. These are corporations, not homeowners who call Malibu home. There is a way for everyone on these calls to be happy. Everyone agrees that we need enforcement. So why don't we have a permitting process for everyone that wants to do short-term rentals? Then come up with a violation system and enforcement tools to remove the bad apples. This is a very simple way to shut down all the party houses, but keep all the good hosts that serve Malibu. Please do not take away my ability to rent my property that I own and live in full time. These are hard times on everyone, and more restrictions during a down economy will affect all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Our next speaker is Raha Gosnell.
I cede my time. Thank you very much.
Okay, then our next speaker will be Graham Clifford.
Okay, hello there, everybody.
Hi, Graham.
Look, as usual, I'm going to try and address the big picture. I mean, I'm just appalled by all these little bits and pieces of regulations and ideas and whatnots and things that people are coming up with. I mean, if you tried to do them all, you'd have to hire dozens of staff to just administer this thing, and let alone the enforcement, which we as we all know never happens. And the TOT will not cover it. Quite frankly, it's better to ban STRs outright. It's simpler, cheaper, and better for everybody. But anyway, let me go back to the beginning of what I was going to say. This isn't about money to me. It's about community, and it's not about party houses. It's about neighborhoods, and it's not about whatever other items brought up. It's about quality of life. It's about Malibu's mission statement. It's not about money. What we're witnessing here is the exploitation of Malibu's name to enhance personal wealth, showing no concern whatsoever for neighbors. It's about the blatant trashing of our neighborhoods for selfish profiteering. Some hosts are honest enough to fess up to that fact, but others hide behind a smokescreen of questionable sob stories. So pay attention. And the most important thing you guys and girls have to figure in here is the most important requirement, which is the host must live on site. If that is not, that should be number one requirement. If that isn't in the ordinance, you might as well not bother with an audience, because it'll be wide open for exploitation. And so there's no point in doing anything about anything. Recently, I don't know if any of you read it, but there was an article in the LA Times dated August the 9th, and it quoted the city there just quickly, briefly. There were 6,000 Airbnb listings out of compliance. 42% of the active listings were out of compliance. Airbnb spent $280,000 on lobbying, and there were 10,000 violations of ordinance. 10,000 violations of the ordinance were identified, and enforcement was virtually impossible. Bruce Silverstein brings up a very good point, which I think is new. The city of Malibu is not the whole of Malibu. The larger portion of Malibu, the geographic larger portion that is in the county, but the decisions the city makes profoundly impact unincorporated Malibu residents. If you approve the trashing of the city, you are actually trashing the whole of Malibu. So
Graham, your time is up.
Read the mission statement, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham.
Our next speaker is Mario Nieto.
Hi. Thanks for taking the time to do all this. I'm a very responsible host. I live on site. I don't allow parties. I do a pretty good job of enforcing everything. I'm a little bit concerned with what's being said here and what necessarily is the rush and what's the cost associated with this. Not only the loss of revenue, but just the enforcement, as the previous gentleman mentioned. And, you know, when they're talking about quality of life and things, I'm getting more concerned with the RV city down the street and the number of homeless people cruising up and down our street. And nothing's being done about that. And then it also concerns me that it seems that some of the people talking have, you know, consulting agreements with the city to make sure that, you know, they continue to drag this on so that they make more money as well. I'd like you guys to take a step back, maybe think a little bit more about what it means to be here, what opportunities you open for people, how many people get to actually visit and enjoy Malibu, and, you know, have a good time. I think that's also like really important. I think a lot of people are just complaining. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mara.
Our next speaker is Meme Balan. Are you there, Meme Balan? It seems they are not present in the meeting right now. So the next speaker will be Nicole Williams. Nicole, are you there? Nicole, you are unmuted if you're there. We can try coming back. Nicole?
Oh,
Can you hear me now?
yes, Nicole, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm a Seaver College grad. I'm an affiliate member of the Malibu Association of Realtors. I'm also a member of the Malibu Chamber of Commerce, and I'm also a property manager with Turnkey Vacation Rentals in Malibu. And I just want to share that we feel that this proposal will radically and destructively limit the availability of whole home vacation rentals in Malibu, which are often the only affordable option for traveling families to visit Malibu. I know it was for my family coming when I was in college. This proposal decreases affordable accommodation in Malibu, and we feel it violates the mandate to preserve affordable lodging in the state's coastal zone. I'm proud to work for the property management company that I do work for, Turnkey. We've solved a lot of the problems around issues around vacation rental, and we have you know, hundreds of homes up and down the coast of California. Our Gold Coast team that oversees Malibu and Ventura is one of the best in our company. They take fabulous care of the homes. They are extremely responsive. The guests have 24/7 access to us, and we use technology like noise decibel monitors that can record noise levels and trigger us, so we know we're connected 24/7 to our homes, and we can reach out and make sure we're caring for our homeowners' homes as well as the neighborhood and the guest needs. So we do this right. We also have technology routers that detect how many Wi-Fi connections are in the home so that the house is not overpopulated. We are for short-term rental regulations, and we are for regulations that make sense based on occupancy. that is based on bed count, not cramming people in homes. We have a partnership with Marriott Homes and Villas. We've had that for 1.5 years. They partner with a responsible property management company. They have a high bar, and so do we. We also collect the transient occupancy tax from guests, and we are legally responsible to pay that directly to the city. We do not send that on to the homeowner to pay that. So the city is getting their transient occupancy tax directly from us. We feel that limiting short-term rentals will hurt your economy, hurt the Malibu economy. We work with Rent Responsibly. I personally work with Rent Responsibly, which is an advocacy group nationwide, and they're measuring the impact of the guests and what they're contributing to cities. So we will have that data coming forward. So I strongly am against this ordinance.
Thank you, Nicole.
Our next speaker is Ryan Embry.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted.
Yep, I hear you, Ryan.
Okay. I don't think you can manage your way out of the problems that short-term rentals cause to neighborhoods and property values in the neighbor's view. It's a theoretical dream that would ever occur. If it did, it would be short-lived, and business use in the single-family residential zone is just not permitted according to the zone. Now, the city's transgressed this concept, and you're getting addicted to some type of tax revenue. But that doesn't save the neighborhoods from destruction. The regulated use of property is fair game by zoning, and the business use is very much subject to regulation. I understand you're going this alternate course of, okay, we let the cat, but the short-term rental use is completely divorced from the integrity of any person who happens to be on title or a shareholder or anybody you know from some group or church. It's irrelevant. The Santa Monica alternative is not. Malibu is not like Santa Monica. We're not going to lose business to one entity. You don't pit one revenue against the other. So some of these fallacies really need to be thrown out. I think the council members will speak to this, but it's really a parasitic use of an established community, the Malibu way of life, for this commercial gain. And it's an aggressor property owner who does this, who depletes a neighborhood and sucks those things that the people who stay and work and live all year round take care of a neighborhood. So I feel very strongly about this, and what you're missing is the cumulative effect on long-term housing and the degradation of the neighborhoods by the transient uses. I think you should prohibit the whole idea in any multifamily property. That's not what it's for. The low-cost housing is not staying short-term. It's the long-term. We need that mix to keep the services, functionality of a city going. I'd like each council member to disclose whether they have participated in any revenue from renting out a property they own that would be affected by this proposed ordinance. I think that speaks a lot as to motivations of what may be behind some of this discussion. The Santa Monica ordinance may be a place to start, but I think you need to keep an eye on the issue, is that you're allowing these uses to destroy our neighborhoods, and we want you to reduce the current number of STRs. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Our next speaker would be Monica Bresenio, but she is not present in the meeting right now. So we'll hear from Bliss Trafton next.
Bliss, okay.
Hello?
Hi, Bliss, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I have lived on Pacific Coast Highway for over 40 years, and I moved here following teaching at Webster Elementary. And I was really shocked to see how the whole entire highway, my brother also lives there, has changed with the advent of Airbnb. All the properties that have turned over, so they were bought just with that in mind, and these smaller units were available for Airbnb. The unfortunate fallout of all of this is I don't know who's going to be responsible for enforcement. I'm told there's only 2 sheriff cars from county line to Topanga, and how accurate that is, I don't know. But since the advent of Airbnb, the vandalism has increased along the highway, and not only that, the traffic problem. Pacific Coast Highway is the busiest highway in the country, and these people looking for the addresses are going like 5 miles an hour. And prior to COVID, it was a nightmare. The accidents were regular. Also, the people that are on the beach, they let their dogs off leashes. They don't wear masks. There's no distancing. Who's going to take care of all that? I understand that the North Shore in Hawaii has completely banned Airbnb because of the lack of ability to enforce anything. I've got neighbors who pushed their trash in front of my front door so that they could have parking for more people for their party on the weekend, and one weekend after another. And I've inquired as to who the owner is, and nobody will tell you, and nobody knows. And my neighbors are all unhappy. So I think the problem that really needs addressing is if we're going to continue this, it's got to figure out a way of enforcement. And as a former teacher, I have one question that hasn't been addressed. How are you going to screen for pedophiles? If you have a family living in one house and you've got your kids on the beach, who's to protect them from whomever is in, a 3-day rental? Because there's no disclosure required on the site that identifies pedophiles. And because it's a short-term rental, it won't fall into that aspect. So I think that's the concern that nobody's even dealt with or even mentioned. And who is going to be there for enforcement? Who do you call it? The sheriff? That's not going to happen. So I think all in all, there's some issues that haven't been addressed before this can be finalized. And again, I looked at this area as a wonderful neighborhood to live in. I knew all my neighbors from the tennis club and my neighbors on the beach, and the whole area is losing its character. And I kind of agree with the people who've been saying, what happened to community, what happened to neighborhood, and what happened to the guidelines that were set up in the charter that said quality of life. When I was looking to move the last time, I was told there were like 2,000 people who couldn't even find rentals in Malibu after the fire.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
I just wanted to know if you could please address that issue in mind with enforcement and for the lack of support for the people without turning into neighbor against neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andy Lyon, and then Mayor will address the people who we missed earlier and might be able to circle back to now.
Hi there.
Here he
Just
is.
listening to this, it just reminds of like the rehab, proliferation of rehabs, and now it's the Airbnbs, and I hope you guys can figure this out. It's you're talking about transient occupancy taxes, and you're talking about transients, and you're talking about degradation of communities, and these are like these issues right now. And we've got this tidal wave of RVs on the highway, so we need to, like, if this is any indication of how this is going to get handled, I just see that the RVs are going to take over the whole of Malibu, and we'll never get those out of here. It's I don't know, maybe for some kind of a nuisance security deposit, a nuisance deposit that doesn't go to the owner but goes to the surrounding tenant. And I liked what the lady said about the vetting. That's the thing about Airbnb. You can just check in without meeting anybody. It's a little bit, there's not a lot of regulation on that. I wanted to say something else about, I was going to come in earlier, and I was hoping that the city manager, since she's the president of some city manager thing, or league of cities, or whatever it is that she's in charge of, or she's the head of, or she's going to be the head of,
can come out with a strong letter in opposition to the city manager of Linwood and his inflammatory Instagram post that said chickens come home to roost in regards to the LA sheriff's deputies that were shot. And I would hope that everybody on that council demands that she sends that out as the city manager of Malibu. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
So Mayor Pearson, there were 6 people we called earlier who weren't present or available in the meeting when we called their names. Of those 2 are present now. Would you like to hear those 2?
Yeah, let's let them speak.
The first is Masifa Meme.
Okay.
Good evening.
Hi there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. Good evening, council members and staff. Mayor Pearson, I want to thank you for your comment earlier, and I agree that instead of creating division, we need to come together for the better of community and our country. As a woman of color, I have personally been assaulted by a police officer for the color of my skin, yet I don't condone any kind of hate speech or division or killing of any human being. And I think that what I will continue to do and what others should do is just come together and pray for peace and healing for this country during the civil unrest. With that being said, I want to quickly introduce myself. My name is Masifa Mimi, and I live in Malibu. I own a beach house that we rent out to Airbnb and Home Away. And I'm speaking to you to defer making a final determination on the short-term rental proposal. I feel that this is being rushed through without consideration on how this will impact the city tax revenue and impact small businesses, especially during a pandemic and during the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. Why is there a need to rush? The problems identified are noise and partying, and that may be a problem for condominiums where having someone on site makes sense, but for standalone homes like the one I own, it could never work. It could never have a short-term rental. What this means is that only the super wealthy who can afford long-term rentals will be able to visit Malibu. Most of my guests are regular people who come and enjoy and visit Malibu for its beauty and for a short period of time. I live only a couple of miles away from my home, and I am available 24/7. There is no need to be on site. It means houses just can't be rented. The regulation should require maybe someone be accessible for within 15 minutes. If you make it impossible for people to have short-term rentals in Malibu, that is tax revenue that we will lose. Many of my guests were people that cannot afford 30-day rentals. I've hosted families from the Woolsey fire. I've hosted nurses and doctors during the pandemic. I've even hosted a family that lost their beloved son due to suicide. They couldn't afford a 30-day rental. Again, this is tax revenue that nearby cities will receive. And these people that stay in my home, they generate local revenue for local businesses. This will also harm small investors like myself, forcing even a fire sale during a recession, which is unfair. My bottom line is, what's the rush during an economic downturn? Please take the time to consider the impact of your measures on a local economy, tax revenue, and local residents. The problem you're addressing with noise and partying is not an issue for the majority. And majority of the hosts are very responsible, and they don't permit parties of any kind. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ernie Farhat.
I'm here.
I hear you, Ernie.
Thank you. Mayor Pearson, members of City Council, it's been a long night for you. I'll make my comments a little briefer. I'm the president of the Upper Mesa Property Owners Association. I live at 20750 Las Flores Mesa Drive for over 20 years. We rebuilt our house after the fire. In our residential community, we have had numerous complaints from various property owners as it relates to short-term rental activity being conducted at a single-family resident at 20607 Eagle Pass Drive, located in our tract. The property owner has been advised that our CC&Rs and our bylaws prohibit all commercial activities in our tract, such as filming, short-term rentals, particularly for parties and other commercial uses. These commercial short-term rentals disrupt the quiet enjoyment of our residential communities and are creating unsafe traffic conditions on our single lane road, which is used for ingress and egress for our residents. People unfamiliar with our road conditions, such as short-term rental tenants and their guests, particularly when they're under the influence, are creating a serious safety hazard. We understand that the pending short-term rental zone text amendment number 17002 may require site hosting permits and other regulations which will address nuisances and excess ingress and egress that impact our residential communities. The UMPOA is requesting enforcement tools as been suggested by the city of Malibu. We are pleased that you're working hard to try to put together some form of structure to protect the neighborhoods that exist now and are rampant with partying and craziness, particularly under COVID-19. We think that it is necessary for City Council to realize that in those communities that are controlled by homeowners associations that have covenants, conditions, and restrictions and bylaws, that this ordinance could be construed, if there is not some amendments, as taking of property rights. And I'm afraid that the city of Malibu may ensue from not just our organization, but there are a dozen other homeowner associations that are getting plagued like this too, particularly up in the Big Rock area. So we suggest that you consider at least giving the homeowner associations the rightful due, because they're different than the ordinary apartments, the ordinary single family houses. We're bound in a community where we share common roads, share expenses, and the short-term rental overburdens our roads, and the homeowner is bound by our CC&Rs to pay only the proportional share. So we would like the right to be able to vote to veto a permit that is given to anyone for short-term rental. And we thank you very much for all the efforts you've put in. I know it's late and you have other speakers, so thank you.
Thank you, Ernie. Appreciate it. And actually, I think you're the last public speaker, right? Is that correct, Kelsey?
Yes, the other speakers are still not present in the meeting, so that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. And I just want to say thank you very much to all the speakers for taking the time and for all the input. This is obviously a complex issue. Before I have the city councilors here talk, just a couple of quick notes. Number one, number of comments that this is rushed. I think if you're involved in local government, the last thing this is rushed. It's been, is this the 7th or 8th meeting? I'm not sure which. It's been so many meetings, but I understand some people may be coming into this now, understand the gravity and some decisions we make have on people, and appreciate that. So I did want to address the rushed issue. I just personally don't think we have rushed at all. We've taken a huge amount of time and gone through a lot of renditions to get to this meeting tonight. And it is my hope that this council tonight will make some decisions and we move this item forward. So with that, I am turning it over to my fellow city council people to put in their inputs. And I see Rick raising his hand. Appreciate that, Rick. And floor is all yours.
Thank you, Mayor Pearson. And let me lead off by saying thank you to you for kind of reviving this. We put it on the shelf when the COVID thing struck, and you were the person who you articulated what I was thinking. It's like, we got to bring this back and let's wrestle with it, even in the age of COVID. And we've proven that we can do the big stuff on the Zoom meetings. So thank you for doing that. And I want to thank the staff. And Elizabeth's presentation was very good. The staff report was very concise, and I was expecting it to be some big monster, and it's actually pretty concise. That's good. I also want to thank the Planning Commission for their thoughtful deliberation and recommendations. We're going to go over all of those things, whether they were included or not included in the staff's version. And also, I really want to thank the public for all of the input that they gave, not only just the speakers tonight, but everybody who sent something. And I know all my fellow council members take all this stuff seriously. And what I do is I print out every email that I get from everybody, and I spend the afternoon going over them and highlighting it and looking at all the notes. And I get a lot of really good information. And that's, I think, that's something that people need to realize, that we council members don't have all the answers, and we get great input and great diligence from people, and it's very valuable. So thank you very much for taking all the time and staying up late here with us and doing the hard work. I just want to touch on Bruce Silverstein's comments. You know, Bruce keeps saying that as the city manager and the staff that have been dragging their feet on that. It's really not. You know, the city manager has been encouraging us to get something done for a long time. The responsibility for that falls on us, the city council members. We've not come to a decision, or I should say a final decision. And some of the things that we've done along the way may be frustrating for the people who are watching, say, hey, we can't get it done, and what's wrong with you guys, and all of that. But that's us. That's not the city staff, and it's not the city manager. I want to clarify that. I take responsibility along with everybody else for bringing us to this point. But let me also say that there's value in these delays. You know, it's not good for the person who's suffering next to the nightmare Airbnb to have all these delays in enforcement, et cetera. But as this relatively new thing evolves in the legal arena, there's a lot of legal cases where other cities have had to go to bat and spend their money and enable us to figure out the way forward by doing a little bit of plagiarism, a lot of plagiarism from other cities. And that makes us able to make a better decision in the long run. And although it seems really slow when we're going through it, I think when we're done, it will be good. And you know, a few comments about some of the things that people said. It's not about the money. It's not at all about the money. People say, oh, you know, it's all about the money. You don't want to give up the money. For me, it's not about the money. And I'll let the other council members articulate how they feel about it. It is about community, and it is about the mission statement, but it's also complicated. And as much as we may want to say, let's just ban it altogether, it says it in our code that we can't allow it. We have to be realistic. And that's the other thing. It's complicated. This is a complicated world. If we in Malibu were able to dictate and really control everything that we do in the city, we could solve our problems a lot quicker, okay? But we're affected by federal judge decisions that do the RVs, and we got the Coastal Commission, and we've got all, you know, we've got the state highway going through our thing. But these are very complicated issues, and it takes time to get it right. But I think we're getting really close to getting it right. And it's funny, you commented on it, you know, everyone, you know, it seems like all the people who are monetary benefactors are benefiting from short-term rentals are like, hey, what's the rush? What are you guys doing? You're just rushing this through. And the people who are against it are like, what is taking you so long? It's taking you years to get to a decision. So it depends on what your perspective is. But, you know, Malibu is Malibu. Malibu is not a town like, you know, I went to the League of California, or National League of Cities conference in Charlotte, and the Charlotte guys are like, how can we figure out how to bring more people to Charlotte to spend their money? And I thought, you know, we don't really have that problem in Malibu. We're not trying to get more people here. We like our visitors and we want them to come here, but this is a residential community, and it's there right there in line 1 of the vision statement. It's a residential community, and it's all about the mission statement is preservation of our rural characteristics. If the mission statement said we need to maximize the value of our properties, and we need to make sure that all the residents get every last dime they possibly can out of their property in Malibu, there would be a different set of priorities. So we are guided by the mission statement and by the vision statement. You know, I went down to El Segundo one time, and they're all about, you know, bringing more businesses into El Segundo. That's what they do. That's their priority. And I get that. Our priorities are different. Our priorities are to take care of our community and preserve the rural character. So I just want to lead off with those comments to frame where we are and how we got here. It's a long road, but I think we're getting there. And so I have a few questions. I went over everything that everybody sent me, and I wanted to ask a few things of, I want to get right to the problem issues that I think a lot of people are wondering about. You know, there's some people out there say, hey, why can't we just do the long-term one right now? You know, Bruce, I think, said that we can do it right now. We don't have to wait for the Coastal Commission. And I think if Christie's here, I'd like her to comment a little bit on that. And let's just grab the big issues right up front, and we can work on all the smaller details. But Christy, are you here, or Trevor? And can you comment about that? And how does the recent court case dealing with Manhattan Beach affect that? And does that give us an indication as to which way the legal winds are blowing on this issue? Because I think it's the same judge who previously weighed in on the Hermosa Beach thing. And is that an indication that we can't just, do what we want to do and not be concerned about what the Coastal Commission does? So let's talk about that. And if Christy or Trevor could chime in, that'd be great.
Trevor, you want to do that, or do you want me to?
You can start. You're other way.
Well, Councilmember Mullen, I guess we've had so many meetings that now you're making casual reference to how these cases have piled on each other, and you're absolutely right. To start with, the short-term vacation rentals, we've talked about this before, have always had some presence in Malibu long before the online platforms were there. And so it was really the Airbnb and the VRBO and the online platforms that created this sucker punch for regulation, because it was so much so fast. And the states, and very quickly, there've been a lot of litigation over this. And the state courts and to some extent the federal courts have kind of divided up into two groups. One is the non-coastal areas, and the other is the coastal areas. So people who are promoting the idea of the city's police powers and ability to maintain the community character and the zoning regulations as being free from any kind of state law involvement, that's all true, but for the coastal zone. And Malibu has that magic distinction of being entirely within the coastal zone, which is not the case for most cities on the coast, where there's just maybe 1,000 feet and so on. So our whole city is controlled by the coastal zone. And it is true that Hermosa Beach several years ago in front of Judge Chalfant was challenged by some Airbnb hosts. And in that case, they were arguing that the city needed a coastal development permit in order to enforce its existing ban on short-term vacation rentals. Hermosa is different than Malibu in one key respect, which is Hermosa doesn't have a certified local coastal program, and that becomes a critical factor, and probably the distinction with Manhattan Beach. But the court in that case ruled in Hermosa Beach's favor. Judge Hogue, who was right next door to Judge Chalfant, a different group of hosts brought a different lawsuit also in Hermosa Beach, challenging it under some different theories under the Coastal Act, that it was straight up a violation of the Coastal Act policies, and with or without a permit didn't matter. You could never ban the short-term vacation rentals. And we succeeded again. I was representing Hermosa Beach in both of those cases, went up to the Court of Appeal in an unpublished case. The court affirmed. And so Hermosa Beach had success. A couple of years later, there had been some other developments in the law, some with published cases, most notably the case from Oxnard, which we've talked about before, which is this mind-blowing case, because it was a case where a homeowners association had, for its own homeowners association, adopted a rule that you couldn't have short-term vacation rentals as a part of the homeowners association, having nothing to do with the city or their neighbors. And one of the members, condo owners, challenged it as a violation of the Coastal Act. And the court said, yes, it violated the Coastal Act, because generally speaking, the Coastal Act policies are to encourage this, and only the city or the Coastal Commission could approve anything less than allowing it. So that was a strange and bad decision that got published, but that becomes a part of the bootstrapping that went on. And in Hermosa, I mean, in Manhattan Beach, and I wasn't involved in the Manhattan Beach litigation, but our friend from Malibu, Frank Angel, was, because he represented the Airbnb hosts that were challenging the city of Manhattan Beach's decision to enforce a presumed ban because it was not a permitted use in the coastal zone without getting a LCP amendment. And that the trial court only, so it's not binding, but the trial court found that they couldn't do. But the court cited a lot of the published cases that lead, very much in that direction. We've never thought that you could change a use without an LCP amendment. So the cases aren't really what has led us there. I think those cases are probably, home pretty close to what the Coastal Act says. It's a little frustrating how interested the Coastal Commission has become in short-term vacation rentals, because there are other ways to provide low-cost visitor facilities besides short-term vacation rentals, like our beaches and the promenade and Legacy Park. I mean, there are plenty of other things that we can do to provide to the visitors and do. So, where we end up landing is there's no question that the Coastal Act requires an LCP amendment to change a use. And I know the argument that people make that this is not a change of use, but it is a change of use if you require a host to be home, where right now you could use the house as a short-term vacation rental without a host being home. It's a change.
Okay, well, thank you. I think you illuminated, the difficulties in the minefield that are out there for in the legal realm, and you brought us up to date on the latest stuff. So that's something for us to consider, because I know there are people who think that, hey, we can just do this and let's do it right now. So let's talk about another thing which is related, which is, this thing. We have two things in front of us: the enforcement ordinance, which if we pass this, then it starts January 15th, which is a phase-in period. In other words, give everyone kind of a heads up to transition to the new paradigm. And if we pass the other one, then we're saying, well, whenever it gets back from the Coastal Commission. Can we set a date, a general date, an anticipated date, either based on, how long the average time it takes for things to get back from the Coastal Commission, or an estimated time from the Coastal Commission itself as to when they think the thing can be back, and say, okay, we definitely are going to do the ordinance on this one, and whatever that is, let's say it's 8 months or something. The Coastal Commission has said, we expect to get back in there, so you better get ready for that. That's the phase-in period. So the two of them are going concurrently. You don't have to wait until when it comes back from the Coastal Commission. Okay, now we're going to give you another 6 months to do that. Can we do that?
Well, we could certainly send a message to the Coastal Commission, and we can certainly try and work with them. Legally speaking, they are supposed to act on and don't laugh when I say this because it's in the law, they're supposed to act on a application for an LCP amendment within 60 days. But they also have a provision in their regulation that allows them to give themselves a year extension, which they routinely do. Doesn't mean it's going to take a year, but they like to give themselves the full amount of the extension just in case.
So we could do the same thing. We could say, we expect it back at this time, and then we can extend it if it doesn't look like it's going to get back here.
We could, except for I think that would create some insecurity on the proponents of this, the people who are supporting it, because you're creating an opportunity to change course. Here's the problem. You can't enforce it, because if we cited somebody for a violation of the law before the Coastal Commission had certified it, then in court, the person we cited has the defense that it was an ineffective law.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying enforce it before it's certified. What I'm saying is the sort of courtesy heads up that we're transitioning to a new paradigm. I don't think that should start once we get it approved in the Coastal Commission.
Oh, you mean to say to the would-be renters?
Say, hey, this is where we're going.
Oh, yeah, we could say, oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Right,
There's
good.
no reason not to. Yeah, absolutely. We could put
Good.
everybody on notice of what you've done and what you've asked to be certified.
Okay.
Sure.
Good. Yeah. So that when it finally does come, we don't have to say, okay, well, we're going to give another 6 months or whatever before we.
Correct.
Okay. Excellent. That's a good point. So anyway, now I want to start getting into the nitty gritty of all the little particulars that were brought up and generate some discussion with the other council members. I don't want to dominate everything, but I have a whole list of stuff like the designated operator, et cetera. But those are two big things that you just addressed from a legal perspective that I think are important because people want to get something done and they don't want it to get delayed too much. And for those people who think we can do the long-term one right now, you know, that I wanted you to weigh in on that because you've been in court for a lot of these entities, and I think you have a depth of experience that is appropriate for you to weigh in. So I'm going to stop talking and let somebody else talk. I got a bunch of other things that I want to say, but I don't want to be the only one talking on that.
Okay, well, who wants to follow up? Karen.
Thank you. Thank you, Rick. I was going to ask right off the bat about the LCPA. So we've covered that. And I would just want to reiterate what you said. This is not a rush job. It's been dragged on again and again and again and again to the point where I had to say at a prior meeting, I don't want to be discussing this every 6 months for the next however many years. So as far as I'm concerned, we need to make a decision tonight. We just can't keep taking up our own time, staff time, and the community's time, bringing us back again and again. I want to ask about some specific suggestions or requests that have been made. I've gotten so many emails. We all have. Thanks to everybody for the time they put into all of these concerns and suggestions. So Trevor or Christy, I want to address some of them with you. What about an event fee as part of our ordinance?
I can pick that up. So you're talking about having some kind of fee if you're going to have an event at the location. That's what we're talking about.
Based on the number of bedrooms, the number of guests allowed to stay there, and going above that number.
Yeah. So if we're going to have a fee involved, it's going to have to be related to the cost. Otherwise, it's considered to be a tax. So you can't make it into a money making measure, but you can impose if there are additional costs involved in processing, a special event, which we already have fees involved for doing that under our current code. That would definitely be allowed.
Well, we have an event permit for full-time occupants, primary residents.
Councilmember Fair, can I add to that?
Sure.
Currently in our special event permit ordinance, there is a cap on the number of people that a property that's being used for a short-term rental that property can have for a special event, and that's capped at 15. So right now our ordinance is aimed at trying to limit short-term rental properties being used for special events in that way.
Okay, so if a property sleeps legally 6 people, do we think that's reasonable?
Well, if
up to 15 people without incurring any additional cost.
Well, that could be something to discuss for sure. I just wanted to make sure that everybody remembered that we currently have that cap of 15 people. So, right, the way the ordinances are set up, the occupancy would be limited to 2 people per bedroom plus 2 additional people, and that's lawfully established bedrooms. So, and then an overall maximum of 14 people. Regardless of how, so even if you had 20 bedrooms in your house, the occupancy would be limited to 14. A special event permit would allow up to 15 for a special event. And the number of special event permits per residential parcel is limited at 4 per year.
Okay, thank you for that reminder. I'd still like to see if we can, maybe not tonight, but at some time look at leverage in that area. What tools do we have to prevent somebody from charging people to attend an event?
Like a cover charge thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trevor, Bonnie, Christy.
Well, if they're having it in an event, I mean, they would need to get permitting for it. I don't think we have anything in place that would deals with cover fees. You know, if there was something going on, maybe there would be some provision that would deal with, you know, kind of home business. But it sounds more like you're talking about an event, not some kind of home occupancy. So, you know, if they're going to have an event where they're going to be charging people, you know, you know, you need to describe the event, and then it permits you to have a certain number of people. It has to have parking, has to have plans submitted about how it's going to operate, and then that's, you know, reviewed by staff, and then conditions are imposed and costs attached to it.
And again, the special event permit ordinance currently setting short-term rentals aside, if there is a commercial component or a fee for attendance, that would trigger the requirement for a special event permit. And building on what Trevor's saying, the special event permit process requires accounting for parking and you know, additional portable restrooms or any kind of conditions like that for setup and cleanup. All of that kind of stuff would be included in the permit.
And Bonnie's right that if there's any type of cover charge, that would make it a commercial component to it. So you're going to need to get your special event permit.
Okay, I have to say one thing. I broke my computer charger right when the meeting was starting, and my low battery thing is on. So somehow I might have to sign off for a minute and switch computers. But I would like to come back to my comments. So maybe somebody else could take over, and then I'll log back on when I switch computers. Okay, sorry to have to do this.
No problem. I'm surprised your battery lasted this long. Skylar?
Sorry, I had a question for Bonnie, just in regards actually to the questions that Karen was just asking. Has anybody under a short-term rental applied for a special event permit where there's charging money for guests or something like that? I'm just not really aware of that happening at all.
I'm not aware of that either. It may be because currently we don't have a short-term rental permit system. There may be people that are using properties as a short-term rental that are holding special events, and it's not
Getting a permit for it.
right, and we're not aware of it.
And then the second thing was, how many times do people get a special event permit under the guise of a short-term rental currently? No commercial element involved. Like, how many times is it that somebody's applying for a permit for somebody that's doing short-term rental, or is for the most part that just basically people that may get a permit for a wedding or something like that?
I think that could be the case. There may be people that are using a property or making a property available for weddings or things like that, and it might be rented for on a short-term rental basis, and then, you know, an event planner comes and pulls an event permit, but the short-term rental issue is separate. I'm not sure.
My question was just more to the frequency of that, is like, how often is that happening?
I don't know for certain. We could
at all, but
yeah, we could try to cross-reference event permits with short-term rental data, if, you know, to the extent that's available right now. The other thing is, you know, during the last 6 months during COVID, we haven't issued any special event permits, so we would have to go back in time to look at that.
Yeah, a few years ago, you know, I know we dealt with a property that was having weddings without getting special event permits, and we had to take action. But I haven't heard from them in a few years or something similar.
It's probably a good thing. Well done. That was just my question for right now, Mikey. Was just kind of based on what Karen was asking, because I didn't really, aside from the weddings and stuff, I wasn't really aware of that going on very much.
Yeah, the question is that an effective countermeasure for that party house problem? You know, the special event permit. I don't know.
Well, I think the effective measure for the party house permit is one, the fact that the platform Airbnb has come out with a campaign saying that they're not really going to allow parties. That's sort of my understanding, but that's like on their own business level. But I think our element of the short-term rental, where we're limiting to the number of bedrooms with a maximum of 14 guests, is probably a wise move to address that, because anytime there's a short-term rental with more than that guest, the sheriff's department or the city's going to be getting phone calls about it, or the neighbor for that matter.
One thing about the ordinances too is one difference is that if you had special events at a short-term rental and you didn't get permits for it, currently we prevent you from having future special events, but we couldn't prevent the short-term rental of it. If you did a special event without a permit under a short-term rental, even if it was a permitted short-term rental, that'd be a violation. If you got 2 of those or 3 of those, depending on what type of property you have, then you would not be able to short-term rent at all, not just special events, but no short-term rental would be allowed under those ordinances.
And that would be for like a period of a year or something, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you guys want to talk about the designated operator part of this? Because I think that's a big potential hole you can drive a truck through. And I think that was brought up by a number of people, and that got my attention too. So like, sort of like, okay, it's got to be, you got to live there, except you don't got to live there, so let's talk about that. There has been a suggestion that, I think Lynn put it in, it's like, well, maybe you could do it like once or twice for those Joe Drummond type people who want to, rent their place when they're out of town and get somebody else to do it for them. Have any of the rest of the council members thought about that, or have any thoughts about the designated operator? I'm kind of uncomfortable with that whole, yeah, you can have designated operator. It just seems to sort of go against the whole spirit of the, owner-occupier type thing.
Well, isn't the designated operator portion only sort of apply to the single-family residences?
Correct.
So it only applies to single-family resident, or no? It only applies to the multifamily residences.
No, it applies to single family. It applies to single family. So you're
only people they can have a designated.
You're supposed to be on site or a designated operator.
But the designated operator still has to be on site.
Right.
I mean, that's fine. I don't really have an issue with that. I mean, they got somebody.
Jefferson wants to chime in on this one too. But you're muted, Jefferson. Okay. Maybe try the space bar if you can. There you go. You're there. You go.
Okay.
There you go.
I got about a dozen calls in the last few days saying that the notification to the general public on the STR ordinances wasn't properly posted. Not enough people knew about it. I just wanted to remind people, I have in front of me a copy of the Malibu Times. It's a 1/4-page ad describing 4A for anybody that's feeling that they weren't informed. And it's a well-written draft of what we're talking about this evening. So that's just for clarification. This is 4A in the Malibu Times dated August 20th. Thank you. I want to go back to the Planning Commission on home occupancy by the STR owners. It's very rare that a Planning Commission votes 5-0 on the same thing as was mentioned earlier. And they all said, and this was in the July meeting, that the occupant and the owner has to be there during the short-term rental occupancy of the STR person. So if you come in as an STR, the owner has to be there. That language is in July of the Planning Commission, signed by Jeff Jennings. As far as timing on this, a lot of people are concerned about the timing. We've had 7 months with the Planning Commission on this matter, 13 months with the council on this matter, and 6 months on this matter since the COVID started. So we've got 26 months, 28 months into this whole STR rules that we're setting up. So we've given it plenty of time. It's been well announced. Just want to clarify that for those who are just checking in or did not know what was going on right now. A lot of the comments that came in on the emails were pertinent, and they are only going about reiterating what was already agreed upon in one meeting or another. It's up to us as the electeds to tell staff what to do, and staff does not interpret it. Staff is supposed to take what we tell them, write it up, and then present it to council. And we go to Christie and we say, is this legit? Can we get away with this? Can we do this? That's the process, folks. We're in the middle of it. We're getting very close. And I think we need to move this forward. And I wait to hear from other comments from the council. Thank you.
Go, Skylar.
So I wanted maybe to ask Bonnie or Christy, or I guess or Trevor, probably Bonnie, just to clarify some of Mr. Mazza's comments in regards to the guest houses, the kind of verbiage related to that, and how that would is regulated and gets applied in what we're discussing this evening, to make sure that it's kind of the same thing across the board and we're not missing any language or anything like that.
Sure. I think one thing that's important to be aware of is that the term guest house is used kind of loosely in the municipal code and in the local coastal program. It has a specific definition, but I think historically, maybe it started prior to cityhood, or maybe it's used in the county to refer to things that have a kitchen. But in the city's codes, a guest house specifically is not a dwelling unit and does not have a kitchen. But in the past, I think, I can't remember which public speaker mentioned it.
Dietrich.
Yes, that's right. He mentioned that he had a guest house permitted in the 90s or whenever it was. So I suspect that that term has been used over the years to refer to something that includes a kitchen, but in our codes today, a guest house specifically doesn't include a kitchen.
But a guest house is not a dwelling unit because it doesn't include a kitchen, so therefore it could not be used as a short-term rental.
Well, that's where I would differ a little bit. It wouldn't be appropriate for use as a long-term rental because the person who was living there, it wouldn't provide all the facilities the person needed to cook and actually make it into a home. Whereas, a standard hotel room doesn't have a kitchen and does work as a short-term rental. And so it's the reason I think the Planning Commission was trying to just limit the amount of short-term rentals that could just keep things as they are in terms of the code, but not allow guest houses to be used for short-term rentals. But if you think about what a standard motel or hotel room is like without a kitchen, that's why we left it in the ordinance so that the council could provide feedback on whether you felt like that was something you wanted to allow or not.
I don't necessarily have issue with it, because I think if we're requiring them to have somebody that's staying on site and that person doesn't have to stay in the main residence, they're likely going to be staying in this guest house unit. I don't know what other things you would call it, ADU, or I know that maybe that's not the right term. I know that there's a couple different terms that are used loosely with it.
Yeah, so guest house is the thing that's essentially like a motel room that's a bedroom, that would not be the full living quarters, just a place to sleep and a bathroom. Second unit is the other one that has the full kitchen facilities and is somewhere somebody could live for on a long-term basis.
Wouldn't be the easy way to solve this is that there's only one unit can be allowed to rent on a property as an STR. I mean, wouldn't that take care of that?
You would, so the way the ordinances are set up, or the hosted ordinance is set up right now, for a property that had both either a guest house or a second unit plus a main house, the person that owns the property could choose which one to make available for a short-term rental. But since somebody would need to live on site, whether the designated operator or the property owner himself or herself, you wouldn't have the whole property rented without that designated operator or the property owner living there during the rental.
I think also an issue would be, the question is whether the short-term rental guest is allowed to stay in the guest house, or they're allowed to stay in, or they're allowed to use a second unit or the main house, but whether you'd allow them to also stay in the guest house, whether that would be something that you would want to allow or not allow. There was discussion, I think when this was up last time, a year ago, about allowing second units in guest houses, and those terms were used interchangeably, so I don't think it was very clear to staff whether the intention was to just allow second units to be used for short-term rental, or also to have guest houses to be available for that use. So it's whichever preference it is for the council, it's an easy adjustment to make to the LCPA and ZTA here.
Well, I think that Mikey gets to a good point, which is like, hey, if you limit just one per residential complex, I guess, then that should solve it. Where you can have two per property, and it's like, well, I think I'm going to rent out the guest house this month. No, I'm going to rent out the main house next month. Where you have two, to me, that seems big loophole area, and I'm trying to close all those loopholes. And is everybody comfortable with that, having two separate things? I mean, one permittee can say, well, I'm going to rent this out, or I'm going to rent that out. It's like, oh, heavens to Murgatroyd, I rented them both out at the same time. I didn't mean to, but I've been doing it for the last 6 months. See what I mean? Potential for abuse.
Either way is a violation of the code. So no matter how we word it, they can potentially do that. So
yeah, I think you got to kind of have to stick to the main residence, the way that sort of the code's read. No.
I think
I don't know. I mean, I can see it both ways, but
I want to be clear. I don't have an issue with it being either one.
So in other words, if they did it concurrently, that's a violation.
Exactly.
I think if they did it concurrently, it's definitely a violation. But I guess just in being clear with how, like, let's say something would be permitted. So let's say you have a property that has a second dwelling unit and a main house, and the owner can decide to rent out either the main house or the second dwelling unit.
That's the intention of that.
Yeah. So does that property get 2 permits, or does that property get 1 permit and then there's a distinction between one or the other?
The way it's set up today is that the individual property could have 1 permit with 2 listings. So the person could feature either property, for example, in an advertisement, but both could not be rented at the same time unless the owner was living, I think, in one of the units with the renters, which doesn't sound like is that.
No. See, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
There, I agree.
Yeah. So that's a problem. So no, you can only do 1.
The permit should specify which building is.
Yeah, you get a permit. It's for, you're not a switch hitter. My permit's for my main house or my guest house, and that's the way I do it.
I guess they could go back and amend the permit if they want to switch it. I mean, that doesn't matter.
Yeah. So somebody can decide, and they should decide this at the time that they get their permit, whether it's the main house or the second dwelling unit or guest house, for that matter, that they're going to be renting out. And the permit is for one of those potentially 3 different things.
So there's consensus that the guest house would be allowed to be rented, but you have to pick just one building to rent out.
Or I think if, let's say that the house does have a guest house, does have a second wing, and then it does have a main house, I believe that the owner should be able to decide if they want to rent out the guest house with the main house together, keeping one for themselves, if they have 3 things that are permitted. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I mean. No, that's not what you're talking about. Is two separate things.
No, well, I think I'm being clear in saying that they would get 1 permit, and the 1 permit would be for them to be able to rent out the main house and the second dwelling unit, but not the guest house. Or they would get a permit that's just for the guest house,
Sounds like he's got two. That sounds like he's got two. That's what I'm talking about. That's a potential issue.
But I guess what I'm saying is you can only rent out two if you have three, but if you only have two, you only get one.
No, one.
But let me be clear that
One.
I guess what I'm saying is that while it's two structures, it could only be one rental.
You mean like a family of four and two of them are in the guest house and two are in the other house, something like that?
Yeah, but that would only happen in the case where the person had three permitted, separate things. If you just
I'm not comfortable with that.
Okay.
I mean, what does everybody else think?
Jefferson?
Thank you, Mikey. I believe to move this forward this evening, we should probably just go about it as the planning commission already decided, and what I feel is a fair decision for us to make is one permit per address.
I agree.
I agree.
I think we all agree on one permit per address. I think
one building.
Be specific as to which one it is, and you guys just want to go with one building, whether they have two or three, then that's fine. And this conversation is just in regards to single family residence, not multifamily.
That's correct.
One second, guys. Karen, have we lost you? Is that you on the iPhone?
Alex, do you need to unmute her?
I don't know if I see Karen at the moment.
Mayor, I'm helping her with it right now.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I'm on, but I don't think I'm on video. Sorry, I had to call in on my phone because now my computer also blacked out.
Good time.
Sorry.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you're here and.
Yeah, I've heard 99% since I changed computers.
Any comments before we move on this issue?
Okay, can we go back to multifamily?
I don't think we've even started on multifamily.
We haven't started on multifamily.
Oh, okay. All right, good. I'll wait.
Okay, can I just clarify then that the ordinance would stay as it is, that would allow guest houses to be used, but the clarification is that you can only use one building on the property for the short-term rental. That needs to be designated in the permit, whether that's the main house, the second unit, or the guest house. Is that correct? Is that consensus?
Yes,
that is correct.
I just want to be clear that there are some cases where the second unit or the guest house may be attached to the main house. So I just don't want to. Yeah, you're talking about the unit, not the building, right? One unit has to be chosen.
I think yes, that's what we're talking about. But what you're saying is like what I was trying to address. Maybe I didn't address it right before. Because I think that what you're describing exists a lot, and I think it should be allowed for the person to designate when they come in to get their permit. Hey, I'm renting out the main house and the guest house on the property, and I'm not renting out my second dwelling unit. But if you only have a main house and a guest house, it's one or the other. It's not both.
Yeah, Rick.
I think you should just have one.
Okay. I mean, I understand.
It's all in the same building. It's probably still one, even if it has two entrances, maybe. I mean, we're getting deep into the weeds on this one.
Yeah. We should.
When we get into the weeds, this is the weed time.
Yeah. Should you want to do it by building? So if it's attached, then these other parts can be rented as a unit.
What if it's a separate? If it's an attached second unit, it would have its own independent entrance. So you wouldn't have to walk through the main house to get into the second unit. That's part of what makes it a self-contained unit, and that would be true for the guest house also. For a guest house, an attached guest house also, they would each have their own independent entrances. Otherwise, it's just part of the main house.
It sounds like, to make it simple, there could potentially be three, but you guys are saying just to select one of the three, and that's what we're going with.
Yeah, and hey, if you decide, well, I don't want to do that building anymore, I want to go do my other one, you should have some ability to amend your permit.
Right.
Jefferson?
So whether it's attached or not attached doesn't matter. You can only rent out one of the three of your house, second unit, or guest house, right?
One unit.
Correct.
One your property.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
Jefferson?
Thank you, Mikey. Remember, a lot of these people will designate right away because if they have any bootlegged work, it would come under discovery because there's going to be some bootleg second units, and we know how that works here in Malibu. So I think if we leave it at one, the people that have bootlegs will just kind of calmly say, I can live with one.
I agree. One. Okay, wait, let's before we move on, let's address this designated operator. Skylar chimed in, but I want everybody else to kind of chime in. I think that's a big loophole and I'm not comfortable with it. Go.
And again, I just want to say that I just don't take issue, provided the fact we're requiring the person to be a resident and living on site.
So you could, go ahead, Jefferson.
I agree with what the Planning Commission already ruled on and what we already gave our opinions on at the last meeting is that it's owner occupied. I'm going to stick with that as for my 20% of the vote.
May I just clarify that, and everyone may already understand this, but the hosted short-term rental permit would only be available to a property owner who demonstrated that it was his or her primary residence. And then that person who actually, has that designated as their primary residence could then allow a designated operator to be the person that's present during the short-term rental instead of that actual property owner. And the operator would have to live on site during those overnight hours. But the hosted permit does have a primary residency requirement.
The designated operator also has to show up within an hour if there's a problem as well.
I think there should be a limitation on the amount of ability to use a designated operator. I think it's a thing that they should be able to do, but not 12 months out of the year.
But they can't do it 12 months out of the year because the person already has to be they have to be the primary resident and their owner to start with. So you can only do that if it's your primary residence to start with. So, okay, if I'm a primary resident and I do short-term rental with my house and I decide to go to Spain for a month in the summer and short-term rent my house, I'm allowed to do that because I have somebody that is a family friend or somebody that I've designated to live in the guest house during that time.
Right, and I think that should be accommodated, but on a minimal amount, maybe a couple times during the year, maybe 2-4 week periods or something. But, if I go in and get a permit, it's my permanent residence, and then I freaking get my permit and move to Hawaii and I have my designated operator. It's kind of like a corporation buying an Airbnb and running it out all the time. So I think that's a big loophole.
You're going to get away with that for 6 months to a year, and as soon as you come up for renewal, you're going to be living in Hawaii, and that's not going to work.
Well, why not? It's my primary residence. It's on my paperwork.
Yeah, Jefferson.
We're creating another big loophole here. Sorry, folks. We can't make all these accommodations. I'll leave you with this thought for the next few minutes. All these delays, all these created things that we're trying to accomplish here for our people that live in Malibu and put us in office. Every delay we create, longer term, it's success for Airbnb and HomeAway and RBO. We need to really hammer this out. I think if you have designated operators there and you do it more than once, we're going to see loopholes all the time. Oh, my cousin is coming. The owner is my husband and wife. The husband went on vacation one time, and then the wife went on vacation another time. So we're creating loopholes ourselves.
Yeah, we're gonna rent it out with my designated operator, and the wife and I are gonna hit in the RV and cruise the United States. And is that what we want?
No, it's not what we want. That's not protecting our neighborhoods. It's got to be owner, operator, occupant.
Mikey, Karen, any thoughts?
Yeah, it's a tricky one because literally I'm worried about loopholes for sure. But also like the only kind of rental that even makes sense to me is you own the place and you go away for 2 weeks and rent it and have somebody watch over it. The whole rest of it doesn't really even make sense to me. It's just that we kind of have to do it apparently because, well, that's where we're at as a coastal city at the moment.
Yeah, and I think that should be an accommodation for that.
So would you allow it for 2 months of the year?
I don't know how you do that without it being like Jefferson said, a giant loophole.
It sounds like an enforcement nightmare.
It sounds like it. How would you even manage it? You know, I don't have a clue.
Okay, that's my same question. Is there a way to limit the number of days? You know, what are the logistics on that? How do you make that happen?
I don't know that works.
Well, that's why we're talking about it. You know, maybe it's too difficult, but it's worth having this discussion now.
Do we know, Trevor or Christy or anybody, is there precedent with other cities limiting the number of days per year or
Yeah. A number of cities list
like that?
Go on systems where you limit how many days a year you can rent it out short term, but those are generally unenforceable. You know, it's very hard to track how many times somebody is renting it, and then they can just, even if you had Airbnb tracking someone, they can switch to other websites or things like that. It's very hard to prove up that someone's rented it more than a number of days a year.
So it'd be the same with a sort of designated person that's not the homeowner. Obviously, that's even another layer more difficult to track. But you know, it does create a little bit of an issue there. I mean, I think for everyone listening here, I'm well aware of the impact of everything we're talking about here. This does have real impact on real people, and I get it. I think this council right now is really thinking the long term of the city, the long-term vision of a community, of a neighborhood. So I want to make, we haven't really stopped and talked about the long vision, but you know, it's the long vision right now is what does Malibu look like in 10 and 20 years? And do we have our neighborhoods with families moving back in? But we realize the impact of getting there from where we are now is real. So don't think that we're not aware of that and aware of the potential impacts of this. And so that's why we're getting deep into the weeds here on this discussion. So Karen, you look like maybe you want to speak.
Well, I'm looking at all my notes. You know, there are a lot of unique situations that we've heard from tonight, like the Steppe family, Mark Maniscalco. I mean,
Remember, I mean, what is the priority? The priority is residential neighborhoods and the character of the neighborhoods and having neighbors, you know, and all of that stuff. So it's not, there are people who are going to be impacted by it, no question about it. And I get that a lot of people who rent their thing out short term are liking it. And I understand that. And, you know, there's going to be some change in people's lives here, but the priority is just like Mikey said, you know, it's like we need those families that left to be able to come back. So,
well, sure, but one of the ones I just mentioned lives there full time.
all right.
Mayor, if I could just jump in for a minute, just, you know, I'm sitting listening to the conversation, and a lot of the questions and suggestions that are coming up are things that this council and other councils have discussed, and we've, you know, gone to a lot of research and brought these forward, for example, limiting the number of days and whatnot. And so, you know, I just wanted to bring forward that there is something we've proposed this evening, as we have in other nights, and perhaps the city attorney could speak to what we could do to get something adopted and then refine it if we feel that it needs additional teeth down the road, but at least to get something done this evening to get it started. And so I just wanted to ask Trevor to speak to that, of what we could do to change it in the future.
Well, and briefly, Trevor, I think that's great advice, Reva. I think we do have an enforcement ordinance that's very quick and easy to look at, whether we want it, yes or no. And we do have a home share ordinance, and we probably could narrow it down to 3 tweaks that we're talking about that were brought up and then we can push this forward. That would be how I'd look at it. And Trevor, chime in, please.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we put in here is not locked in stone. I mean, the city manager is correct that you can make changes to these things down the road, depending on what they are. Depends on what kind of, it would have to go out to coastal or not, but depends on what it is. But we're not locked in permanently here. And if we get something in place that you can start using that ordinance, see how it works, and you can always make adjustments to that down the road. So
all right, so
we're all here now, we're all talking, and before we send it down to coastal, let's iron all the details out as much as we can. We've gotten the comments from everybody, and this is the time where this is where the rubber meets the road. So let's look at all those things now and not say, well, we'll just tweak it later and maybe we'll have to go to coastal or maybe not. No, let's talk about these things right now and
is there consensus? I'm sorry. Is there consensus on whether to keep it with the designated operator or to recommend a change to that?
I think just for simplicity, we should probably just get rid of a designated operator, because that's probably the best thing to be able to enforce. And I think
the designated operator has got to be the owner. Once again, owner occupied, owner rented, owner on the site. That's just how I feel about it. That's what we've already discussed in the past. We got 5-0 in the planning commission. So
I agree.
Let's make this simple. So there's 3 already.
Yeah.
So we already have 3 votes. So
the change then is to you cannot use a designated operator, but the owner needs to be on site.
Right.
Are we saying? I mean, the owner, the person actually owns the property, so it can't be if it's owned by a husband, the wife. Nobody, only the person who actually owns the property has to be on the site.
So the name has to be on the deed? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you'd have to have it to be on site. That was part of, I think, why the designated operator was brought in, so that you could deal with those situations.
Okay, well then, this is an important issue. So let's fix it. Go, Jefferson.
Thank you. Yeah, we have gone over this before, and I'm glad that there are at least 3 of us in agreement on this. We've hashed this part out. It's title, proving it. Bonnie mentioned it earlier. That's how they have to prove that they are the owners and that they are the occupiers. We already drafted a lot of this. Thank you.
Well, we had drafted a designated operator, so that is a change. That's all. I'm not, I say the votes are there. So if the not, right now, if we have 3 votes, we have 3 votes, and we're good.
Well, it's an important thing. So let's have a discussion about it. You don't have to give in necessarily. Let's hear what you got.
I'm not giving in. I thought the votes were locked in, so I just wanted to move on if they were. I think it's a tricky one. I think it is.
It is tricky. It is tricky.
It is tricky.
And it's inflexible. So that's why I was thinking you should have a provision there where you can, for a 2-month period or whatever, designate somebody else to do it.
Something you may want to consider. You could. We're making you designate who the operator is on the permit itself. So if you came in, you could do if you were saying 2 months, a consecutive period. So it's not a number of days over a year you can add up. But if you want to go on a vacation for 2 months and designate someone, they could do that. You'd have to come in and change the operator. You could make it consecutive, or you could make 2 1-month periods. You could come in and change it. If you want to add some flexibility, that would be an option that would be enforceable as long as they come in and change the name on the permit itself. Then when we call the operator to say, hey, there's a problem, are you on site? Who's here? Is it the person that was listed on the permit itself?
I think it doesn't even need to be a guy on the permit. It should just say for a 2-month period, total. You can do it in 1-month increments out the year. You can designate somebody else, but you have to let the city know who that designee is when you're going to leave town. Does that give flexibility?
I'd like to see that provision.
Okay, does that make sense?
I mean, it makes sense in theory. I just think that your enforceability of it is a total loophole, slippery slope.
Well,
I think you should be. I like having the flexibility in there. I just think it's important to say, like, does that person need to designate that person at the time of their permit? Probably not. But and then how do they notify the city? You know, because that's taking staff time. Do you say if you designate somebody and you're going out of town, there's a fee associated with that? Because
if you didn't do it, that's a violation, and you can lose your permit.
That's
the problem.
That's what makes it easy, is that the requirement would be, you know, you have to have, you know, made that change with the city, you know, a certain period of time, you know, before any rentals take place. You know.
And who is the person? Are they going to be using a management company? You're going to require that person to stay on site, I assume.
Yes, have to be on site. Have to be on site.
You would require somebody to stay on. They could do the. They could designate.
Stay on site.
Yeah, they have the same requirement, whether it's the designated operator or the owner. They need to be on the site at 8 o'clock until 6 a.m. and then they need to answer to the property within 1 hour of a call or a problem.
Is there a specific reason, is just to talk to the time period of why we said 8 to 6?
Well, you know, discussed it with Michael Lustig, you know, that was I think there was a conversation from the council about us conferring with him.
Okay.
If you want to pick a different period of time,
you can pick a different something else.
That's, you know, the idea is that they're there at the time.
I felt that like the 9 o'clock hour.
Okay.
Some weird feedback. I don't know if everybody else is.
I think that's Karen.
That too.
It could, yeah. If you, okay. Okay. So two separate issues. First, can we resolve the designated operator? Are we going to allow that to happen
Yes, for up to 2 months, and they don't have to designate it on the permit, but they have to inform the city before they leave town who it's going to be.
Okay. So they have to,
a cumulative period of 2 months. So you have someone that's saying like, oh, 2 days here, 3 days here.
Total.
But cumulative, like they could designate it for a 1 week here and then 1 week there.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. All right. That's totally fine with me. I just want to be clear.
I think I have to throw in some flexibility for people because they may want to go to Europe and, you know, rent their house out, but, you know, have their brother look out for them. I think that's
This kind of addresses the Drummond issue, for example.
exactly. And I think it's valid.
Okay. So it'd be a cumulative period of 2 months, and they need to provide the city with
point of contact and, you know, whoever it is.
I'm going to say notice 2 weeks before. Does that sound?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yes. Yeah, not the day before.
Yeah, good. Jefferson, you're going to say something.
Really difficult to enforce this, guys.
Okay. Remember that if they violate it, that's a violation. They could lose their permit. That we have teeth now, you know.
Yeah, we'll see the violations, but I won't be on council. Good luck, Rick.
Thanks for that vote of confidence, by the way. For my
there's consensus on that item, right? On the 2 months and the 2 week notice to the city before using the designated operator. Is that right?
Yes, it appears that way. Yes.
Okay, and then
Mayor, I just want to make sure that Trevor could point out that if there are substantive changes that the council makes tonight, that we won't be able to adopt this on first reading this evening, and make sure that the council understands that it will have to come back for first reading.
That's why I said every delay is a win for Airbnb.
No, so say that again, Reba, please.
Depending on the number of changes that the council makes this evening, and how far we stray from the version that is presented to you tonight that was noticed,
right.
The ordinance would have to be brought back again for first reading. So we wouldn't be adopting it on first reading tonight and the second reading at the next meeting. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that. I want you to make sure you get the ordinance or ordinances that you all want. But I also just want to make it clear that I want to make sure Trevor weighs in on that. That's all.
Yeah, they also travel separately. So if the enforcement ordinance, if there aren't changes to that can go through on first reading, and this one can come back at the same time for a second reading on the enforcement ordinance and a first reading on this posted ordinance.
That's an excellent point, and I don't anticipate any changes on the enforcement ordinance. Actually,
that's the one that comes into play more quickly anyway.
Yeah, that's a good point. And thank you for pointing that out, Reba.
I wanted to come back to Councilmember Pete. Did you wanted to talk about the hours that needed to be on site? Did you guys want to make a change to that?
Well, I mean, I'm okay with those hours. It just seemed like 9 o'clock would be a more reasonable time. Somebody's out getting dinner.
Yeah, let's do it. Whatever you think is reasonable.
I agree.
Okay. So change it to 9 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Next issue here, I have.
How about the anonymous complaint thing? That was something that people brought up.
Well, here's what I would suggest. I mean, I would suggest if you complain, you have to be able to get contacted, but it doesn't have to become public information. Doesn't that cover it? I mean, how is code enforcement supposed to follow up with you if you're anonymous?
Well, can someone talk about the process now and what the rationale is on this policy 43 and how's that work now?
Sure. This is something that if we want to reopen policy 43, we should bring that back for separate discussion. We didn't really notice reopening that policy tonight, but it's a policy that's been in place for a long period of time in the city, and it makes you attach your name to a complaint if you're making a complaint. And there are a couple of purposes for that. Number one, for investigation reasons, so you can follow up on something. Number two, it also allows code enforcement to know if one person's complaining 20 times about a property, or if it's 20 different people complaining about it. And the way that it tends to work, so you have to attach your name to it. During the investigation, those names aren't disclosed, so there isn't witness intimidation and the case isn't affected. But eventually, after everything's wrapped up, then that information can be revealed. So that is, the policy and how it's been put in place and implemented in the city. If you want to make a change to that, we can bring the policy back separately. But you probably won't spend too much time tonight about that, since we'd have to bring it back anyway to talk about it. We could do that if we're special.
So in other words, they have to give their name, but it doesn't necessarily become public or revealed to the complainer, right?
Not while the case is still pending.
Okay. So anybody else want to talk about that at all?
Yeah, I just think it's impossible to have fully anonymous complaints, or it could be so out of control.
Okay.
There has to be some accountability somewhere, but I can see bringing this back later as a separate item to discuss whether in an STR situation it ever needs to be revealed to the homeowner. Because I do understand, I can understand that could create neighborhood issues.
You can also see how this works, and if we're having problems and people are afraid to, make complaints, you can always bring it back then to deal with it.
Okay.
It's completely separate from the ordinance itself. So how you want to deal with that is up to the council.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Should we talk about the multi-unit?
Yes. Planning Commission suggested 40%, which would affect the duplexes and triplexes and quadplexes, I guess you call them. I kind of agree with that. But are we comfortable with like a 10 unit having 4, or what's the downside of that?
I thought we'd leave the maximum at 2.
So you're comfortable with like a triplex having 2?
Well, 40%. Yeah, well, that's a good question, because the triplex, even at 50%, is just.
Yeah, and so a quad has 2 of 4, and a tri has 2 of 3. That seems, and a bi has.
No, I said a maximum of 2. I said a percentage and then a maximum. So,
okay. In other words, like 40% and a maximum of 2.
That's where I kind of thought this was going personally.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, but if you did 40%, then duplexes would be eliminated.
That's right. The Planning Commission, I believe, did include a cap of 2. 40% or 2 specifically for that reason.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Sorry, for the reason that they wanted to eliminate duplexes?
I think they wanted to make sure that it was, maybe, Trevor, am I remembering that correctly?
What?
It's the Sue Peck issue.
that the planning commission had 40% but no more than 2.
That was my recollection of what they wanted. So you could never have more than 2, and then it eliminates the ability of duplexes to rent out, and then decreases tris and quads is what I remember.
Yeah.
So,
Bonnie, do we have a number of duplexes that we have in the city, or a number of triplexes handy? I would just be curious to know how many properties this is affecting. I remember it coming up and us getting that data at some point in this conversation, but, and also to reference to what Jefferson earlier about talking about this for 2 years. Jay, I feel like I've been talking about this for 8 years.
I think it's been around 4. If you give me a second, I think I can get that information. I don't have it right off the top of my head, but we did, I think we did look that up at some point or do that research.
We did. Most of them were on West Malibu Road.
Okay, so I guess, and then for council, I don't see the logic in not allowing a duplex to do it. So I think that but I can understand 50%, but not more than 2. But if you did that, then the only thing that you would be hurting would be a triplex. That'd be the only property within the element that you would be affecting.
Here's another thing. If you did the 40% and you're a duplex guy, and then you lived in the other one, could you now do it because you're on site? Because remember, multi, they don't have to be on site.
Ooh,
yeah, I mean, you could make a change, but the way we sort of divided it is between the 2. So if you want to, it's easier if you just say duplexes only get 1, rather than, you know.
I mean, yeah, I think you could specify. That's sort of why my question for Bonnie is kind of like, how many properties are we affecting as a total number if we look at how many duplexes or how many triplexes that exist?
Yeah, I think the research that we did previously might have been for multifamily more generally. I don't recall if we had it broken out to duplexes and triplexes and that sort of thing, but we're looking it up right now.
But I may be wrong.
I mean, so the way
you mean 3 or more? Or does multifamily include duplexes?
Multifamily is 3 or more. Duplexes are kind of an anomaly. They just live by themselves. The definition of multifamily is 3 or more.
So a duplex can have 1 if they live in it. They're not a multifamily, right?
You're muted, Councilmember Peak.
Oh, I said a duplex essentially falls under the category of a single family residence. Is that how this is being interpreted?
That's not how the ordinance is set up right now.
Then how is it set up right now to address a duplex?
Right now, both units in a duplex can be rented out, right, Bonnie?
Right.
But hold on. I thought we just said that multifamily is 3 or more.
Right, but the way the ordinance is structured right now, yeah, you're right. It would be just 1. You could only rent out. Well, it would depend if it's a condominium or an apartment or a rental.
A condominium or a duplex. I want to be very clear about this.
Yeah, this is a pretty important item.
I think that what we should focus on is what you want to have done, and then we can adjust the ordinance to make that fit either way. So if you want the question then becomes, do you want to allow unhosted rentals in duplexes? And if so, how many units? Or do you only want to allow hosted rentals in duplexes? And then they would be able to rent out both units as long as it's hosted. You know, the duplexes, either units occupied by somebody different.
So then my first question is, are we going to allow unhosted rentals, period?
Well, we are in multi-family.
So if we're going to allow them in multifamily, then, and we're not allowing them in single family residences, do you want to allow them in duplexes or not?
I think in duplexes, if you live in one, you're probably covered on the other one.
Yeah.
So then a duplex essentially is treated like a single family residence.
Well, it'd be treated as if it was okay, we can make the change. So basically what you want to do is duplexes can be rented 1 unit unhosted if the owner is in the other unit. Is that what you want?
Essentially, you're treating it like a single family residence and saying there's 2 buildings on the property. You tell us which one you're going to live in, and you're living in one, or you're designating somebody for 2 months of the year in the one, and you can rent out the other short term.
But to be clear, it would be unhosted, so that you wouldn't need to, be there at 9 o'clock in the other unit.
No, I think that what Rick is saying is that you would have to live in the other unit.
Yes, but the question is, do you want to require the 9 o'clock p.m. to 6 a.m. and the 1 hour response? Do you want to require that for them?
Yeah, same as the other guys.
I think that would be fair, yes.
Okay.
Jefferson?
I agree.
Good.
Okay. So that's for the duplexes
We've
then.
heard from people that own buildings that live in them, and that's, yes, I think if you live there, that gives you some rights on the rental.
Yeah.
If you don't live there, that should be a long-term rental then. And we're talking about duplexes right now.
Right. What about triplex?
So, was the way that the ordinance is written right now, Bonnie, are we saying 2, whether it's 3, 4, 5, or any amount of units, they get maximum of 2?
Right, that's correct.
Okay, and when it went to planning commission, did it say that?
They wanted 40%.
Well, that's different than saying you get.
So in other words, if you're a tri, you get 1.
Right.
I understand that, and I think that
or a quad one,
or a quad, you get 1. Is that right? Yeah.
So there was a couple people that we heard from tonight. I think they might have owned 3 and 4 unit places.
Right.
But my understanding is that they were under the impression that they can rent out up to 2 units short term.
Well, no, that's what they're saying. Yeah. The way the thing is written is all multi-family can do 2. So if you're a triplex, you can do 2. If you're a 10-plex, you can do 2. And what the planning commission said is, no, it should be 40%. So if you're a triplex, you get 1. If you're a quadplex, you get 1.
And if you're a 10-plex, you get 4.
Maximum of 2.
Max of 2 still.
The question is how you want to treat quads and tris, whether you wanted them to be able to use 1 unit or 2 units.
So I'd be curious to hear from everybody on that. I'm not entirely decided. Again, for me, it kind of comes back to how many of those are in the city. And I think something that hasn't entirely been brought up yet tonight is the impact that all of this has on, it's been brought up sort of indirectly, but not just straightforward in regards to housing and long-term housing for people that are renters in our community. And a lot of those people are people, especially now with the increased value in the homes, of people that work in our community, or a newer teacher or something like that, not necessarily a teacher that's been around a long time or retired that was able to purchase a home out here when a teacher's salary could do that. And what I've seen in my experience, maybe some of you can attest to this as well, is that housing is basically non-existent anymore.
Right.
I recently helped somebody look for renting a property in and around our area, and the least expensive one they could find was $7,000 a month. So, and I realize that, fiscally, I think anybody that's on the council or anyone that's in the community and owns a property here obviously benefits from that. But I think we also benefit from having people that work here that live in our community and are vested in our community. And a lot of those people have been pushed out. So specifically in regards to multifamily, I think that that's a large long-term housing resource. And I think it's in the city's best interest to limit that at the number of 2 when you start getting into those larger units. That's where I come to the logic on that. Sorry for the long explanation.
No, I agree with you.
That's a good explanation.
I think the 40% thing works. Then you get 1 for a tri, 1 for a quad, and anything bigger you get 2. Jefferson?
Yes, that's what the planning commission had gone through and done a pretty good job of it. I agree.
So let's go with that. And then the duplexes, they can still do it, but they just have to be there.
Bonnie or Trevor, does it, in terms of the language, is it more clear to say if you have a triplex, you get 1, if you have a fourplex, you get one. If you have 5 or more, you get 2.
Yeah,
Two.
we'll break the language so it comes back that way. And
Okay.
it's
And
easy
like single family.
way out.
I want to give Karen a chance to weigh in.
Thank you. I'd rather see it at 50% so that a quad can have 2 units.
That's the difference between 40 and 50, right? So it doesn't affect a triplex.
So the
only triplex has 1, and then quad and more have 2.
Yeah, and I think the cap on 2 makes sense.
Okay, and my next question is, or I had a question did Bonnie, did you get any of the numbers or of those total units approximately?
So it looks like approximately 28 triplexes. The county, let's see, the county assessor is showing that we have 94 parcels containing roughly 473 total apartment units. 32% appear to be quadruplexes and 18% are triplexes. That's where we got the 28 triplexes.
So we have more fourplexes than we have triplexes?
Yes, it looks like that.
Like 50 or 60?
I would be less inclined to then allow the 2 for the 4, and I would go with 1 for 4, and specifically because of the housing argument that I just made.
I agree.
Jefferson agrees, right?
Yes.
That's 3. That's for 1 for the 4s, and then for the 3s, is it also 1? Is there consensus for that?
Yes, there is consensus.
Okay. Anything else you guys want to address on the hosted?
No, we're now the hosted one. You're talking about the whole ordinance, other changes to that ordinance?
Yeah, we've been going through the hosted ordinance. Are there any other changes to the hosted ordinance or the attached LCP amendment?
Let me review my notes here.
I don't see, I think this was brought up, was the posting of a permit number, which is like maybe.
There is a requirement to post the permit number on advertisement, so I'm not sure where that came from.
So I understand posting it on the advertisement. I think that it was more to posting it on site.
Oh, on site? Okay. That's something that I think actually you, Councilmember Peake, said not to do previously. You'd seen it done in Hawaii. You thought it brought in crime or something, and that it would let people know that.
I mentioned that, but I also, I think, was very clear that I thought that actually the system worked well so that that was easily identifiable to residents and neighbors. And that, I believe, also required the information for the on-site contact to be posted on it. But I don't know if people want that here or not. I was merely bringing it up for discussion.
Okay. It was you, though, I remember.
No, Jefferson.
We also did it in Zorasis. We started it way back when. So we had a lot of public input on that. It does in the plan that we're approving this evening, if we do approve it, it does say that it has to appear in the ad. So that is part of it. At least if it's in the ad, the neighbor can look up the address and say, here's their ad. And then they can get the permit number.
Yeah, I don't know about what posting on site does. I mean, I know some people mention that. I don't know what the importance of that is.
I have one question about hosted rentals in the time of COVID. So in the interest of not spreading this virus, does anybody have any suggestions for how that would work?
You mean like restricting it when there's a pandemic type of thing?
Well, yeah, I mean, what we're talking about is bringing strangers into someone's home and requiring them to be there. And we have a pandemic.
Yeah, that's a good point. What do you think?
We received several emails asking us about that.
All right.
You know what I suggest? This is Christy. I suggest that we handle the superimposing of those kinds of rules to the emergency orders like we would everything else. I think we should plan as if there's a vaccine and we're all able to stay healthy. And then when the time comes to impose this, if we don't yet have that vaccine and we need to impose some temporary restrictions to take care of the pandemic, that we do it through our emergency powers.
Okay.
Otherwise, I think then we got to start talking about all kinds of eventualities that'll be impossible to get through this.
Okay, I want to know.
But it's a very good point and timely.
That makes sense though. But, you know, when you have emergency powers, you can do things.
Yep, that makes sense.
Banning all short-term rentals.
Okay. Is there other important items we need to address on the home share ordinance, or can we?
Is there a provision in there for a periodic review of this thing? Or I mean, how do we address that? You know, I mean, the reason I say that is this is a changing thing. I mean, it changes all the time. It's going through growth, etc. And there probably should be some mechanism to re-examine that. Or is that something we can just do whenever that?
That's what councils are supposed to do. Is
okay.
Look at things that aren't working and fix them, right?
Right, exactly.
Okay, never mind.
If there's no further changes, do we vote on each item separately? Since we
Well, I wanted to on the enforcement thing. I don't want to change anything on the enforcement thing, but I thought Steve Euring's idea about the permit thing to encourage people to start their permitting process now by offering them, you know, $1,000 if you do it now, or if you do it before December, you can get your next year for $1,000 too, and it's probably going to go up after January 15th. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, how does a permit fee work?
Bonnie still here?
Yeah, she's still here. There.
Yes.
Is that realistic?
Well, we would have to bring back a fee schedule item separately. We typically deal with that at the mid-year budget or the annual budget.
So it wouldn't necessarily impede this ordinance going through. It's more of a fee schedule thing.
Yes, we have to notice the fee schedule if there's going to be a change to the fee schedule, and then there's a period of time before it can actually goes into effect. The council will recall that we typically bring the annual fee schedule to you in April, May, so that it becomes effective on July 1st. So it's not something that we can adopt it at the next meeting and it's immediately effective. So, you know, I'm happy to try and get it moving forward as quickly as possible, but there is going to be some time due to the legal requirements of that.
You had to study the cost involved.
So how do we then set up a permit process so we can't charge because we don't have any fees on our books now, right? So
we were trying to get through tonight to get some feedback from you on where you were going to go, and then we were planning on coming back with the revised fee schedule so that we could get that moving in time for the January start date.
Okay, great. That makes sense.
Yeah, and we're getting through it, by the way.
The ordinance designates that the fees will be set by separately designated by the council.
Okay.
So do we have any knowledge of what other municipalities charge for the temporary TVR kind of permit fees?
Whatever they charge. I don't know if Bonnie was about to say a number, but whatever they charge, ours will be based on a fee study that establishes what the cost of running the program is. And it'll be, you know, fully loaded with, you know, all of the overhead, but also whatever additional regulations we need, code enforcement, whatever we need to add into it. So we have to do a study and come up with that number, but that's what it'll be.
Okay, so that's what it's based on. So we can't no number that we're going to come up with.
Okay, all right. So it's all the logistics and cost and personnel involved, and that's to be determined. Mm-hmm. Okay.
So we're not going to go into enforcement details here. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, there's nothing I want to change.
In regards to the fee structure, no.
No, but as far as the whole enforcement thing.
Yes,
I just had a question, I guess, for Bonnie. So how is this going to work when I come to the city and I say I want a permit for my 4-bedroom house how are you going to know that I have a 4-bedroom house that should be permitted as a 4-bedroom house? Are you going to send somebody to my house to verify that and then also be referencing that with what the county records are? Or are we just going to go off the county records? Is there going to be an inspection involved? Because it says that we have to be compliant with the fire codes, but we all know that people are violating the fire codes by not having adequate smoke detectors, not having adequate access to their property, around their property, brush clearance, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. So if you notice in section 1755020 of the hosted ordinance, that's page 10 of 19, it goes through a whole list of requirements, and one of the requirements when someone's applying for the permit is that they attest to several things, and that one of the things on that list of things that the applicant has to attest to is that what is the number of bedrooms and the proposed maximum occupancy. So that would be our starting point. They will also have to attest that the property is in compliance with that there's no prohibition in the CCNRs, if there are any for the property, that they will comply with all the requirements of the chapter. So that's the starting point. When the owner applies, that they have to agree to all those things and attest that they're in compliance. And then we will research that as issues arise, is my guess. I don't know that we're going to be, researching every application as it comes through the door. I think most people are going to follow the rules, and when the nuisance rentals come up where somebody gets turned in and they've got the sheriff coming because there's 25 people at the property, then we'll dig in and do the research and find out that, oh, they lied on their application, they aren't permitted, and that's how the violations are going to stack up and give us put these tools in place to give us the opportunity to revoke licenses for renting.
And don't most rentals show you pictures of the bedrooms?
Yeah, and that's another tool too. If we find that the advertisements are not matching up with the occupancy or the number of bedrooms that we think the property should have, that's another method.
If you lie on the application, you're risking putting your whole rental ability at risk. So
I just want to verify that. Yeah, so that would be a condition for striking the ability to strike for that.
Yes, exactly.
And then I guess so that'll be very clear, and then they'll have to get an on-site wastewater permit if they don't already had one, and they would not be allowed to do a short-term rental if they had any sort of code enforcement violation.
Right.
That's clear.
Okay.
Okay. Is that everything on the hosted? Were there any comments on the enforcement ordinance? Anything you want to make a change to on that?
Go, Jefferson.
I'm just trying to make sure that I understand what we were just discussing for the last hour or two is the final one that we're sending up north to coastal for their ratification in the future. And now we're starting to discuss an enforcement or a quick term one for the intermediate time. Is that correct on the timing? We've already now approved what we're going to send up for the long term.
We don't have a motion yet, but we have the consensus on the item. So when we're ready for a motion.
So can I make a motion on the first portion that we've sort of already discussed, which will incorporate the
home share ordinance.
The home share ordinance as
hosted.
The hosted.
Sorry.
Short-term rental ordinance that's been discussed to this point and the details therein.
Yeah, can you make a list of the things we covered there, Trevor?
Yeah, sure. So I think the motion would be to continue the hearing, to direct staff to come back and make the following changes to the hosted ordinance and paired LCP amendment. as follows, and these include, we're going to leave it as you can rent the guest house, but only one of the guest house, main house, and second unit may be designated for short-term rental units on a permit. Designated operator is okay for up to 2 months cumulative per year, but you must provide notice 2 weeks before any rental. If you're using a designated operator, the time that the designated operator needs to be on site is to be 9 p.m. And then for multifamily, duplexes can rent out the other unit if they live in one of the units, and they must comply with the 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. requirements. And then one unit is allowed to be rented in tris, unhosted. One unit is allowed to be rented in quads, unhosted. And then for larger units, a maximum of 2 units may be rented unhosted, so long as the other units are rented on a long-term basis.
And back on the designation of which one unit on your property, I think there should be some ability to, if you want to change which that is, you got to come in and modify your permit, not apply for a whole new permit, but say, no, that's not working out. It's
You have the ability under the ordinance currently to amend those things. You just need to apply to the city and make that change.
All right, excellent. Thank you.
So
I'll second that motion.
Would that be your motion? Is it Councilmember Peak or Councilmember Mullen?
Yes, yeah, I'll take that motion.
Bring that back with those changes for the hosted ordinance and paired LCP amendment.
Correct.
LCP only, correct? LCP only.
Right. Yeah, we're not doing the enforcement one yet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And that's for first reading, or this is the update for the second reading?
We're going to bring that back for, we're going to make the changes and bring it back for a first reading for that ordinance, right?
So you think that what you're saying is you think that those changes are substantial enough that we need to do that?
Yeah, and I think we want to make sure that we get. Otherwise, I have to read exact language in word for
I want to
word.
make sure that we cross our T's and dot our I's on this one, Trevor. Is that what I'm hearing?
We want to. Otherwise, we could end up with 4 meetings on this one. So
okay. Let's be
well,
clear.
This is the one we want to get right. The other one we want to get done fast.
Okay.
And right.
And right.
Yeah, well, that's right. We're keeping it simple for that one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so is that the motion then, is to bring the hosted ordinance back and the paired LCP amendments with those changes that I read back?
Yes.
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 Can we get a roll call vote? Was that a second by the mayor?
I think it was a second by either Skylar or I think Skylar or Rick made it. Skylar or Rick seconded it.
Yeah, I made it. Skylar seconded.
I saw it the other way, but that's fine.
Oh, okay, I seconded. Skylar made it.
Yeah, I think Skylar actually did start, but Rick
Whatever.
kind of finished it off. So
There you go. See, in the record. Good job, man.
all right, should we do a roll call on that now?
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Peak,
Yes.
Councilmember Mullen,
Yes.
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Councilmember Wagner,
Yes.
Mayor Pearson,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay.
Thank you to whoever got all the changes up on the computer that fast.
Yeah. That is impressive. Or maybe we just talked a really long time. It wasn't hard at all. Anyhow, but thank you. So let's look at the enforcement ordinance now. Anyone have changes they want to suggest on that? Oh, Jefferson, sorry.
Just going to mention that the short term or the ZTA one will negate, and I'd like to hear from the attorneys, will negate what we've just passed, because it will make it moot. It will make it very difficult. We're sending 2 messages, and we're asking staff time to be occupied by a ZTA and a short-term quick one, and then spending more time on the long-term. Let's take control of our community for long-term effect. Just making the statement.
I appreciate that. I find that we've left too many people hanging out to dry, and I think the long term is our main goal, but long term is not going to happen overnight. it's going to take a while from what we're seeing. Look at the rodenticide ban. They asked for a year extension. So to me, I'm very nervous about hanging out, say, Hidalgo, Broad Beach, Malibu Road. I think there's a lot more. I get a lot more texts and calls from people on weekends, and I think people know there's house parties that happen all over the place. So I find myself very nervous just to abandon residents right now when we can do something temporary that will be superseded when we get the ZTA through. And Christy, I would see you there, so I assume you want to comment on this.
Well, I'm willing to.
Well said.
Yeah, I know I've heard the arguments that have been made by some of the lawyers in the community. And the arguments are premised on this idea that short-term vacation rentals are not currently permitted in Malibu. And that's just not the case. They are permitted, and we tax them and we give out registrations, and they have gotten out of control. And we have used the enforcement tools that we have, and it has been not as effective as we want. And so the ordinance that's in front of you now doesn't change any of the uses. It's not a land use regulation. It's giving us more enforcement tools. And the most important enforcement tool that it gives us is the ultimate ability to shut down a bad actor. And we intend to use it aggressively and as soon as we can, starting January 15th.
Let me ask you a question, Christy. Is there any legal reason that by doing a interim enforcement ordinance that it creates some sort of ambiguity or issue with the long-term?
No. We are asking the Coastal Commission to certify a hosted, not home share, a hosted ordinance. And when they do, that will be the law of the land. And we will be using all of the enforcement tools that we have to enforce the hosted ordinance. Currently, what we have are the ability of people to use their homes for short-term vacation rentals, and we are going to use those tools to enforce that. So it doesn't create any ambiguity. We're asking for the same thing. The hosted ordinance is unchanged whether you do this or not. You don't have to do this either. I
understand.
Right. We're just saying, we would like to add some teeth. That's all.
Right. Is there any reason to put a sunset clause in this or not?
No.
Well, it's virtually sunsetted when it gets superseded by the other one.
Just trying to make sure,
If you read page 2, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead.
Page 2 of 17, second paragraph down indicates what Christy is just talking about. It's almost word for word.
Yep.
I understand that. It's on the
Thank
green
you,
green page.
I know, but thank you for
thanks for that, to be honest,
dialogue.
for the public that's listening. So because I think it's a big issue to some people, so I wanted to at least address it in public. So are there any proposed changes to the measure we're talking about now, our interim enforcement measure, for lack of a better term? People need a minute to look through it, or?
Well, I made my comment. Thank you, Mikey.
Yeah, thank you, Jefferson.
I don't see a reason for any changes, and I'd like to make a motion to approve the enforcement ordinances as written.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. Is there discussion?
So Trevor's going to read the title because you're introducing on first reading.
Okay.
Let me just get it up here. All right, so it's to introduce on first reading ordinance number 468, an ordinance of the City of Malibu amending Title 17 zoning of the Malibu Municipal Code and adding Chapter 17.55 short-term rental ordinance to establish provisions to regulate short-term rental of property citywide, updating Chapter 15.44 pertaining to on-site wastewater treatment systems and short-term rentals, and finding the action exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Does that accurately reflect your motion?
Yes.
Okay, roll call, please.
Who was the second?
Karen.
Was Karen.
Mayor Pro Tem Peak,
Aye.
Councilmember Fair,
To clarify, I just also want to clarify that this is to include the staff suggested changes from the staff report. From the presentation.
You want to review those?
Sure.
Wait, are the
can you bring them up?
Asian stuff different than what's in my packet right here?
There are two changes to it.
Yeah, it's getting late, so let's if we can
They're on it.
around those quickly.
Liz, can you bring up the slide?
I can't bring up the slide, but I know that it is slide 9. If they can bring it up.
Whoever has control, can you bring up slide 9, please?
Okay.
Yes, we should definitely include these. The two changes that are referenced by staff here, Trevor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Liz, was there also a change on the previous slide?
That was to the hosted ordinance, I believe.
Okay.
Right, Liz?
Yes, it's to the hosted ordinance only. It was already included in the enforcement ordinance.
Okay.
Thank you, Liz. And Alex or whoever did that from outer space.
Okay, then can we have roll call?
Mayor Pro Tem Peak,
Yes.
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Councilmember Mullen,
Yes.
Councilmember Wagner,
No.
Mayor Pearson,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay, we made huge progress. Thank you, everyone. I know that was long. Thank you to the public for all their letters and for speaking. And we move on. Item 4B, base covering ordinance. Adopt ordinance number 470U, requiring all individuals to wear a face covering while in public, finding the same exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, and setting forth the facts constituting such urgency. A 4/5 vote of the city council is required, and if approved, will take effect immediately. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor Pearson, City Council members. I will be discussing item 4B, introducing an ordinance that would require members of the public to wear face coverings. As you all are aware, the LA County Health Officer does have a health order in place that, subject to specified exemptions, requires members of the public to wear face coverings. Now, the ordinance before you tonight differs from the county health order in 2 ways. First, it expressly prohibits 2 additional types of face coverings. Those face coverings are any coverings that include valves, openings, or open chin triangle bandanas. Second, this would allow the city of Malibu to enforce the use of face coverings to the issuance of an administrative citation. Now, the city of Malibu is subject to the county health officer, but this regulation, so the goal of this ordinance is not to raise money, but instead to assure compliance with face coverings through the issuance of administrative citations. So with that said, I am glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. We have public speakers on this item.
Very fast for.
Yes, we have 3 public speakers on this item. They're Bruce Silverstein, Hamish Patterson, and Graham Clifford. The first speaker is Bruce Silverstein.
Okay, thank you.
Hey there. So I guess I'm the first to get to say good morning again, as I have in the past. So this is a statute, and you've had a month to put it together, and all persons shall wear a face covering over both the nose and mouth whenever they leave their place of residence. That's the rule. Then there's exceptions. So, this is going to be a law. I leave my place of residence, I get in my car and drive out of my garage. I'm supposed to wear a mask in my car while I'm driving? Because that's what this says. I've left my place of residence. Is leaving your place of residence going out into your yard? Or is the residence the dwelling? Or is it the property? What about people taking a walk on their street when no one is around to walk their dog? I don't know whether this covers that. I don't know whether this ought to cover that, but it does cover that. I'm sure there are hundreds of other circumstances in which face coverings are not required under state and county ordinances or rule or orders, and ought not to be and aren't recommended by the CDC or any other health authority. But this covers all of that. So I just, I think you need to be careful when you're drafting a statute not to go overboard. And I think this one does. It goes way overboard. I'm in favor of face coverings. I'm in favor of social distancing. The pandemic is very serious. I take it very serious. I hardly ever leave my house. But this, I think, is very overbroad. Thank you.
Thank you. Hamish is next.
Yes, Hamish Patterson.
Hello.
Hello.
This is overreach. I mean, I don't know if any of you flown on an airplane the last 6 months, but I have. Everybody wears their face diaper, and it's funny. We're in a little cabin, and then the minute the drink cart comes out, everybody on the plane takes their mask off. So that seems weird. We should be able to trace a huge surge of these things from every flight that's been taken in the United States, but alas, we're not seeing that. This seems like a hassle ordinance. As I last heard, the sheriffs were supposedly the ones that were going to be enforcing that. I think that's putting an unfair burden on our local law enforcement. I think it's already agitating people that are already agitated. People who aren't going to wear masks aren't going to wear masks. I'm not going to comply. I have a pre-existing health condition. You have no right to ask me under HIPAA. So there you go. I mean, this again is the nanny state. I wish that the city of Malibu was busy teaching people how to be healthy, how to boost their immune system. We've had 6 months now to get ready for the fall, and yet the city of Malibu hasn't done anything to protect its citizenry or armor its citizenry's immune system for the flu season that's coming, or the COOF season, or the COVID season, whatever you want to call it. So again, this is a dereliction of duty, because we live in a community with tons of people that are health professionals that deal with this specifically, and yet there's nothing coming out of the city. You pretend you care, but you don't care, because this isn't about caring. This is about controlling. This is about the nanny state. This is about you asserting your power, Mikey, as the mayor, to put some ordinance way after the horse has left the barn. And I think that you're just setting people up for failure. I think you're setting people up for more conflict, more disagreement. It seems like everybody's getting along pretty well under these circumstances. I haven't seen anybody walking around inside of a building without their face covering on. I think everybody's doing pretty fine walking from their cars to the sand, walking to the gas station, without having one more layer of Big Brother asserting his authoritarian boot on our head. So you can be part of the authoritarian dictatorship that seems to be sweeping across this nation with one more paper cut of 1,000, death by 1,000 paper cuts. So I hope that when this all is done, we will be holding all of you accountable for those who choose to vote for this kind of nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you, Hamish.
Our final speaker would be Graham Clifford, but it appears he is no longer in the meeting. So that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you. I'm just gonna make a couple of notes on this. So this follows the state and county face covering requirements. Exactly. It's no different. The cities of Beverly Hills, Calabasas, Hermosa
Mr. Mayor,
Beach.
Mr. Mayor, there were a few small differences.
Yes, if I can interject real quickly, Mayor Pearson. At the beginning, I mentioned there were two ways that this differs from the county ordinance, from the county health order, I'm sorry. And one of those is that it explicitly prohibits masks that have valves or any openings and open chin triangle bandanas. The addition is that because people have gone creative with the use of face coverings, different type of face coverings have been used by the public, and these two types of face coverings have demonstrated to essentially defeat the purpose of using a face covering, and that it still allows for the emission of droplets, which is the sole purpose of using a face covering.
Yes, I should have mentioned that. You are correct.
Yeah.
So besides, there's a whole bunch of cities around us doing it. I did talk to the sheriff. I talked to our local captain. I talked to the local lieutenant, and they both encouraged us to pass this to give them a tool when they need it. They were honest that they don't expect enforcement on Zuma Beach on a weekend. You know, they are just at times when necessary would like to have this as another tool in their arsenal. There obviously on the news are cases where people refuse to going into businesses, etc. So I bring it up for discussion. A lot of people got a hold of me about this. So Hamish, I'm not trying to ram anything down anyone's throat, but when a lot of citizens bring it up, it's fair to bring it forward. And that's what I'm doing here. So I bring it up open for discussion. Rick?
Well, I think I expressed myself last time. Just say that I feel the same way. I'm much more inclined to educate the public, and I think the public has been fairly well educated. And I agree with a lot of things that Hamish says, in that, you know, there's a lot of compliance out there. You go to the grocery store, everyone wears a mask where they're supposed to. And I don't, you know, to me, I don't really see why we're doing this, because I know you get a lot of things from people like, hey, all those guys coming out to the beach, you know, they're not wearing masks, etc. To me, that's like, that's almost too big to do. I think that you have to inform people about what the risks they take are, and those people who are in appropriate risk categories should be exercising more stringent risk management. And I'm against this, but anyway, I just wanted to say I agreed with Hamish, and thanks for staying up late and expressing your opinion, Hamish. And Bruce, I agree with you. It's a bit of an overreach, but that's okay. Thanks.
Jefferson?
Thank you. Yes, some of the speakers, Bruce and Hamish and Rick now, you do point out that it's a bit of an overreach. However, compliance is really where we're going to be at with this. People do leave their car and won't get cited. It's more of a common sense kind of a reach out. I think that's where Mikey was headed with this, is we don't know who has a compromised immune system when you're walking through the parking lot. We don't know who may be compromised while you're filling up the tank of gas at the gas station. So in those circumstances, when you're in proximity to other people, you should be wearing a mask. And I think it should be the proper type of mask. In my store, people come in with the handkerchief over and I say, that's not proper. And they go, okay. And they go out and get the proper mask. So we're going to cordially have to introduce ourselves to some kind of compliance that meets the health standards and the health codes of other countries that have proven that proper face mask applications do work. If you look at the country of Taiwan, 30 million occupants with fewer than 10 fatalities. They all wear masks. They wear proper masks. They may have overreached, but they saved an awful lot of lives. So I agree. You're all right, Rick, and you are right, Hamish. It's an overreach, but it's one that I support at this time because we just don't know enough about this pandemic. Thank you, Mikey.
Karen?
Yeah, I'm concerned about several things. Asymptomatic carriers. Flu season is coming. When the weather gets cold, we'll be spending more time indoors. Hamish, I have not been on an airplane since this started. I don't look forward to getting on one soon. And for anybody who's had to do that, yeah, I think you're at increased risk. Of course, every time I get on an airplane, all I can think is I'm breathing everybody else's germs. Before COVID was a thing. So I'd rather err on the side of caution, personally.
Skylar?
Thank you, Mikey. I'm sort of comfortable with the county ordinance the way that it is. I'm gonna I kind of feel like I think Hamish brings up a couple of really valid points here. So that's kind of where I'm at, unless you can give me a real convincing argument to go otherwise. Other than I feel that I've seen a very good amount of compliance with the county order. I mean, yes, there's a couple people that are wearing bandanas, and I make a mental note of that and cautiously stay at a very significant distance away from them when in public. But I feel like the compliance is rather improved from where it was early on in this.
Thank you. My feelings are, first of all, that this is, it's been said, I would say it, this is late. I actually was under the assumption that the sheriff did not want us to do this, and then I actually called them, and they're like, oh yeah, we want you to do it. I was like, damn it, why didn't you say something? And it's been a while. It's been a while. I agree compliance is overall well, but I also agree that this isn't over. It's still going. And whether people died directly of COVID or died because they had underlying health issues, with flu season coming, I mean, to me, this isn't really about us. It's about other people. It's about, I don't want anyone over 65 or 75 dying. I don't even know why that was given out as a thing. I mean, that's a lot of the population. So I would err on the side of caution. I think I'm all for getting the economy going again, and slowing this thing down any way we can, to me, is worth it. I see small businesses going out of business left and right and struggling. And I want to do something where we can get quicker to a place where we don't have to wear a mask, where the county isn't ordering it. So that's how I feel. I would err on the side of, let's do what can help get rid of this thing sooner. So that's why I would vote for it, while admitting Hamish had some points that I don't disagree with, while admitting this is a bit late, but we're not through it yet. You know, I knew all 3 people that died in Malibu. So that was real. I don't underlying health issues. I don't care. They all died and they all had COVID. So that to me is, you know, that's enough. That's all I need. I see Billy, and that's all I need to know his stepdad is gone. You know, I don't need more. So I will make a motion on this and see if I get a second. We'll just take a roll call, and that's what we can do.
I'll second.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, so
Problem?
the urgency ordinance requires 4 affirmative votes.
I'm aware of that.
Okay, if you wanted to introduce it as a non-urgency, it would take 3 votes. I don't know, it's late, my math isn't great, but you may not be there either. What, should we just, let's just try it as the urgency and see where you are.
Yeah, that's how it's proposed here. So I'm fine with it. It urges George. Did I get a second?
Yes.
From Karen? Okay.
Yes.
Can we have a roll call, please?
The motion on the floor is to adopt ordinance number 470U, requiring all individuals to wear face coverings while in public, finding the same exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, and setting forth the facts constituting such urgency.
Thank you.
Mayor Pearson,
Yes.
Councilmember Farrer,
Yes.
Councilmember Mullen,
Nope.
Councilmember Wagner,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peak,
No.
motion fails.
Okay. Well, there you go.
So you had 3 yes votes. So do you want to introduce it on first reading and we'll bring it back as a non-urgency? Or let it go?
That's a great question. No one's ever asked me before in my entire life.
So for those following along at home, an urgency ordinance takes effect immediately. And because of that, it requires a supermajority to pass. And it has to be justified by some urgent reason. In this case, it was to prevent the spread of COVID. So if we went by regular ordinance, we'd introduce it tonight. You would adopt it in 2 weeks on the 29th, and then it would take 30 days before it would take effect. So I don't know where we'll be in terms of masks then, but that's the timing.
I almost feel like I'm willing to let it go right now, and then I'll bring it back if this thing turns again. And I think I'll be able to have a stronger case and get 4/5 at that point. So I believe in it, but I don't want to. We brought it as an urgency ordinance, and I don't want to switch gears on it now. That doesn't feel quite right to me.
Okay, that's fine. And then just real quick before we go, the Deputy City Attorney, Natalie Camarino, made her debut performance today in front of the Malibu City Council, having worked on this ordinance. I wanted to thank her for the staff report and acknowledge that milestone.
And she did a great job, and its demise was certainly not a reflection of her excellent presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much, and welcome aboard. Appreciate everything very much.
Thank you. Thank you all for having me, and have a great evening.
Okay, you too. Okay, let's move forward to 4C, temporary waiving of certain sign regulations to assist businesses and other uses during COVID-19. Karen, this was your item, but do we want to have a staff report, please?
Sure, I will keep it brief, and then if you'd like to ask any questions, I would be happy to answer them. At your last meeting on August 10th, you directed staff to bring back an urgency ordinance relaxing certain parts of the sign code that would allow for commercial businesses and certain other non-residential use operators to be able to better communicate with the public their operating hours and operating requirements and things like that as the health officer's orders change. So under the urgency ordinance, a business operator or a park or a church or something that fits into those categories could apply for up to 2 types of portable signs. These could be A-frame, sandwich board type signs, or a banner or things like that. And those could be used to communicate whatever message the operator wanted to communicate. And it would also allow them to be able to change the message as they needed to without having to reapply. So this ordinance would be in effect as long as the local emergency is in place. And I think those are the main points. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, great. Do we have any public speakers?
Our only speaker for this item is Graham Clifford, and he is still not present in the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Back here. Karen, did you want to say some words on this?
Sorry. It's not a secret. Our local businesses are just getting pummeled. And this seems like a pretty small barrier for us to remove to help them inform the public, promote their business, inform people about their hours in a fairly unobtrusive way. Sandwich board signs, banners, window signs, where the size is regulated, but not the content. So I feel like it's kind of the least we can do.
Counselors, comments?
I'd like to make a motion to pass this agenda item.
Okay, Jefferson?
Yes, thank you, Mikey. Appreciate that. And Rick pushing it forward and Karen's nomination for this. I'm just making sure that Bonnie knows that there should be a sunset clause other than when the COVID finally ends. There has to be some kind of a sunset time on this. And there should be some kind of assessment of prior to COVID and afterwards, because I think people will take advantage of this after the COVID and after we have the science that takes care of us as humans. I think people will still continue to take advantage of the signage, and it's going to look terrible out there on PCH and some of the malls. I don't know how to do that, but we did have a sign appreciation. We did an assessment of signage a few years ago. Do we rely on that as our base for signage to go back to? Can you see where I'm headed with this? Because we don't want it to look like a third world country. I'm sorry to say that, but I'm not mentioning the name. But after this is over, because it will end, we will find an end to this in the next year or two. So that's my only question. And I have a small business. I'd love to put out more signage, but I would be courteous enough to say, this is what I had prior. This is what I'm legal to. And after it's over, I'll take it down. But a lot of people won't. There'll be a lot of bad players.
Those are very good points, Councilmember Wagner. The types of signs that would be allowed, this again would be a maximum of 2 per business, are currently prohibited signs. So once the local emergency is over, and that happens by a declaration, then those would no longer be allowed to be displayed. So code enforcement could address those types of signs and make sure that people take them down. Code enforcement will periodically do a sweep of the city for banners, for example, or those flags and things like that. So it would work in the same type of way.
And there's also there's expiration on this. It's when the local emergency period is when the emergency period expires. So whenever we lift the local emergency, this ordinance would expire simultaneously. That's in section 2A1.
Well, thank you. I hope local residents and other businesses take some pictures of these businesses before it all starts, because it's going to be like Viewshed and other things that we just won't have the capability to enforce. I'm in favor of the sign proposal, but I just think we're going to have some hard time defending it after this is over. Thank you.
That was second.
I'll second.
Thank you.
And that's to adopt ordinance number 471U, an urgency ordinance of the city of Malibu implementing temporary commercial signage regulations to accommodate business operations during the period of local emergency relating to COVID-19, finding the same exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act and setting forth the facts constituting such urgency, correct?
Yes, right? That sound good? Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mullen,
Yes.
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Councilmember Wagner,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peak,
Yes.
Mayor Pearson,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay, thank you. I know this will be heartbreaking, but last item of the night. Item 6A, initiate zoning text amendment pertaining to administrative approval extensions for in-kind disaster rebuild projects. Can we have a report, please?
Yes. Council members, you'll recall at your last meeting, there was consensus for staff to bring back an item to initiate the zoning text amendment. Following the Woolsey fire, staff prepared amendments to the zoning code to streamline the fire rebuild process, and council adopted those amendments. And part of the amendments included setting timelines for fire rebuild properties to apply for the streamlined planning verification process in order to rebuild properties that were lost that happen to be non-conforming with current code. So the adopted amendments allowed for 2 years for people to apply for the planning verification and 4 years to obtain the building permit. And that would allow them to do the streamlined process without having to, for example, apply for variances and other discretionary requests in order to bring the properties into compliance. They could just rebuild like for like. The 2-year anniversary of Woolsey is coming up very shortly, and so far only about half of the destroyed homes have initiated the rebuilding process. So we're expecting a lot of people to ask for extensions. Those amendments included an extension process, but the extensions have to be processed by the Planning Commission. The amendment that would be initiated tonight would allow the extension process to be handled by the planning director rather than having to be agendized and placed on a public hearing calendar with the Planning Commission. So that's intended to further streamline the extension process that we expect property owners will want to take advantage of if they have been experiencing undue hardships, like we know some people have with insurance claims and other issues. So this would change the extension process to be an administrative one rather than one that has to go through the Planning Commission. I want to also just mention separately that if the council wanted to initiate a separate zoning text amendment that would push out the application deadlines, you could also consider doing that. If you gave us that direction, we could put an item on your next agenda that would, for example, if you wanted to add another year to each of those existing deadlines, the 2-year and the 4-year, so that people would have until 2021 in November to get their planning verification, or 5 years instead of 4 years to get their building permit. That's something we could bring back for you next time.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I think the idea was just to find an efficient way to handle these fire rebuilds the way we've been doing it so far. Right. Okay, interesting. All right, well, we should probably see if there's public speakers.
Yes, there are 7 public speakers on this item. I'll read all their names in order and then call them one by one to speak. They are Robert Brickman, Bruce Silverstein, John Mazza, Steve Uring, Craig Hill, Terry Lukoff, and Ryan Embry. The first speaker is Robert Brinkman.
Good evening, Mayor Pearson and City Council members. I want to speak to this because I, first of all, want to say I'm a fire victim as well. My house in Malibu Park on Fillory Heights burned down a week after I bought it. I never got to move in. The planning staff has been wonderful in supporting the fire victims. It's a difficult process on a good day, even with a fire, with the expedited fire permits, it's not easy and takes a long time. We only got our permit about a month ago, and we haven't even started building it as much as we want to. However, I feel the way that Ms. Blue presented this is not quite accurate, because she was talking about houses that happen to be not in compliance with current codes and about, victims. This does not just apply to those kind of houses. As I understand it, it also changes some of the rules about how plan reviews are handled. It also allows the city not to follow the Coastal Commission requirements. And so not only fire victims are being helped by this, but developers, opportunists who are coming in, buying fire lots of smaller houses and wanting to build McMansions. And those people would be helped by it as well. And this is in fact hurting other fire victims who are rebuilding their houses under the like for like or like for like plus 10%. I'm all for making it easy for people that want to rebuild their houses, including the 10%. But when you're picking up fire lots and banking on being able to drop much bigger houses in there, you're also starting to hurt neighbors who are affected by impediments to their views and the changing character of the neighborhood. So I would urge you not to make this easy for everybody and suspend the rules that have protected the neighborhood and are supposed to protect the neighborhood by treating even people that are building bigger houses that require plan reviews the same way as people who are just rebuilding the house that they had. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
The next speaker is Bruce Silverstein.
Good morning once again. So I agree with the last speaker completely that what you should be doing is helping people, residents who lost their homes, who want to get back into their home, and not doing things that are going to help speculators and investors. Aside from that, though, I mean, it's laudable that you want to streamline a process that will include helping those who lost their homes. I don't see that there's a problem with the current process. Maybe I'm wrong. But John Mazza sent an excellent letter to you all. And what he says essentially boils down to it, I'm sure you'll be hearing from him next, is this is a matter of transparency. And I agree with that. I mean, there's already too much power in the staff and not enough in the council and its commissions. We talked about that earlier tonight. And this is just jettisoning more authority that's in the council and its commissions and giving it to the staff. And as John points out, we don't even know at this point in time who the staff member who will have the ultimate responsibility for this is going to be. So it's a bad idea. If the commission ends up getting stalled or isn't able to process these applications expeditiously, as John says they have been doing and will continue to be doing, that's another story. But right now it's not broken and it doesn't need to be fixed. On the other hand, you were also offered the suggestion, I believe earlier, that you can be adopting on your dime, if you choose it's the right decision as a policy matter, to grant across the board extensions. I don't know whether that's a good idea or a bad idea, but that's the kind of thing that you all would make the decision and you'd stand by that decision and the public would understand how that decision got made. But these things shouldn't be done behind closed doors, especially since there's too much chance that who knows what's happening behind those closed doors. This ought to be in the public in the light of day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bruce.
Oh.
The next speaker is John Mazza.
Too much goes on behind closed doors.
Okay, I'm tired, so you've read my memo. Bruce just stole my thunder. I just want to point out that item 3B11 that you considered today had a situation where if we had transparency, you wouldn't have had a $250,000 CD issued. So as Mikey knows, when we do extensions now in the Planning Commission, we get a very short report. It's got a letter from the applicant that says why he's due the extension. We grant most of them, if not all of them, but most of them, if the facts are reasonable, and they take like 5 minutes. The staff has a very simple staff report to write. Is the guy qualified or isn't he? And with this letter, I can't imagine it takes more than 2 hours to write one of those staff reports. So what you're considering here is also the fact that whoever has the authority to do this is essentially creating a very large cost to the city if they make a mistake. You give an extension on somebody who doesn't do it, and they get all their fees waived. And we're not enforcing the dark sky ordinance for $10,000, whereas one house can cost up to 50 if that staff person makes a mistake. So this is a transparency issue that is not a big deal for staff. It's not a big deal for the Planning Commission to process it. It doesn't hold back the process of building the house. It only exempts them from the fees and the LCP requirements, which Mr. Brinkman said, it does affect the neighbors. It's a totally different standard, and you're going to get an appeal of that pretty soon. So I think it's a very simple question. Should you allow the public to know about the waivers you're giving? And should you spend an hour or two or maybe a couple hours in the staff to write it up and 5 minutes at a planning commission? Or should you hide it behind a new planning director who may or may not be from Malibu, or may or may not know what the rules are, who may or may not know the situation? To me, it's very simple. It doesn't cost you much, and you avoid making mistakes, and you avoid having neighbors like Mr. Brinkman on extensions or on these permits to have at least an idea that it's happening. I doubt if we've had, as Mikey knows, on our extensions on normal permits.
John, your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Done.
Our next speaker would be Steve Uring, but he's no longer present in the meeting, so we'll hear from Craig Hill.
Okay.
Hey, I didn't totally agree with everything you've done tonight, but I just wanted to commend you for really drilling into the issues that maybe in a way even better than usual. Anyway, on this one, the staff report gives a description of what you could do, but doesn't clearly say why it's needed. I can't think of any reason other than perhaps the narrative that the commission denies too many projects, and I hope that's not it, and here's why. The commission has denied or delayed 0 Woolsey rebuilds to my knowledge. And as for the rationale that they deny too much in general, well, in the 14 months I was on, we had full hearings on 45 residential projects. 3 were appealed and only 2 were overturned on appeal. I kept track. So that would be only a 4% rate of decisions that didn't stand up. Plus, if you consider the many more cases of administrative approvals, things on the consent calendar that could have been pulled but weren't, that would get you down to a 1 or 2% rate of commission decisions that were reversed. It's late. So, there's a few squeaky wheels with their own interest. They'll cherry pick an anecdote, then repeat it so often that others repeat it without really knowing what they're talking about. Anyway, on this, I think for burnout extensions, you might actually want to give them more consideration with more minds on the job because the waived fees represent substantial uncompensated work for staff. So there's potential for poor decisions in either direction, either an extension allowed too readily because some flaw in it got past the one person reviewing it, or an extension disallowed too readily because it seemed like too much uncompensated work for staff maybe. The process of governance in this now virtual city hall should be becoming more transparent, not less. And the majority of candidates running for council believe that too, based on what I heard in the forum yesterday. And either we'll have a new director who will want some additional perspective if they're worth their salt, or we might have Richard, I would speculate. And I believe he'd appreciate having other minds on the job too. So really the most substantive thing this item would accomplish would be to reduce the amount of reading that commissioners have to do. But I'm certain that none of them feel like their time is wasted when they read an item on the consent calendar and then don't pull it for discussion. So I'm mystified as to why you would want to do this. And I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Terry Lukoff.
Good morning. I hope you all can hear me, city council members and Mayor Pearson.
I hear you.
I would be okay with extensions. And I think that that is something that the council may consider. However, giving the staff additional leeway to determine things like neighborhood character, when a lot of your people that are on staff right now are contract people and they say neighborhood character, and we went through this, and then all they're looking at is square footage or the definition of like for like. What is the definition of like for like? I don't even know if that has been a defined concept yet. Or does a house that's halfway built have a right to object to someone that's going to build in front of it? These are all questions that should not be decided at the end by staff, but they should have a chance to come in front of the commission and have the commission hear what's going on, to allow the residents to have a speaking thing. One of the things that I also want to point out is, since we've gone to this virtual and everything's on the internet, when you go in front of the planning commission, what happens is that the staff speaks, then the people speak, and then the staff speaks with the commissioners, and you never come back to the people that were the residents. And I know that I've heard some things that in meetings that I've heard staff say that I know are absolutely not correct or could be modified. And the fact that the city council or that the planning commission is making the decisions without people being involved, I think is not a positive. And the last comment would be, obviously, if the commission is not hearing the stuff, it's going to come in front of the city council. And I know you wouldn't be happy if we hired more work, and so instead of for the city council, and so instead of your meetings being over at 1 o'clock in the morning, they were over at 3 o'clock in the morning. So I urge you to leave it how it is. And if you want to do something to help the fire rebuild,
Terry, your time is up.
Just do an extension. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The final speaker is Ryan Embry.
Good morning. I want to say that the criteria has not been established in the staff report for any way of implementing the proposed action. So I think that's one good reason not to go ahead with this evening. In fact, no action is probably the appropriate action to take, because there's no need to make this change, because the ability still exists for any person in the described situation to bring their project forward in the full light of the public process. I disagree with the staff report in that it says there is no fiscal impact. I believe there absolutely is a huge fiscal impact to the city, and for that reason alone, this item should be tabled, because the report is inaccurate, and it's so stating that there is no fiscal impact, it is defective. And I'm sorry to have to say that. It's very early in the morning to be considering this at all. I consider this a new item. The waiving of fees has to stop, because the city can no longer afford it. there was a premise that a rebuilt home would begin contributing back its full value of property tax, and that the city would somehow reap or regain some funding. But this cannot go on forever. Each extension is a deferral, and it defeats the whole premise of the purpose for which the contention was made to somehow try to justify a gift of public funds. The city is not an insurance company, and the city is not a charity. The city is a municipal corporation and must do what is in the best interest of the city, and that is to comply with the budget and the fee schedule and the cost of fees and the fee recovery that exists under the city council policies. So you're on very thin ice. I am very upset about this. Extending the date out to 5 years does not comport to the contentions of the whole basis of the initial program. You've got to stop pushing out the timeline. There is not a nexus to this in the first place, and there's definitely no nexus to extend it even further. There's no justification for it. These waiver of fees as proposed do impact staff, and they do impact the city's finances, and that was improperly stated in your staff report. Is incorrect, and it is just false. You should not burden a new staff person with having to pick and choose and be subject to favoritism or bullying or anything like that. Take it away. Don't assign that duty to a staff person in the darkness. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Okay, we're back here at the council. There's no more speakers, right?
That concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you.
Not here.
I
Okay.
got a question.
Something seems to have gone a little haywire here. So I know what the intention was, but the speakers are seeing this in a dramatically different light than it was intended. Can you comment on that, Bonnie?
Sure. First of all, this is not related to fee waivers. The council's fee waiver program has a specific deadline. And those were adopted by resolution. This is this is related to an extension of a fire rebuild applicant being able to apply for a planning verification. That's it. It doesn't mean that they can't rebuild their project without a CDP. The CDP exemption still remains in place. I mean, that's in the LCP. This is the planning verification process where somebody has this window of 2 years to apply for their planning verification. And if they can't make that 2-year window, they would have to apply to the Planning Commission in order to be granted an extension of that 2-year window. Or in the case of the building permit, which is a 4-year window, they'd have to apply to the Planning Commission in order to get that extension to be able to apply for their like-for-like rebuild. So it doesn't change anything about how fire rebuilds are processed other than this extension process. So if you want to have the extensions still reviewed by the Planning Commission, so far we haven't had anybody apply for them. The difference in like the regular coastal development permit extension requests that the Planning Commission reviews regularly is that this is, those have all different expiration dates. This is a single expiration for some 200 properties that are still out there. So we could see a whole bunch of these come at one time. We don't know if that's going to happen because we don't know the nature of the reasons why people haven't already applied. Everybody seems to have a lot of different circumstances. But this, just to reiterate, focuses on the extension process. I can show you the specific language in the code. Mayor Pearson was when this was first addressed, or he first brought up this question, he was interested in the extension process. As I mentioned, we can, if you would like to, just deal with the deadlines and just address that instead of how extensions are processed. We could bring back a different initiation resolution for you. And also, just procedure-wise, this is just to initiate an amendment. So this would still go through the Planning Commission process and then come back to the City Council with a full staff report. This is just to initiate this, so it wasn't meant to give you complete information, but it is separate from the fee waivers, and hopefully that's answered some questions that might have just confused you more, but feel free to ask.
No, I mean, I know what the intention was, so maybe how we get there is the conversation. This process wouldn't allow somebody who bought a burnout to have the idea is not to allow a developer who buys out somebody who burned down to have the benefits of a fire rebuild process. So that's what I'm going to say.
Yeah, there's so many different layers to the fire rebuild process these days. And I know it is late, so everybody's probably a little, I know I'm running on fumes at this point. The right of somebody to rebuild a fire property is not tied to who owns it. It's just tied, well, it's a matter of who owns the property. It doesn't matter if the person who's trying to rebuild it was the original owner or not. So from that perspective, adding time could invite more people that weren't the original fire victims to apply, because they just have more time. But again, this is just dealing with the extension process.
So you're saying that the like for like thing basically applies to somebody who buys out a burnout too?
Yes.
Yeah, it does. But
so the thing that doesn't apply is the waiving of the fees, correct?
That's correct. That's a whole separate thing.
So essentially, we could not continue the extension of approving a like for like property for someone that's wasn't the owner at the time of the fire.
I don't think that you can make
legally we can't do. We had this discussion before when we were talking about the fees. So I think we can't do that. We can do the thing in regards to the fees. That's why we did it. But as far as any extension, if we were to allow the extension, it would have to be for everybody if we wanted to extend the period that we would consider to approve the like for like or like for like plus 10% rebuild.
Right.
And the discussion from some of the speakers about saying this would allow somebody to build a house that would have to go through a regular CDP process that would be outside the scope of the like for like or the like for like plus 10%. That's just not true.
Well, the LCP includes an exemption for a property, a disaster property to rebuild as long as without a CDP, if it is in the same location and within 10%. So that was already in that, but that only deals with whether you get a CDP or not. What this deadline specifically pertains to, because that CDP exemption will stay in place if you still meet those exemptions.
I'd say in place indefinitely.
Right, exactly. There's no time limit on that. But these deadlines pertain to whether, for example, if your property happens to be 5 feet from the front yard set from the.
So all the existing non-conforming elements of the property. Under these deadlines, you would be able to, if you apply within 2 years, you can put it back without having to get a variance for your front yard setback. Outside of that 2-year window, you either have to apply to the Planning Commission and get an extension of your deadline to apply, or you have to apply for a variance for your front yard setback to be able to put that back.
So maybe is it a cleaner way to do this than to just extend the date?
That would probably address some of the speakers' concerns about, who gets to decide whether there's an undue hardship that the property owner's been going through. That's what would be going to the Planning Commission under the current rules.
I would be in favor of extending that period for a time of a year.
Yeah, I mean, that was my thought. I've been approached by just too many people stuck in insurance hell, and I just, I don't want to see them get, I want to see them get the same process that people are getting now.
Yeah, that would give you, and then if you wanted to change the extension process later, you could do that, or you could just leave it how it is forever. That's totally fine. But just keep in mind that the fee waivers are a separate matter that that is set to expire by resolution that was adopted outside of the municipal code. So that isn't tied to changing the deadlines in the municipal code.
Right.
I mean, Mikey and others, I think that we've done the proper stuff that we need to do for the fee waivers at this time.
Yeah, this isn't about fee waivers here, though.
I just want to be clear on that we're all on the same page with that.
Right. Jefferson, you wanted to speak?
Thank you, Mikey. Appreciate that. There's another option here. You can send it to Zorasis for a cleanup and reapproach if that's your desires, because it's only a proposal. And in light of what some of the speakers said, that would probably be the best channel to go down. If we're going to go for an extension of a year, as Councilmember Peak had mentioned, that's no issue. That's certainly transparent and overt. But I think you could send it back to Zorasis if you wanted to do something else. Thank you.
Mikey?
Rick, Karen? I want to give everyone else a chance to speak.
Thank you. Yeah, it seems like there was a lot of either reading into this, things that I didn't see, or some assumptions that I didn't see in this item. That something like this would be a 5-minute matter for the Planning Commission. That doesn't seem like Planning Commission meetings that I've watched. That it would eliminate transparency. I do one thing, Bonnie, I want to ask. A statement was made that a lot of the staff now are contract staff. I thought we let the contract staff go.
We have very few contract staff left. We have one fire rebuild planner that is the primary person handling fire rebuilds with oversight by regular city staff. And we have another contract planner who does just regular applications, but that's pretty much it.
Okay, 2. Okay. Okay. I'll just say again, it seems like I got a lot of comments of things that seemed like a stretch from what I read in this report. So I'll let other people make their comments.
Sky?
Mikey, if I could just I'd make a motion to send this to Zorasis. I think Jefferson and I, if we were to meet in the next month, could probably do a good job of cleaning this up and getting something back to council that's pretty concrete on the best way to move forward with this. And we get a lot of input from the public and we can have a more candid conversation with people that are involved in this.
Can we get that done before November 8th? Because that's when it expires, right?
Yeah, I would push that we could do it as soon as the noticing requirements are for Zorasis. I'm around. I'm not going anywhere. And I don't know about Jay, but I think he's around too.
Yeah, I'm not going on base for a long time.
did you want to have a resolution brought back that would add 1 year to both of these deadlines that would allow you to initiate the amendment process and kind of concurrently go to the races?
But I mean, we can do that, but I'm kind of fine with us going to Zeracis and hashing out those things. We may say 2 years, you know?
The initiation still needs to take place, so it would just be another agenda item that has to come before the council. So I was trying to shave off some time.
Yeah, it seems like a stretch getting through Zoracis then back here before November 8th, unless I'm mistaken.
It also has to go to the planning commission. That's part of the project. There's an option for planning commission in here on page 2.
Well,
you could initiate it. You could bring it back for initiation at the same time, send it to Zeracis now, right? I mean, so they're not mutually exclusive. You can schedule an item for the next meeting to initiate the change. In the meantime, you can also direct Zeracis to pick the issue up. If they have feedback, they can get that taken care of, and then it goes to planning commission straight from your initiation.
What's our noticing requirement for Zeracis?
There's, I believe it's just a matter of posting the agenda. We don't have to post a specific notice in the paper or anything like that. The planning commission will require a 21-day notice though.
Got it.
And so will the council meeting and the second reading.
So I think it's fine if we go ahead and start the process for that, that now, and we can meet at Zeracis and we can make the recommendation to council.
Would that be to do both, to also initiate at the next meeting, to bring back an item to initiate this?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're going to attack it from 2 different ways. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I think it's really going to be attacked one way, but I'm just kind of considering the fact that it's 1 o'clock in the morning right now, and we can have we can have like a substantially in-depth conversation just about this. It's probably going to take a couple hours or an hour, and I think that'll be valuable to the entire council.
Yeah, you're already, if you put it on the next agenda to do the initiation, you're not losing any time if you also send it to Zeracis to have them start looking at the issue.
That would be my recommendation, given the timeline till November 8th.
Jefferson?
I concur.
Okay. Does somebody want to make a motion?
Make a motion, send it to Zeracis.
And to also initiate it at the next meeting?
Yeah.
And I think it would also be prudent for us to add in there the 1 year extension, not of the fee waiver, but for the people, for the ability of the property owners to apply for the
right.
That was the whole point of this. That was the whole point. Nothing to do with fee waiver.
That was what I meant when I said initiate at the next meeting would be to start that process.
For that extension.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Good.
Okay, that's perfect. That's perfect. Yeah, yeah. This had nothing to do with fee waiver ever. So, okay. Did we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
I'll second.
Do we have more discussion, or can we take roll call?
Take a roll call.
Roll call.
Councilmember Mullen,
Yes.
Councilmember Wagner,
Yes.
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peak,
Yes.
Mayor Pearson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, it's 1:08 on September 15th, and motion to adjourn.
I thought we had 3B12.
3B12.
Yeah, looking at 3B12.
I think we already did that.
Councilmember Wagner, I think you're looking at the supplemental staff report you were provided last week.
Okay. Well, it's in my book this week, but thank you.
We did do that item, right?
We did.
3B12 earlier.
Yes.
Okay, did we get a motion to adjourn? Did I hear it?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second that.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, so moved. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for your hard work. Long night again. Appreciate everyone's due diligence, really.
Thank you.
Everyone.
Good night.